Chapter 1090. After capturing all the Nagas led by Queen Hai-Xan, Yang Dingtian ignored Queen Hai-Xan's surprised gaze and directly pulled Viper Mo and Viper Z into the invisible space again. Seeing Yang Dingtian again, Viper Mo and Viper Z were very happy and said, "Yang Dingtian, the queen is not dead." To a large extent, they were brought up by Queen Poisa, so they immediately asked about Queen Poisa. They also learned about Queen Poisa's resurrection from the other Nagas. Yang Dingtian said, "Your queen went to chase after the Naga Shuang. I'm also looking for her." Viper Mo and Viper Z said, "Naga Digashuang should be in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. In the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire, there is an energy passage that leads to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian was overjoyed and said, "Really?" Viper Mo nodded and said, "It's true, but unfortunately we can't open this passage now, so we can't go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Yang Dingtian said, "The Demon King Wentian, have you seen him?" Viper Z said, "Yes, he is in the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire. He is always there. Because he can't go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire, he is waiting for the return of Naga." This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Who would have thought that finding Demon King Wentian would be so easy? Yang Dingtian said, "How far is that place from here?" Viper Z said, "About 100 miles. Yang Dingtian said, "Will he leave the palace?" "Impossible." Viper Z said, "He's afraid of Naga's sudden appearance, so he's been guarding the hall all the time." That's good, that's good. The next step was to figure out how to kill him. Viper Mo asked, "Yang Dingtian, are you going to kill the Demon King Wentian?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Viper Z said, "I have a feeling that he won't be easy to kill. His cultivation level seems to be bottomless." With regards to this point, Yang Dingtian had already prepared himself mentally. Viper Mo suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, how are you going to deal with our Naga tribe?" Yang Dingtian, "We will conduct a trial. If they are loyal to Queen Hai-Xan and have committed a blood debt to the human countries, then they will be sentenced to death. We will execute them or imprison them. As for the more innocent ones, especially the former followers of Queen Poisa, they will continue to follow Poisa in the future." Viper Z said, "Then what about Queen Hai-Xan?" Yang Dingtian, "She has committed too many sins. She must be executed." Viper Mo fell silent, then nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Yang Dingtian was stunned. "Don't you want her to die? She has also committed unforgivable sins against you." At this point, Viper Mo and Viper Z suddenly burst into tears. "She made us lose the chance to be mothers forever, to become women forever. But she is indeed an outstanding leader of the Naga tribe, even though she has brought great disaster to the Naga tribe. But without her, our Naga tribe would probably have perished." This question was not something Yang Dingtian could answer. Of course, he had an answer in his heart, but he was unwilling to say it out loud. That's right, the extinction of the Naga tribe who tried to develop into Naga was a foregone conclusion. Not only the Naga tribe, but also the mermaid tribe. In the future, whether it was the mermaid tribe or the Naga tribe, they would return to mediocrity, to the original state of mermaids and sea snakes, and completely eliminate the possibility of becoming a demigod race. Even for the safety of the human countries, this would definitely be the case. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry, during the Great War of Destruction, we captured thousands of younger Naga tribe members. There are males and females, and they have not yet transformed into high-level human forms. They can combine with each other to breed new Naga tribes, so this race will not perish." Although this answer was not the best, it was still better than the extinction of the Naga tribe. Next, the Saint-level expeditionary army did not continue to advance. First of all, they had to deal with these Naga tribe captives. They could not possibly bring them to kill the Demon King Wentian. Therefore, at the entrance of the Devil Capital, they temporarily built an energy prison and locked up all the Naga tribe's Xian meridians, temporarily imprisoning them. After killing the Demon King, Wen-Tian, they would bring them back. Yang Dingtian did not meet Queen Hai Xan alone to talk, because he already knew all the information he wanted to know from Viper Mo and Viper Z. There was nothing much to talk about between him and Queen Hai Xan. After settling these Naga tribe captives, they began to discuss how to eliminate the Demon King, Wen-Tian. On this point, President Su Yan's cultivation was the highest, so he had the greatest right to speak. The biggest key to eliminating the Demon King Wen-Tian is to avoid casualties. Su Yan said, "Without a doubt, the Demon King Wen-Tian's cultivation has already reached the peak of the saint level. Coupled with the Chaos Emperor armor on his body, even I am not his match." Violet said, "He is indeed very strong, but it is not to the extent that 90 of us saint-level experts are no match for him." President Su Yan said, "In terms of pure martial power and cultivation, our saint-level expeditionary army is definitely more than enough to eliminate him. The key is how much damage his Chaos Emperor armor can withstand. This Chaos Emperor armor was created by over 1,000 high-level devil spirits. If it is the energy defense of over 1,000 high-level devil spirits, then it will definitely be a nightmare." Violet said, "Could it be that 90 saint-level experts are still unable to break through his Chaos Emperor armor?" President Su Yan directly shook his head and said, "According to the information provided by Dongfeng Bingling, among the devil spirits used to create the Chaos Emperor armor, there are more than 200 of them above level 20. The rest are all above level 15. The devil spirits that have been nurtured in the entire Second Dark Realm for hundreds of thousands of years have already been wiped out." Yang Dingtian said, "That's right. At that time, most of these devil spirits were only brought back to the Empire of Darkness with their limbs chopped off and their eyes blindfolded. Because with the strength of the warriors of the Empire of Darkness at that time, even if these devil spirits stood still in fear and were slaughtered at will, they would not be able to kill them all." President Su Yan said, "Therefore, these devil spirits are alive. They were thrown into the refinement formation to create the Chaos Emperor armor. According to the combined defensive power of 1,000 devil spirits, not to mention 90 saint-level experts, even a few hundred of them would not be able to break through his energy armor." When these words came out, everyone was speechless. Didn't that mean that the person on the ship with the Chaos Emperor armor was completely invincible? Su Yan said, "Therefore, if we want to kill him here, it is impossible. We can only capture him." Yang Dingtian nodded. According to this analysis, it was indeed impossible to kill the Demon King. They could only capture him. President Su Yan, "Is there any energy that is specially used to restrain devil spirits?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It is the energy of the evil spirits," Su Yan said. "But the evil spirits can only frighten devil spirits and cannot break through their energy defenses. Currently, I don't know what kind of energy can break through a devil spirit's defenses. I don't know if your darkness, profound flame can do it. Of course, even if it can, your cultivation level is too low and you cannot break through the devil spirit black armor." Yang Dingtian, "Lightning energy ignores all defenses. Can it break through?" Su Yan said, "If you wear dry wood and leather, you will be able to defend against lightning. The Chaos Emperor armor is even more so." Yang Dingtian, "Then this means that we can only capture the Demon King Wen-Tian after he has exhausted all his Xian Qi." Su Yan nodded and said, "That's right. Moreover, his Chaos Emperor armor can move hundreds of kilometers in an instant. If he still has Xian Qi and wants to escape, we will definitely not be able to stop him." Moving hundreds of kilometers in an instant. This was too shocking. President Su Yan continued, "Therefore, before the battle begins, we must set up a battle formation and let the 90 or so saint-level experts form an energy prison to trap him. He will not be able to escape." Yang Dingtian nodded. The energy formation formed by 90 saint-level experts was indeed extremely powerful. Even a peak saint-level expert would not be able to escape. President Su Yan continued, "Next, we must avoid any casualties in our saint-level expeditionary army. We must achieve 0 casualties." Yao Li said, "Actually, our Demon Fox clan does not fear death." President Su Yan said, "Clan leader Yao Li, I know that you are very brave and fearless. However, we will either have 0 casualties or be almost completely wiped out. Once there are casualties, it means that our energy formation has been breached. In that case, other than you and me and a few people with extremely high cultivation, the rest will not be able to escape from the Demon King Wen Tian's vicious hands." President Su Yan looked at everyone and said, "Most of the saint-level experts present would not be able to escape from the Demon King Wen Tian's attacks if they were to face him alone. Therefore, in order to avoid any casualties, we must combine everyone's energy into one. The energy formation we set up will not only be a prison for the Demon King Wen Tian, but it will also be an energy barrier for everyone. The energy in every part of this energy barrier will be equal. It will be the superposition of everyone's Xian Qi." With that said, everyone present understood what was going on. President Su Yan said, "Before we set off, we have already practiced many energy formations. Now that we know the specific situation of the Demon King Wen Tian, I have decided to use the Heaven and Earth symbiosis formation." Yao Li thought for a while and said, "Old ancestor, isn't this formation too conservative? It has no destructive power. It will not cause any harm to the Demon King Wen Tian at all." That's right, this Heaven and Earth symbiosis formation. It had very distinct advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it could superposition everyone's Xian Qi to form an extremely powerful energy barrier. It could be said that before most of the saint-level experts' Xian Qi was exhausted, this energy barrier would not be breached. As long as this energy barrier was not breached, everyone in the formation would be absolutely safe. The disadvantage was also very obvious. The energy output was not the superposition of everyone's Xian Qi, but the average output of everyone's energy. In other words, these 90 saint-level experts, plus the 2 half-saint-level experts, Yang Dingtian and Vulture, would only be a half-saint-level expert. Therefore, the final attack output would only be a mid-level saint-level expert. It was very far from the Demon King Wen Tian. It could be said that it would not be a threat to him at all. They could only take care of one of the 2 aspects. They could either attack or defend. This Heaven and Earth symbiosis formation was a classic defensive formation. The one formed by the Devil Queen's Legion of Doom was a classic offensive formation. Although it was very powerful and defeated all the experts of the Council of Light and the Mermaid Empire, its defense was very weak. President Nehru said, "The core of the strategy is to exhaust the Demon King Wen Tian's Xian Qi and then capture him." President Su Yan said, "That's right. The core is to exhaust. Therefore, this battle may last for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, or even 5 days, 10 days, or half a month. It will last until the Demon King Wen Tian's Xian Qi is completely exhausted and he becomes weak." This strategy was not very domineering and did not suit Yao Li's taste. However, Yang Dingtian was very respectful, because this strategy had the highest success rate and was the best plan to avoid casualties. Yang Dingtian raised his hand and said, "I support and obey President Su Yan's strategy." President Nehru also raised her hand. At this time, it was useless even if Yao Li objected. Moreover, as long as President Su Yan spoke, he had no room to object. President Su Yan's experience was probably equivalent to Confucius from the ancient plain of China. He was one of the founders of the little Western Paradise civilization. Very well, then it's decided. We'll use the Heaven and Earth symbiosis formation. President Su Yan said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you probably have to mentally prepare yourself for a boring and even ugly battle." Yang Dingtian immediately thought of some football or basketball games from the Earth plane. Some teams won, but they were scolded as ugly games, because the entire game was a tortoise strategy, especially those games where a draw would win. They were all on the defense and did not attack at all. They dragged the game from the first minute to the last minute. And the battle with the Demon King Wen-Tian that was about to begin was such an ugly game. It was to exhaust every trace of the Demon King Wen-Tian's Xian-Qi. There might not be any casualties from the start to the end of the battle. President Su Yan said, "All right, we've decided on the strategy. We've practiced the heaven and earth symbiosis formation 3 times, so we don't need to practice again. Everyone can remember their positions. Now, everyone sit cross-legged and recover your Xian-Qi. The Xian-Qi here is quite dense. After filling up your Xian-Qi this time, we'll probably face a few days of hard fighting." So, everyone sat cross-legged and began to breathe. After a few hours, the profound qi in everyone's body had completely recovered. President Su Yan said, "Then, everyone, let's go and prepare for the final battle." At this time, Yao Li said, "Your Excellency Su Yan, what will happen if the Demon King Wen-Tian escapes immediately when he sees us?" President Su Yan said, "He'll escape successfully. We won't be able to stop him." Wu Qiong said, "But he definitely won't escape because he only wants 2 things. One is the Naga Dugashuang, and the other is Yang Dingtian. Basically, they're both here, so he definitely won't escape." Su Yan said, "Yes, that's right." At this time, Vulture suddenly said, Then what should I do?" Because Vulture had never participated in the practice of the heaven and earth symbiosis formation. So, she wasn't assigned a position or combat mission this time. Su Yan said, "Madam Yang, can you sense the elemental aura here?" Vulture said, "Yes, but they're basically from the ruins of the buildings. The elemental energy of these crystals themselves isn't very powerful." Vulture was overjoyed when Su Yan called her Madam Yang. He said, "Unfortunately, I can't sense the power of the dead here. Otherwise, the ancient Sea Serpent Empire has countless saint-level experts. I can easily summon their souls to fight. In that case, it'll be easy to eliminate Wen-Tian." Su Yan nodded and said, "That's true. Unfortunately, these Sea Serpent experts were petrified by Medusa's spirit, but they didn't die. So, you can't summon their power to fight. Then, please guard outside the hall and prevent all forces from interfering with our final battle. How about it?" "Yes," Vulture said excitedly. From here, one could see how brainless Vulture was. All the serpents had been imprisoned. It was impossible for any unexpected forces to interfere with the final battle. So, her mission was basically non-existent. "Then I'll have to trouble you," President Su Yan said. Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Immediately, all the members of the Saint-level Expeditionary Army entered Yang Dingtian's concealment area and flew toward the palace hall. Only half an hour later, the Saint-level Expeditionary Army arrived outside the palace hall. He could easily sense an incomparably powerful energy aura. This aura was like the weight of Mount Tai. It enveloped the entire palace of the Sea Serpent Empire. Even an expert with the cultivation of a beginner saint-level expert couldn't breathe under this aura. Vulture's cultivation was already very high among the saint-level experts. But when she got close to this aura, her delicate body trembled slightly and her face turned pale. Her fear of the Demon King Wen-Tian was completely from the bottom of her heart. Even Yang Dingtian felt that his limbs were cold. Still in Yang Dingtian's concealment area, the Saint-level Expeditionary Army entered the palace hall. At first glance, they saw the Demon King Wen-Tian, who was covered in the Chaos Emperor armor. The moment they entered, the Demon King Wen-Tian opened his flame-like eyes. In an instant, it was like a sharp sword that could tear one's soul apart and steal one's soul. Yang Dingtian's concealment skill could only be detected by the undead. They didn't expect the Demon King Wen-Tian to be able to do it as well. However, he didn't do anything. He even closed his eyes. He was so arrogant that he felt that there was no creature in this world that could threaten him. Even the Naga Dugashwang, who was extremely powerful, had just completed a complete transformation. He hadn't really reached adulthood and become a demigod. Therefore, he could escape at this time, but he definitely wouldn't do it. President Su Yen waved his hand suddenly. Whoosh! It happened in an instant, less than 0.01 seconds. More than 90 saint-level experts directly formed the symbiotic formation of heaven and earth, completely surrounding the Demon King Wen-Tian without any gaps. At the same time, the 90 saint-level expeditionary army all revealed themselves, including Yang Dingtian. Seeing Yang Dingtian's first act, the Demon King Wen-Tian's eyes lit up. Yang Dingtian actually came here and brought 90 saint-level experts with him. The Demon King Wen-Tian was instantly horrified. Chapter 1091. The Demon King Wen-Tian's gaze was completely focused on Yang Dingtian. He didn't even glance at the 90 saint-level experts around him. Yang Dingtian, where's the Queen Devil Queen? The Demon King Wen-Tian asked. Captured. Yang Dingtian replied. Where's Prince Li Ming? The Demon King Wen-Tian asked. Executed. Yang Dingtian replied. The Demon King Wen-Tian took a deep breath, then asked, Where's Yong Shi? Executed. Yang Dingtian replied. The Demon King Wen-Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and said, So, I'm the only one left now? Yes, you're the only one left. Yang Dingtian replied. Of course, soon there'll be nothing left. Amazing, amazing. The Demon King Wen-Tian clapped and said, You really make me gasp in amazement. Your cultivation hasn't broken through to the saint level yet, right? Not yet, Yang Dingtian replied. Amazing, amazing. The Demon King Wen-Tian said, Yang Dingtian, who hasn't broken through to the saint level, can wipe out all of my evil ways in one fell swoop. As expected of the representative of the god of chaos, as expected of the child of destiny. Yang Dingtian didn't reply. The Demon King Wen-Tian continued. What's even more amazing is that these saint-level experts are actually under your control. Yong, she spent 200 years, but still couldn't do it, but you easily did it. Can you tell me why? Yang Dingtian replied, Because I love this world and I want to protect it. A like-minded ally is the most loyal. Protect this world? Save this world? The Demon King Wen-Tian said, If you want to do that, it's very simple. Just eliminate the god of chaos behind you. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yang Dingtian grinned and didn't even retort. The Demon King Wen-Tian moved his gaze away from Yang Dingtian and looked towards the saints of Little Western Paradise. In the end, his gaze landed on President Su Yen. He could not help but be slightly surprised. I never thought that there would actually be someone whose cultivation is on par with mine in this world. It really isn't easy. When President Su Yen heard these words, he did not feel any sense of glory at all. He said indifferently, My path more or less ends here. As for your Tao, it will end here. Perhaps only sect Master Yang Dingtian's Tao has just begun. Therefore, we are far inferior to him. Why don't we stop struggling and surrender? The Demon King Wen-Tian said, This is probably the most powerful force in this world. I'm afraid that even a demigod would have a headache against it. But you still can't do anything to me. The Chaos Emperor armor on my body can't be broken by a mere 90 martial saints like you. As for me, I can easily kill most of you. This is not a fair battle. Then the Demon King Wen-Tian looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, you've been smart all your life, but now you're stupid. You thought that you could destroy me with 90 saints. But you actually stood in front of me like this. Although I'm the one who's surrounded, in my eyes, you're just walking into a trap. The saint-level experts around you are no different from the skeletons in the graveyard. There's no need to say more. Let's begin. Yang Dingtian directly drew his sword. Whoosh! Immediately, the 90 saints all drew their swords in unison. Like hedgehogs, they aimed at the Demon King Wen Tian in the center. The Demon King Wen Tian drew his giant sword and looked at the forest of swords in front of him with disdain. Whoosh! He floated in the air. More than 90 saint-level powerhouses formed a sphere in the air, completely encircling him. Boom! The Demon King Wen Tian's body instantly charged toward Yang Dingtian like lightning. This speed even surpassed his Naga royalty, Sword Soul. It was completely incalculable. Just this speed alone might be 100 times the speed of sound, or even higher. Therefore, the huge amount of energy produced in an instant, coupled with the Demon King Wen Tian's peak saint-level energy, fiercely charged toward Yang Dingtian. The giant sword in the Demon King's hand fiercely slashed at Yang Dingtian's near Emperor-grade soul sword. There was a loud sound. A white light flashed. The entire space trembled. The Demon King Wen Tian's sword was very simple. It was only fast. However, it was enough to kill a high-level saint-level expert. However, from Yang Dingtian's near Emperor-grade soul sword, an incomparably powerful energy suddenly shot out and charged toward the Demon King Wen Tian. His entire body was sent flying. Then, this energy dissipated into the energy defense of the Chaos Emperor armor and disappeared without a trace. The Demon King Wen Tian floated in the air. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he slowly said, "Turtle formation!" Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, turtle formation." The Demon King Wen Tian sneered and said, "You 90 saints and one Destiny's Child actually used the turtle formation to fight me alone. Don't you think it's too cowardly and ugly?" Yang Dingtian said, "Who asked your turtle shell to be so thick?" President Su Yan said, "In that case, let's begin the ugly final battle." Swish, 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 swish. The 90 or so sharp swords in the entire heaven and earth symbiosis formation took turns to shoot out sword lights. That's right, they took turns. Although it looked like they were shooting out at the same time. However, because the speed was too fast, they actually took turns. In less than a second, the 90 or so sharp swords had already completed a round of attacks. Each sword light was the average cultivation of the 90 or so people, about mid-level saints. This energy shot toward the Demon King Wen Tian and instantly disappeared without a trace. It was all consumed by the energy defense of the Chaos Emperor armor. The Demon King Wen Tian shuttled back and forth like lightning and attacked. He randomly attacked any target in the heaven and earth symbiosis formation. However, the result was exactly the same. They were all bounced back by a huge wave of energy. The energy shield formed by more than 90 saint-level powerhouses was extremely terrifying. Although he was already at the peak of the saint level, he could not hurt anyone. Just like that, the short and boring battle lasted for a full hour. Neither side could do anything to the other. No one could hurt the other. Suddenly, the Demon King Wen Tian laughed and said, "Your tactic is to exhaust my Xian Qi and then capture me, right?" The saint-level expeditionary army's heaven and earth symbiosis formation was still attacking crazily. Yang Dingtian said, "That's right, that's what I meant. This is an open scheme. I'm not afraid that you'll see through it." The Demon King laughed and said, "How laughable. As long as I sit cross-legged and don't move, I won't exhaust my Xian Qi. And I have the Chaos Emperor armor. You can't hurt me at all. In that case, when 1/3 of your Xian Qi is exhausted, it will be time for me to counterattack and kill." Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "Wen Tian, you've been on the throne of darkness for 200 years. Not only have you numbed your emotions, but you've also destroyed your intelligence? As long as you don't attack, 1/3 of our people won't attack either. We'll continue to absorb Xian Qi. With this rotation, our Xian Qi will never be depleted. On the other hand, your primal Chaos Emperor armor can withstand 600, 700, 800, or even over 1,000 attacks from martial saints. But what about 2,000 or 5,000 saints? If we take turns to recover our Xian Qi, the attacks will be endless. One day, the energy defense of your Chaos Emperor armor will be completely exhausted. At that time, we'll skin you alive and tear you into pieces." Then Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "In fact, we don't even need to do anything. As long as the energy defense of the Chaos Emperor armor is exhausted, the body you're borrowing won't be able to withstand your cultivation at the peak of the saint level. In an instant, it will be smashed into pieces and turned into ashes." When these words were said, the Demon King Wintian's expression changed. That's right, this was an open scheme, an unsolvable open scheme. If the Demon King didn't resist, 1/3 of the saint-level expeditionary army would take turns to recover their Xian Qi, ensuring that the attacks would be endless. If the Demon King resisted, his Xian Qi would be exhausted. Thus, regardless of whether he resisted or not, Demon King Wentian was bound to lose. If he didn't resist and allowed the attacks to continue, perhaps half a month, or even longer, his Chaos Emperor armor would be destroyed and his body would turn into ashes. And if he resisted, his Xian Qi would be completely exhausted in 3 days at most. Without Xian Qi, he could only become a captive. And the sad thing was that the saint-level expeditionary army could recover their Xian Qi. But he couldn't because he was completely surrounded. There was no Xian Qi in the narrow space. And the painful thing was that he didn't care about things like top-grade Xian gathering pills 200 years ago, so he didn't even bring half a pill. He thought of all kinds of methods, but there was no solution. No matter what, his ending was destined. He would either become a captive or turn into ashes. Suddenly, the Demon King Wentian was incomparably furious. He roared, "Yang Dingtian, don't you think that this battle is too ugly?" Yang Dingtian said directly, "I only care about winning or losing. I don't care about beauty." "Ah, the Demon King Wentian roared. Boom! Then a ball of dark flame suddenly burned fiercely from his body. Then his whole body was like a raging fire, madly attacking every corner of the heaven and earth symbiosis formation. He attacked everyone in a frenzy. Trapped like a beast, he crazily broke through the heaven and earth symbiosis formation. As long as a gap was broken, the entire heaven and earth symbiosis formation would be destroyed. The Demon King Wentian could instantly turn defeat into victory, killing 80% of the saint-level expeditionary army, and then successfully capturing Yang Dingtian. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, the Demon King Wentian was no longer attacking with a sword. He was completely using his body as a bomb, carrying out suicidal attacks, madly bombarding every corner. Every attack caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. Every attack was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Every single attack was enough to shatter 10 or even 100 Yang Dingtian's body into pieces. But in front of the superimposed energy shield of more than 90 saint-level expeditionary army, it was completely useless. Every crazy bombardment was fiercely rebounded in the end, blasting back into the Demon King Wentian's Chaos Emperor armor. That's right, this was an ugly battle, but the outcome was already destined. The Demon King's destruction was also destined. Chapter 1092. The Demon King Wentian crazily launched a suicidal attack within the heaven and earth symbiosis formation. Boom, 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 boom. His entire person was like a bomb. Every second, he would bombard it dozens to hundreds of times. Each time, the energy was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. However, the result each time was only to cause the formation's energy barrier to shake slightly. There was no damage at all. This heaven and earth symbiosis formation, known as the tortoise formation, was just that abnormal. It stacked the energy barriers of more than 90 powerhouses. Such a terrifying energy barrier, not to mention the Demon King Wentian, who was at the peak of the saint level. No matter how strong the energy was, it would not be able to break through. The Demon King Wentian tried to break through a corner of the energy barrier. As long as he rushed out of the energy barrier, he would be able to reverse the situation and start a massacre. However, this was simply impossible. Although his cultivation was the strongest, he was only on par with President Su Yan. Wanting to break through the defense of dozens of saint-level powerhouses was simply a pipe dream. Frenzied bombardment. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. The Demon King, Wen Tian, seemed to have gone mad. He relentlessly launched a suicidal attack. At this moment, less than a third of the saint-level expeditionary army's celestial qi had been depleted. However, the Demon King Wen Tian's celestial qi was almost depleted. This was because he had launched hundreds of thousands of suicidal attacks. The accumulated energy was enough to turn a mountain into fine powder. However, he still rushed out of the heaven and earth symbiosis formation's energy barrier. Not even the slightest gap could be torn open. He was done for. He was definitely done for. This ugly battle could have lasted for a few days and nights. However, because of the Demon King Wen Tian's frenzy, it might have ended in a few hours. Finally, the Demon King Wen Tian's celestial qi energy was almost depleted. He stopped. Floating in the air, he slowly looked at everyone. Hateful, shameful. The Demon King Wen Tian's voice was filled with endless unwillingness and hatred. What kind of heroes are you? What kind of heroes are you? The Demon King Wen Tian hissed. If it weren't for your ugly fighting style, I would have killed all of you a long time ago. The number of people who can escape from my hands alive will not exceed 10. Hateful, shameful. The Demon King roared. The saint-ranked expeditionary army would not exchange any emotions with him. They continued to attack the Demon King quickly and rationally. The Demon King Wen Tian gradually calmed down. The way he looked at Yang Dingtian immediately turned cold. He coldly said, I, the Demon King Wen Tian, am a hero of my generation. How can I fall into the hands of clowns like you? He slowly raised his greatsword, and as he breathed, the dark flames on his body burned and extinguished. That's right. I can't break through this tortoise formation. I've failed, but don't even think about winning. The Demon King Wen Tian let out a cold laugh and said slowly, my energy reserve is at the peak of the saint rank. It has been accumulating for hundreds of years. I've swallowed the energy of the Empire of Darkness for 200 years. Unfortunately, even though I'm an energy body, I'm still human and can't break through to the demigod realm. Otherwise, the energy structure of my energy reserve would have long surpassed that of a demigod realm. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. Fortunately, the Demon King Wen Tian was human. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the demigod realm after swallowing an astronomical amount of energy in the throne of darkness for 200 years. Once he broke through to the demigod realm, whether it was the human countries or the little western paradise, it would be a complete disaster. This was just like Yang Dingtian before. Because he had swallowed too much energy, his energy reserve had broken through to the great Grandmaster realm. But his Xian veins and cultivation had not yet reached the great Grandmaster realm, and the Demon King Wen Tian's energy reserve had long surpassed that of a demigod realm. But because he was human, his energy reserve was limited. Therefore, he would never be able to break through to the demigod realm. Yang Dingtian, I've done everything I can to possess you, because as long as I possess you, I can mate with the Naga Dugashuang and share her demigod realm talent. The Demon King Wen Tian said slowly, at that time I can instantly break through to the highest realm of the demigod realm. Taking a deep breath, the Demon King Wen Tian continued, this is only my first plan. I have another plan, and that is after 200 years, the netherworld ghost fire will bloom again. I'll use the ghost fire as a body and break away from my human body and energy reserve. I can still break through to the demigod realm, but then I'll be restricted by the ghost Emperor Wen Tian. So, you've always been my first choice. Unfortunately, it's all for naught, all for naught. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The saint-level expeditionary army continued to attack the Demon King Wen Tian crazily. However, the boundless energy was like mud sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. What a pity, what a pity! My energy reserve has already surpassed that of a demigod realm, but I can't obtain true nirvana and sublimation. The Demon King Wen Tian said in pain, but my failure doesn't mean your victory. Let's all die together. As soon as these words fell, boom! In an instant, a towering flame suddenly ignited from the Demon King Wen Tian's body. He wanted to self-destruct his energy reserve. At this time, there was no primordial evil spirit in his body. Once he self-destructed his energy reserve, it would really explode. If it was only the energy reserve of the peak of the saint level, although the consequences of self-destruction were obvious, the energy shield of more than 90 saint-level experts could still resist. However, the energy swallowed by this Demon King had long surpassed that of a demigod realm. It was just that it was limited by the energy reserve of a human, so it couldn't truly undergo nirvana and sublimation. Just like the dark dragon in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, it could only hibernate in the abyss. And once the Demon King self-destructed his energy reserve, it was completely equivalent to the energy reserve of a demigod exploding. The consequences of that would be extremely shocking. The heaven and earth symbiotic formation of more than 90 people would be torn apart in an instant. Everyone present would be smashed into pieces and die without a complete corpse. In his final despair, Demon King Wen Tian chose to perish together with his opponent. All of the saint-level expeditionary army was still attacking the Demon King like lightning. However, their minds were already in chaos. Yes, they wanted to get rid of the Demon King Wen Tian. However, they didn't say that they wanted to perish together with the Demon King. The death of more than 90 saint-level experts in exchange for the Demon King Wen Tian's life wasn't worth it no matter how they looked at it. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to President Su Yan and Yang Dingtian. What could they do to avoid perishing together? They had to escape immediately before the Demon King Wen Tian self-destructed. Of course, if they did that, the heaven and earth symbiotic formation would also be destroyed, although many of the saint-level experts present were already shaken. However, most of the members here weren't afraid of death. Whether it was the priest of the Silver Dragon Temple, the Dark Wanderer, or the saint-level experts of the Silver Palace Martial Artol, they weren't afraid of death. Only the saint-level experts of the 9 big tribes cherished their lives. Therefore, the 4 leaders didn't speak, and no one retreated for the time being. This was because if a few people retreated, all of their efforts would be in vain, and the entire energy reserve would be destroyed. Let's die together! Let's die together! Under the Demon King Wen Tian's roar, the terrifying flames had already swallowed all light. The energy he condensed became more and more shocking, more and more terrifying. He could self-destruct at any time. Once he self-destructed, everyone would be reduced to ashes. More than 10 saint-level experts present had already stopped attacking, and they looked at each other. In fact, they were already prepared to retreat. They were willing to chase after the Demon King, but they didn't want to die because of it. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly laughed loudly. Wen Tian, you want to self-destruct? Su Yan laughed coldly. You can try. That's right. The energy structure of your Sea of Qi has already surpassed that of a demigod. However, don't forget that your Sea of Qi hasn't undergone nirvana, so it's still at the peak of the saint level. Most of the energy is just dormant in the depths of your Sea of Qi, and it's just a pile of ruins. Once you self-destruct, your energy level will still be at the peak of the saint level. It's just that the time it takes to self-destruct will be longer, and the strength of the explosion will still be at the saint level. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was instantly doubtful. President Su Yan continued, therefore, once you self-destruct, there will only be one outcome. You, the Demon King Wen Tian, will be reduced to ashes, while all of us will be safe and sound. Not even a single hair will be lost. Why? Because the energy of your self-destruction won't even be able to break through the primal Chaos Emperor armor. You will be reduced to ashes inside the primal Chaos Emperor armor and die a cowardly death. Once these words were spoken, the flames on the Demon King Wen Tian's body trembled violently. President Su Yan laughed. That's right. Before you were defeated, you still knew how to scheme. You wanted to use self-destruction to threaten my members, so that more than 10 of them would leave the heaven and earth symbiosis formation in order to escape. That way, you would be able to break through and escape. However, although the ideal is beautiful, the reality is very sad. You are finished. As President Su Yan said the last 3 words, instantly, the terrifying flames on the Demon King Wen Tian's body were completely extinguished. That's right, his sea of qi had only forcibly stored the energy of a demigod. However, his sea of qi and mystic veins were still at the peak of the saint level. Therefore, this kind of self-destruction was still at the saint level. Even if it took a long time to self-destruct, it didn't mean that it was powerful. Indeed, it couldn't even break through the primal Chaos Emperor armor, let alone perish together with the saint-level expeditionary army. Ha! Ha ha! Suddenly, the Demon King Wen Tian let out a strange laugh. Then his huge body suddenly collapsed. There was no longer any energy left in his body. Just now, in order to perform self-destruction, he had used up all of his remaining battle mystic qi. At this moment, he was truly gone. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, President Su Yan was wise. Otherwise, the Demon King Wen Tian really would have escaped. Just now, when he said that he was going to self-destruct, even Yang Dingtian believed him. If he escaped, it would definitely be a disaster. On the way back to the human countries, most of the saint-level expeditionary army would probably die in the hands of the Demon King Wen Tian. Huff! As the Demon King Wen Tian's body collapsed, the flames on his body were completely extinguished. President Su Yan gave the order, and immediately the heaven and earth symbiosis formation shrank rapidly. Then it instantly changed and seamlessly connected to the heaven and earth prison formation. Immediately, the energy of dozens of saint-level experts directly turned into an indestructible energy prison, directly imprisoning the Demon King Wen Tian. The last boss of the evil ways was completely captured. Evil ways were completely destroyed. Chapter 1093. As the Demon King Wen Tian was captured, Yang Dingtian, President Su Yan, President Nero, and the others looked at each other, then let out a long sigh of relief. There was no celebration, and there was no time to lose. They directly escorted the Demon King Wen Tian away. When they left the main hall, they saw Shura Vulture, who was on high alert and ready to fight at any time. She saw everyone come out, and then she saw the Demon King Wen Tian. Suddenly, she really felt like her worldview was destroyed. The Demon King Wen Tian was very, very powerful. Logically speaking, it should have been earth-shattering, a battle that lasted for several days and nights, corpses all over the ground, and the world collapsing. How did it end in just a few hours and there were no casualties, and the main hall wasn't even destroyed? This was too simple. Vulture stepped forward and whispered to Yang Dingtian, "It's over." There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes, it's over." Vulture said, It's too simple. Why do I feel like it's unreal?" Yang Dingtian said, "Silly girl, isn't this good?" Vulture thought for a while and said, "It still feels weird." The saint-level expeditionary army escorted the Demon King Wen Tian out of the ruins of the demon capital, and then brought the Naga captives with them. When Queen Hai-Exan saw the Demon King Wen Tian being captured, she was so shocked that it was as if the world had really collapsed. The Demon King Wen Tian, how insufferably arrogant was he! He was like the ruler of the world, and he was captured just like that? How? How is this possible? Could it be that Yang Dingtian really represented the god of chaos? If even the Demon King Wen Tian was finished, then the entire world would belong to Yang Dingtian. Then, what was the point of her, Queen Hai Xian's struggle? Queen Hai Xian's emotions were extremely complicated, but the Demon King Wen Tian was trapped in the energy prison and didn't react at all, as if he was asleep. A few days and nights later, the Saint-level expeditionary army returned to the human countries, but they didn't stop at any city. They directly entered the entrance of the Taboo Continent's sea region. When they were about to pass through the Hall of Heads, it was the most nervous time. This was because the energy prison formed by the Saint-level experts' cultivation would completely dissipate once they entered the illusion of the Taboo Continent. So, when the time came, it was very Wen Tian was the Demon King Wen Tian he would be able to escape. Once he escaped, would be captured again to escape. Was Wen Tian's escape? The Demon King Wen Tian's was the Demon King Wen Tian's king, Wen Tian realm in Wen Tian in the world. President Su Yan used the void-splitting flame to open a huge dark energy door. Then, the Saint-level expeditionary army escorted the Demon King Wen Tian and the Naga captives into the world of darkness. Then, through the world of darkness, they entered the Hall of Heads and entered the Little Western Paradise. It was unknown whether President Su Yan was powerful or lucky. The world of darkness that they entered was only a few hundred times the normal gravity, and it wasn't far from the door of darkness. After the Saint-level expeditionary army entered the world of darkness, the energy prison around the Demon King Wen Tian was still intact. Just like that, the Saint-level expeditionary army successfully avoided the illusion of the Taboo Continent, passed through the world of darkness, and entered the Hall of Heads. At this moment, Bolu and Yao Zi were guarding the Hall of Heads. Yao Zi didn't care about anything, but Bolu was overjoyed when he saw the Saint-level expeditionary army come out of the door of darkness. Then he saw the safe and sound Yang Dingtian and the captive the Demon King Wen Tian. Sect Master, the Demon King Wen Tian has been captured. Bolu asked in a trembling voice. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Bolu's breathing became hurried. Then does the Council of Light know? Yang Dingtian said. Wait until he's locked up in the Hell prison before announcing this news. Bolu said in a trembling voice. Then I'll wait here. Yang Dingtian smiled at him and said, After he's locked up in the Hell prison, I'll tell you first. Then Yang Dingtian and the Saint-level expeditionary army escorted the Demon King Wen Tian and the Naga captives into the Little Western Paradise and headed to Mount Buzhou. Along the way, although they were nervous and worried, nothing unexpected happened. At this time, the remaining members of the evil ways and all the evil martial artists had been transferred to the energy prison in the Mount Buzhou's snowy castle. The captives of the Naga captives were also all imprisoned here. Yang Dingtian and the Saint-level expeditionary army continued to escort the Demon King Wen Tian into the Hell prison. They arrived at the entrance of the Hell prison. Yang Dingtian, Neru, Demon Rage 2, and President Su Yan, who were waiting here, each took out a quarter of the energy key. Then they opened the energy prison. The Saint-level expeditionary army escorted the Demon King Wen Tian into the depths of the energy prison step by step. Finally, they reached the deepest part. There were only 3 prisoners here. The Demon King Wen Tian, Dishibian, and Wulingzi. The first time she saw the Demon King Wen Tian, the Devil Queen was completely stunned. Then, as if she had been struck by lightning, she lost all reaction. He was completely dumbfounded. She sat there motionless. How was this possible? How was this possible? The Demon King Wen Tian was the ruler of the world. He was the sky and the earth. How could he fail? How could he fall into Yang Dingtian's hands? Could this be my hallucination? Undead Infernal Queen shook her head with all her might, hoping to clear her mind. That's right, this was the truth. This was not an illusion. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. At this time, the Demon King Wen Tian suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the Devil Queen. As for Di Sherbian, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Demon King Wen Tian had been caught. Then, wouldn't the Underworld Empire's Ghost Emperor Wen Tian be soon? One must know that among the many doppelgangers of the Demon King Wen Tian of the Empire of Darkness was the main body. The rest of the Underworld Empire's Ghost Emperor Wen Tian and Little Western Paradise's Eternally Wen Tian were all doppelgangers. Now, even the main body was finished. Then what hope was there? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Demon King Wen Tian was transferred to the Hell Prison. Layer after layer of energy walls closed. Finally, Yang Dingtian and the others let out a long sigh of relief. Now, even if the Demon King Wen Tian fully recovered his profound qi, he would not be able to escape. Of course, this Hell Prison did not have any combat profound qi. After the Demon King Wen Tian was imprisoned in the Hell Prison, he sat cross-legged and did not move. At this time, the Devil Queen slowly woke up. She crawled a few steps closer to the energy walls, as if she wanted to get closer to the Demon King Wen Tian. Then, she looked at the Demon King Wen Tian in a daze, even though his entire body was covered by the Chaos Emperor armor. The Demon King Wen Tian opened his eyes and glanced at the Devil Queen. He had stayed on the throne of the Empire of Darkness for 200 years. All of his emotions were already cold and numb. However, at this time, the emotions and feelings from 200 years ago gradually emerged. Sigh. He sighed heavily. Just this sentence alone was already different from his usual robotic voice. It was already somewhat similar to the real Wen Tian. Originally, Yang Dingtian didn't want to save the Devil Queen's deceased concubine as he didn't want to release her soul. But at this time, Yang Dingtian still asked, Wen Tian, is there any way to strip the primordial evil spirit from the Devil Queen's body and release her soul? The Demon King Wen Tian shook his head and said, her soul was originally free. How can it be released? She's just fallen into darkness. Yang Dingtian, what if the primordial evil spirit strips her body? Will she be able to return to her previous state of nothingness? The Demon King Wen Tian shook his head and said, I don't know. At this time the Devil Queen screamed, I don't need it. Yang Dingtian, I don't need it. I want to live and die together with Wen Tian. I'm already tired of your Void Clan's tricks and Shiwu Piaoyan's tricks. My fall is voluntary. I don't need you to save me. Yang Dingtian ignored the Devil Queen's madness and continued to ask, is there a way to strip the primordial evil spirit from the Devil Queen's body? Devil Queen, there is a way. Let the Naga Dugu Shui come over and take away the half of the primordial evil spirit tree from Piao Ling's body. Yang Dingtian, but at that time you took the initiative to release the primordial evil spirit and wanted to forcefully take over my body. That was why the Naga Shui seized the opportunity and took away the primordial evil spirit. The Demon King Wen Tian said, now, she has half of the primordial evil spirit. Moreover, the primordial evil spirit has a strong desire to merge the two into one. Whoever is stronger will be able to take away the other half of the primordial evil spirit tree. The Naga Duga Shui was definitely stronger than the Devil Queen. Therefore, it was reasonable for her to take away the half of the primordial evil spirit from the Devil Queen's body. However, the primordial evil spirit was already so strong when it was only half. When it merged into one, how terrifying would it be? As for what the consequences would be, it was completely unknown. The fact that the Naga Shui had half of the primordial evil spirit was enough to give Yang Dingtian a headache. If there was a complete primordial evil spirit, then the consequences, therefore, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to put this thought aside for the time being. Wen Tian, my father-in-law, Shimenuya, was hit by the soul-devouring evil spirit tree. My wife, Dongfang Bingling, was also hit by the soul-devouring evil spirit tree. Now I've sealed them all in ice. Yang Dingtian, this soul-devouring evil spirit tree was created by you. Do you have a solution? I created it. The Demon King Wen-Tian shook his head and smiled. It wasn't created by me. I also don't have a solution. Therefore, your father-in-law and your wife will definitely become bloodthirsty monsters. Yang Dingtian's gaze suddenly trembled, and he said, Then who has a solution? The Demon King Wen-Tian. Whoever created it will have a solution. Yang Dingtian. Then who created this evil, soul-devouring evil spirit tree? Is he related to the evil spirit tree? The Demon King Wen-Tian. If they are related, then they are not. If they are not related, then they are somewhat related. Yang Dingtian said angrily, Say it clearly. The Demon King Wen-Tian shook his head and said, It's not clear, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Then who created this evil, soul-devouring, evil spirit tree? The Demon King Wen-Tian. I got it from the soul departing palace. Soul departing palace. It's the soul departing palace again. Zhu Qingzhu entered the soul departing palace by chance and became incomparably powerful. Queen Poisa was caught through space and entered the soul departing palace, giving birth to the Naga Duguxuang. Dugu Irin of the Pleasure Palace entered the soul departing palace and also obtained Shura's body. Yang Dingtian, Wen-Tian, could it be that you also entered the soul departing palace? The Demon King Wen-Tian. Of course, otherwise, how could I discover the primordial evil spirit? How could I obtain the primordial Naga's gem? Instantly, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. The Demon King Wen-Tian actually obtained everything from the soul departing palace? Even something as powerful as the primordial evil spirit was obtained from the soul departing palace? Then what exactly is this soul departing palace? Yang Dingtian asked word by word. Then this soul departing palace, where is it? The Demon King Wen-Tian shook his head and said, Where is the soul departing palace? I also want to know. If you know the answer, remember to tell me. Of course, if I die, remember to burn it to me, so that I won't die in peace. Yang Dingtian. Then how did you enter the soul departing palace? How should I enter the soul departing palace? The Demon King Wen-Tian. We were all guided into the soul departing palace in a moment of despair. If you want to enter the soul departing palace, it should be very simple. Perhaps your other Naga woman, Shimin Ningning, is the envoy of the soul departing palace. Yang Dingtian already knew that Shimin Ningning was a Naga. Moreover, she was a Naga of the later generation and was a spiritual type. Her cultivation in martial arts was very ordinary, and there was an essential difference between her and the Nagashwang. But she was actually the envoy of the soul departing palace. Moreover, the Demon King Wen-Tian used the word perhaps, and even he himself was not too sure. Chapter 1094. Where is the soul leaving palace? What does it want to do? The Demon King Wen-Tian said that Shimin Ningning might be the emissary of the soul leaving palace. Then what role does Queen Medusa play in the soul leaving palace? Of course, whether it was letting Queen Poisa give birth to Demigod Naga, or letting the Demon King Wen-Tian discover the original evil spirit, or Zhu Qingzhu's fortuitous encounter, or Dugu Irin's fortuitous encounter. In short, everything the soul leaving palace did seem to be a disaster to the world. Everything it did seemed to be standing on the opposite side of Yang Dingtian. It seemed to be the enemy of the god of chaos. Then, did it mean that the so-called soul-leaving palace was the highest evil force in the world, and also Yang Dingtian's ultimate enemy? Thinking of the word enemy, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but think of the gentle and amiable Shimin Ningning. The time she stayed with him was very short, but it completely warmed his heart. She completely protected and cherished him without reservation. It could be said that Shimin Ningning was the first woman who was truly good to Yang Dingtian. Speaking of being good to Yang Dingtian, she was even better than Shimin Yanyan. At that time, Yang Dingtian didn't feel it clearly. Now that he thought about it, Shimin Ningning was completely good to Yang Dingtian for no reason, and directly gave everything. What did Shimin Ningning have? She had the Demon King Wentian's tear essence, which was equivalent to the seal of the original evil spirit's energy. She also had the most precious space ring, the one and only space ring in the world. It completely represented the world's top secret space ring. She gave all these things to Yang Dingtian. As for the deep-sea Xian clothes, it was her most insignificant thing. As for the end, in order to let Yang Dingtian kill the Millennium Owl, she actually got the deep-sea Xian poison. At that time, the naive and ignorant Yang Dingtian, although he was very surprised, he could not think of the meaning behind this deep-sea Xian poison. There was no deep-sea Xian poison in this world. The deep-sea Xian poison that Shimin Ningning took out was fresh. It was just extracted from Naga. Therefore, this deep-sea Xian poison was most likely extracted from the depths of her own body? Or was it a gift from Queen Medusa? No matter which type it was, the value of this deep-sea Xian poison was completely immeasurable. In the end, it was given to Yang Dingtian to kill the Millennium Owl. The value of 100 Millennium Owls could not even compare to a portion of deep-sea black poison. It was this woman who, for no reason at all, suddenly gave up everything for Yang Dingtian. In the end, for the sake of Yang Dingtian, he probably killed all of them and disappeared without a trace. According to the story, she should have been imprisoned by her mother, Queen Medusa. Why were they imprisoned? Of course, it was because of Yang Dingtian. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian's trip to the soul-leaving palace immediately became very urgent. Yang Dingtian left the hell prison, but his mind was still full of mysteries. Evil ways had been completely destroyed, so there were only two specific goals left. The first was to find Naga Shuang, and the second was to find the soul-leaving palace. Looking for Shuang heir, Yang Dingtian was no longer to share the demigod's body, but to prevent her from bringing disaster to the world. Strictly speaking, the human nations no longer had any enemies in this world. Of course, the ghost emperor Wen Tian of the Underworld Empire was an enemy, but it was trapped in the Underworld Empire and could not come out. As long as Yang Dingtian's lightning weapon reached a certain level, he could enter the Underworld Empire and destroy the undead army and the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Moreover, this was not an urgent matter. Going to the soul-leaving palace was more to reveal the truth, to save Dongfang Bingling and Shimin Wuya. Also, it was for Shimin Ningning. Of course, before these two things, there was another urgent matter. That was to immediately decide the fate of the Demon King, Wen Tian. In the conference room of the Snow Mountain Castle, the leaders of the 3 tribes, the Silver Dragon Temple, and the representatives of the 9 tribes, a total of 6 people, were discussing again. The clerk was still High Priest Huwu. The topic of this discussion was only one. Should the Demon King Wen Tian be executed? When should he be executed? The mermaid Queen Violet said, I suggest that the Demon King Wen Tian be executed immediately to prevent further problems. President Nair said, Yang Dingtian, does Wen Tian have any other secrets? Yang Dingtian said, even if there are any secrets, he will only speak if he is willing to. If he is not willing to speak, no one will be able to make him speak. This person is too terrifying. I also think that the sooner he is executed, the sooner the hidden dangers will be eliminated. Demon Rage 2 said, I also agree that he should be executed as soon as possible. This way, the alliance of our 3 tribes and the unification of the Little Western Paradise can start a day earlier. Also, some of the fox demons in the Little Western Paradise can migrate to the human countries and adapt to the new living environment. This can also start a day earlier. Demon Rage 2 shook his head. It was unknown whether he agreed or disagreed. President Su Yen thought for a while and said, all right, the sooner the Demon King Wen Tian is executed, the better. It is more beneficial for the entire world. Thus, the plan was decided. Execute the Demon King Wen Tian as soon as possible. President Su Yen said, The Demon King Wen Tian has no evil spirits. Should we continue to send him to the border of the abyss to be executed, or throw him into the dark matter to be executed? Yang Dingtian said, "These two methods of execution are fine. However, the dark matter will have to enter the spatial tear or the human nation. I'm afraid that there might be an unforeseen event. Therefore, we will still enter the dark world and execute him at the border of the abyss." Demon Rage too said, "The Demon King Wen Tian doesn't have an immortal body and no evil spirit energy. Therefore, we can kill him directly without using the border of the abyss. We only need to use the energy array to continuously attack him until his Chaos Emperor armor explodes." President Su Yen said, "That works too. Fire Dance, calculate how long it will take to execute the Demon King Wen Tian with our energy array." Priest Fire Dance said, "What is the energy level of his Chaos Emperor armor according to?" President Su Yen said, "For the time being, let's attack according to 5,000 saint-level Qi Cs." After a short calculation, Priest Fire Dance said, "That mid-level saint-level energy attack should be about 200 million times. If all the energy arrays of our hell prison are activated, it should take about 19 days to execute the Demon King Wen Tian." 19 days was indeed a little too long. Priest Fire Dance said, "Moreover, there will be a large loss of energy for the hell prison. It will cause our entire energy array to replace all the energy crystals a few hundred years earlier." President Nehru said, "Since he is to be executed, let's send him to the border of the abyss. It will be faster." Therefore, everyone agreed to throw the Demon King Wen Tian to the border of the abyss, just like how they executed Prince Li Ming. After the decision was made, they moved swiftly and decisively. Without any delay, they carried out the execution directly. Thus, the 4 saint-level expeditionary army leaders and a dozen saint-level punishers entered the hell prison again. When the Devil Queen saw Yang Dingtian and the others come to the hell prison again, her expression changed drastically. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and said, "The Demon King Wen Tian, because you have committed an unforgivable crime against the human countries, the 3 Races Alliance will sentence you to death immediately." When these words came out, the Demon King Wen Tian opened his eyes and his gaze twitched. However, in the end, he didn't say anything and stood up. However, the infernal queen dead concubine suddenly roared, No, you can't execute him." Then she stared at Yang Dingtian with a crazy gaze. "Yang Dingtian, I will exchange with him. You execute me and let him live." Soon, the Devil Queen realized the absurdity of her words. She immediately said, "Yang Dingtian, I promise you, I will strip the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit out of my body. I will return to the ranks of the hidden sect and become that nihility Piaoling again. Is that okay? Don't kill Wen Tian. Don't kill him." Yang Dingtian stared at the Devil Queen. It was obvious that she couldn't do it. She could control the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit to leave her body and enter another body to take over. However, along with the primordial evil spirit, her soul also left. Only Naga had the terrifying power to strip the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit. "I'm sorry, Wen Tian can't live," Yang Dingtian said. Then, more than 10 saint-level experts moved out of the energy prison and took away the Demon King Wen Tian. The Devil Queen collapsed to the ground and screamed, "Yang Dingtian, you are afraid of him. You can't wait to execute him because you are afraid of him. Yang Dingtian, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death." She was the Devil Queen, the dead concubine, the former master of the hidden sect. At this moment, she was as crazy as a devil. The venomous words that came out of her mouth were like those of a crazy woman. Of course, no matter how fierce she cursed, she couldn't prevent Wen Tian from dying. More than 10 saint-level experts brought the Demon King Wen Tian out of the energy prison and back to the surface of Mount Buzhou. Then President Su Yen was about to open the energy gate and enter the dark world's abyss. At this moment, Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly the earth trembled and the mountains shook. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone could clearly feel that the spatial plane that was being torn apart was collapsing. At the same time, the little western paradise shook violently and was torn apart. Countless floating continents and giant mountains began to drift. Many floating mountains suddenly fell into the sea. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the lesser nirvana of the torn space and the little western paradise would arrive in advance? What was the reason for this? The four leaders looked at each other. The drastic changes in the torn space and the little western paradise were still ongoing. Facing such a drastic change, should the Demon King Wentian's death sentence continue? Yao Nutu said, President Nehru, Your Excellency Yao Li, why don't you go to the little western paradise and stabilize the situation? I will represent the Fox clan and accompany President Su Yan to execute the Demon King Wentian. Priest Hua Wu said, If the torn space collapses in advance, then the entire little western paradise will have to be moved immediately. President Su Yan said, Yang Dingtian, you are the only one who can enter the torn space now. Go and investigate immediately and see if the torn space is collapsing in advance. If it is, the little western paradise will have to be moved immediately. If it isn't, then investigate the reason. Yes, Yang Dingtian was about to fly into the torn space. President Su Yan said to the Saint-level Punishers, Let's go. We will continue to the world of darkness and execute Wentian. Yes, all the Saint-level Punishers said. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the Demon King Wentian let out a burst of wild laughter. Yang Dingtian, do you see this? This is retribution for executing me. I am the righteous one. Destroying the god of chaos is the true salvation, the true justice. This is a warning from the heavens, a punishment for your foolishness. If you want to stop this calamity, there is only one way, and that is to return to the correct path, fight against the god of chaos, and liberate the entire primal chaos continent. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard this. The Demon King Wentian continued to laugh. As long as you execute me, the torn space will be over. The little western paradise will also be finished. Ha ha ha! You want this calamity to stop? Then you can only release me. Only I can stop this calamity. Everyone's expression became even more shocked when they heard this. Suddenly, President Su Yan said sternly, deluding the masses with lies, how preposterous. Today you will die without a doubt. Even heaven and earth will not be able to save you. Then he shouted, Yang Dingtian, immediately go to the torn space and investigate. Today, the Demon King Wentian must die. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Yang Dingtian flew toward the torn space like lightning. Chapter 1095. Yang Dingtian flew toward the torn space, while President Su Yan put on the Silver Dragon Inquisitor's mask and robe. Then he led the Saint-level Punishers and Monster Wrath II into the Dark World. At this moment, all of the priests in the Silver Dragon Temple had stopped meditating and were ready to deal with the worst situation. President Nehru and Monster, Li clan leader, returned to Little Western Paradise as fast as they could to check on the Little Western Paradise's collapse. If the worst situation happened, the entire Little Western Paradise's migration might have to be brought forward. Yang Dingtian flew toward the torn space while praying that the worst situation wouldn't happen. If the torn space was destroyed prematurely, the Little Western Paradise would migrate to the human countries. Not only would that be a huge calamity for the Fox Demon clan, but it would also be an even greater calamity for the human nations. Yang Dingtian used the demonic spirit Mist Cloak Flash and arrived at the border between the torn space and Mount Buzhou as fast as he could. At this moment, the energy wall at the junction had already begun to distort. Every twisting was accompanied by an extremely powerful energy. At this time, it would be very dangerous to create a portal here to jump. However, Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. He used the dark mystic flame to create a black hole to isolate the space. Then he used the mystic flame to create a portal. Although his life was in danger, Yang Dingtian was determined to jump over. Wait! Suddenly, the mermaid Queen Violets caught up and said, "Take me with you." Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Why? It's dangerous for me to enter the torn space. You should stay at Mount Buzhou." "I don't want to," Violet said. Then she touched Yang Dingtian's spatial ring and jumped into it. Yang Dingtian was shocked. This crazy woman had a child in her belly, so he jumped into the portal with all his might. As soon as he jumped into the portal, Yang Dingtian felt a powerful energy distortion. Fortunately, he still managed to jump into the torn space. Then Yang Dingtian immediately pulled Violets out of the spatial ring. She had to enter a state of suspended animation in the spatial ring. Yang Dingtian was worried that it would be harmful to the baby. It's fine, Violet said impatiently. "I told you that even if something happens to me, your baby will be fine. It's a descendant of a demigod. Do you understand?" Yang Dingtian glared at her. Then he took her hand and flew into the torn space to observe it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. If Mount Buzhou was only violently shaking, then the torn space had already changed the world. The floating boulders here were originally drifting slowly and rhythmically, but now they were flying. His drifting speed had increased by dozens of times. Boom! Boom! Then countless boulders began to collide with each other in the air, causing violent explosions. The boulders here were easily tens of thousands of meters tall, or even larger. Therefore, the power of the collision was like that of an atomic bomb. There were loud noises everywhere in the torn space. There were explosions everywhere. Countless pieces of gravel flew everywhere, like cannonballs. Of course, Yang Dingtian and Zi Luolan's cultivation was very strong. Their bodies were covered with a powerful mystic qi energy barrier. These flying rocks were basically unable to harm the duo. However, there were flying stones everywhere in the torn space. Their vision was very poor. In fact, he was about to lose his previous sense of direction. Yang Dingtian and Violets flew around quickly, looking for the reason. After flying for thousands of miles, they couldn't find any reason at all. They were like headless flies. So Yang Dingtian forced himself to calm down. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. Why did the torn space cause such a drastic change? There were only two reasons for the drastic change. One was external, and the other was internal. At present, although the entire torn space had been expanding, there were no unstable factors inside. Therefore, it was more likely that it was an external space. Then, the so-called external space had a total of 3 places. First, the human countries bordering the torn space, including the demon's domain and the yin-yang mirror. Second, the little western paradise bordering the torn space and balancing the energy, including the Buzhou mountain. Third, the empire of darkness bordering the torn space. So, which of these 3 reasons was it? First, the little western paradise and the Buzhou mountain were ruled out, because the drastic change in the torn space led to the collapse and tearing of the little western paradise. The drastic change in the torn space was the cause, and the drastic change in the little western paradise was the effect. There didn't seem to be any drastic changes in the human countries, although the energy of the demon's domain and the yin-yang mirror had been greatly overdrawn, and there had been several huge collapses. However, when the demon's domain and the yin-yang mirror collapsed, the reaction of the torn space was not big. If neither of these reasons was the cause, then it was the empire of darkness? However, the empire of darkness was completely empty, so it should be in a relatively stable state. Moreover, the border between the empire of darkness and the torn space was very, very small. A spiral of dark matter stretched into the torn space. This was the only energy bridge between the two. Yes, let's see if there are any changes at this border point. Then, Yang Dingtian identified the direction in his mind and found the border between the empire of darkness and the torn space. Then he flew over as fast as he could. This place was about 30,000 miles away from the border between the torn space and the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian pulled Violets and flew at full speed, but it still took more than 6 hours. At this time, the collapse of the torn space was still continuing. It was really like the end of the world. Countless huge rocks flew and crashed fiercely. The entire torn space was completely dark. They passed through countless rocks and flew for tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian finally arrived at the border between the torn space and the Empire of Darkness. Then he saw a shocking scene. Originally, there was a spiral of dark matter in the world of darkness that stretched into the torn space and connected the two independent planes, the torn space and the Empire of Darkness, together. And now, this protruding dark matter was actually spinning and shrinking. That's right. This spiral of dark matter was gradually retreating into the Empire of Darkness. At this time, the dark matter that protruded out of the torn space was less than a foot long. The mermaid Queen Violet said, "This is the reason. The Empire of Darkness is shrinking." Yang Dingtian knew about the Empire of Darkness's shrinking. At that time, when Yang Dingtian isolated the Skirich imperial capital, causing the energy of the entire Empire of Darkness to be cut off, the dark matter spread into the Empire of Darkness, causing the Empire of Darkness to shrink. However, the Skirich imperial capital was still rotating normally. Why was the Empire of Darkness still shrinking? Could this be related to the destruction of the evil ways? It shouldn't be like this, right? Could it be that the Empire of Darkness stopped production, causing the energy consumption to be greatly reduced, causing the Empire of Darkness to shrink? Of course, no matter what the reason was, the Empire of Darkness's shrinking had become a fact. And the shrinking of the Empire of Darkness also caused a drastic change in the energy field of the torn space. That was why there was a scene of heaven and earth collapsing. At this time, the dark matter that went deep into the torn space continued to shrink. Once it completely left the torn space would completely cut off its energy connection with the Empire of Darkness. At that time, what would the consequences be? Yang Dingtian really didn't know. Perhaps the entire torn space would be destroyed in advance? If that was the case, the little Western paradise would be destroyed in advance. The entire human kingdom and the places that bordered the torn space would also be destroyed. Would Cloud Sky City be affected? It shouldn't be, because the distance between Cloud Sky City and the spatial tear was more than 25,000 miles. Cloud Sky City might be shocked by the earth cracking, but it wouldn't be too big of a disaster. However, the early arrival of Lesser Nirvana would definitely be a disaster for the Fox Demon Clan in the Little Western Paradise. One had to know that Yang Dingtian's wife and son were also in the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian said, "Violets, go to Cloud Sky City and inform everyone to retreat to the south and prepare for a large-scale earthquake. I'll go to the Little Western Paradise to pick up Jia and Yao Yang." Violets looked at the shrinking spiral of dark matter and said, "Are you sure that it will cause Lesser Nirvana to arrive in advance?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't know, but it's better to be prepared." Violet said, "It's too late. At this speed, the dark matter spiral will completely shrink in an hour and leave the torn space. The energy bridge between the two planes will be completely cut off. We can't even leave the torn space in an hour, let alone return to Cloud Sky City and Indu. We might as well wait here. Let's see if Lesser Nirvana will arrive in advance." Yang Dingtian thought for a moment. Violet's words made sense. Whether or not lesser nirvanic annihilation would come would be revealed in at most an hour. At this time, President Su Yen, who was the Silver Dragon Inquisitor, led a dozen or so saint-level punishers and monsters wrath too into the world of darkness. After a few hours of trekking, they had arrived at the border of the abyss. The drastic changes in the torn space naturally wouldn't affect the world of darkness. The border of the abyss was still incomparably beautiful and mysterious. "Su Yen, is it?" The Demon King Wen Tian suddenly said, When you return, you should see a completely destroyed little Western paradise. Let me tell you, this drastic change is because of the Empire of Darkness. Only I can control the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, only I can stop this disaster and prevent Lesser Nirvana from erupting. Lesser Nirvana? Monster's Wrath Tu's expression changed greatly when he heard this. President Su Yen sneered and said, "Bluff! Don't be delusional. You won't survive." Then he completely ignored the Demon King Wintian's threats and directly ordered, "Throw him down and execute him." Immediately, the dozen or so saint-level punishers threw the Demon King Wintian into the border of the abyss. Chapter 1096. Yang Dingtian and Violets had been guarding the border between the Empire of Darkness and the torn space. They watched as the dark matter continued to shrink. At this moment, the hour seemed very long. As the dark matter shrank, the torn space became more and more terrifying. The floating rocks inside flew faster and faster. The collisions became more and more common. The entire tearing space was already completely dark without any sunlight. Violent explosions occurred one after another. It looked like the end of the world. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with unease when he saw how the situation was getting more and more intense. Looking at the situation, when the dark matter shrank and the Empire of Darkness completely cut off the energy connection between the torn space and the torn space, the Lesser Nirvana would really come. After the Lesser Nirvana arrived, the torn space would be completely destroyed. Little Western Paradise would probably not last for more than a few days. It would be torn apart and fall into the sea. Then the celestial chi energy in the Little Western Paradise would probably dissipate quickly. All life would gradually disappear, and it would become another torn space. When that time came, of course, Demon Sun Baby and Gia would not be in danger because of their high status. But most of the Demon Fox civilians, and even some of the Demon Fox nobles, would die. All of the Demon Fox elites would enter the human countries in advance. The Demon Fox race was much stronger than the humans in terms of martial arts. Moreover, the Demon Fox race had not been completely brainwashed and unified. Once hundreds of thousands or millions of demon foxes entered the human countries, it would be a disaster. At that time, there would be the possibility of another civil war. Could he stop the demon fox race from entering the human countries? Yang Dingtian extinguished this thought as soon as it appeared. If he was purely a political figure, then for the sake of the stability and unity of the human countries, he could reject it. But he had relied on the Little Western Paradise to completely destroy the evil ways, especially the Silver Dragon Temple. They had done him a great favor. They had also done the human countries a great favor. It could be said that without the help of the Silver Dragon Temple, the human countries would have been completely destroyed. He had to repay such a great favor. If Little Western Paradise were to suffer a calamity, and Yang Dingtian just stood by and watched, it would no longer be an ingrate. He would be completely heartless. Violets, can the Mermaid Empire survive in the Devil's Sea? Yang Dingtian asked. The Mermaid Queen Violet said, building an underwater city is definitely out of the question. But as an activity area, there's no problem. Yang Dingtian, that's good. Violet said, has it been decided that the southernmost land will be given to the Fox Demon Clan? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, at least it's much farther than the Dongli grassland. At that time, your Mermaid Empire will be able to surround the entire southernmost region in the sea and completely separate the Demon Fox clan from the human kingdoms. Violet said, don't forget that the Snow Clan lives in the southernmost region. That's your father-in-law. Yes, the Snow Clan was also a tyrant in the southernmost region. Moreover, the Snow Clan hadn't officially joined the Council of Light, so Yang Dingtian couldn't order them around. Obviously, the Snow Clan didn't want their territory to belong to a powerful race. Violet said, Yang Dingtian, of course, when you're alive, you and the Silver Dragon Temple can still control the situation in the Fox Empire. After you die, the Mermaid Empire might not be able to control the Fox Demon Clan. At that time, if the Fox Demon Clan needs more living space, it's very likely that they'll invade the human kingdoms. Unless you can live until the day your son becomes the emperor of the Silver Dragon Empire. Otherwise, there will be a stronger protector than you in the human nations. That's right. Yang Dingtian understood everything that Zi Luolan said. Mermaid Queen Violet said, "So, if you're smart enough, you should refuse the Fox Demon Clan's large-scale invasion of the human kingdoms." In the previous three-race alliance meeting, the Fox Demon Clan had to enter the human kingdoms in thousands of years. At least dozens of immigration experiments. To put it more bluntly, only the next generation of the Fox Demon Clan can enter the human kingdoms to survive. Only the weak Fox Demon Clan can survive in the human kingdoms. This is to protect you. Yang Dingtian nodded. I know. This was the overall plan of the three-race alliance meeting. Let the Fox Demon Clan live in the human kingdoms for a few decades. After a few hundred years, the next generation would be born. Then the genes of the next generation would be changed so that the Fox Demon Clan could adapt to the human kingdoms. The most fundamental thing was to change the strength gap between the Fox Demon Clan and the humans. This way, they wouldn't threaten the survival of the human kingdoms. At present, the entire plan was still being perfected. So far, the immigration details had exceeded thousands and hundreds of thousands of words, and it was still increasing. This was a very, very huge plan. However, if the Lesser Nirvana erupted in advance, it might really be a disaster for the human kingdoms. Rationally, what Violet said was right, but Yang Dingtian really couldn't do it. At this time, the dark matter spiral of the Empire of Darkness was shrinking more and more. There were less than 3 inches of the torn space, and the drastic change of the torn space had reached its limit. Now, not only were the boulders flying, but the entire space was trembling violently. The energy edge of the torn space was distorting terrifyingly. This meant that the energy boundary was already very difficult to control the entire torn space. Once a small crack appeared on the energy boundary, the entire torn space would explode in an instant. At that time, the torn space would expand by 10 times, 100 times. This was the Lesser Nirvana. It was a disaster for the Little Western Paradise, and it would also cause great damage to the human kingdoms. Of course, after the big explosion, all the energy would be released, and the torn space would begin to shrink and collapse. During this contraction, all of the shattered rocks would once again gather together and become a complete piece. Then, a new dark realm would be born. The characteristics of the dark realm were very obvious. The entire world was a solidified boulder. Of course, once the Lesser Nirvana occurred, the entire torn space would explode. Then, could Yang Dingtian and Violet survive? This was an unknown. However, it was already impossible to leave the torn space. It was too late. From the moment Yang Dingtian discovered that the Empire of Darkness was shrinking, there was no time to leave the torn space. Of course, he could still protect himself. Yang Dingtian had the essence of the primeval Naga. He could melt the dark matter and fly directly into the Empire of Darkness. The Empire of Darkness was shrinking faster and faster. The spiral-shaped dark matter was less than 3 inches. 2 inches, 1 inch. The final moment was about to arrive. The isolation of the Empire of Darkness and the torn space was about to arrive. Was it the Lesser Nirvana? It was about to be revealed. Yang Dingtian and Violets almost held their breaths, waiting for the final outcome. Dark world within the abyss border. With a roar, the Demon King Wentian was thrown into the abyss border along with the energy prison. In an instant, the incomparably powerful energy prison was reduced to ashes. The Demon King Wentian completely melted into the abyss border. Death was about to arrive. Even though the Demon King Wentian wasn't mentally prepared, he had always been invincible and had never thought of death. What he wanted to fight against was the god of chaos. He wanted to dominate the entire chaos world. How could he die? However, he was unprepared and death was about to arrive. The current him was only at the peak of the saint level. Even though he was wearing the Chaos Emperor armor, he definitely couldn't block the Abyss border. He could only die, but he didn't die. Even the Chaos Emperor armor didn't disappear. It wasn't because the Chaos Emperor armor was so heaven-defying that it could block the Abyss border. It was because the surrounding Void Fissure fire had already purified the Abyss border around him. President Su Yan released the Void Fissure fire the moment the Demon King Wen Tian was thrown into the Abyss border, saving the Demon King Wen Tian's life. The Demon King Wen Tian was stunned, then laughed loudly. President Su Yan, you still need me in the end. You don't dare to kill me. Haha, if you kill me, no one will control the Empire of Darkness. The Lesser Annihilation will erupt and little Western Paradise will be destroyed. Ha ha ha. The Demon King Wen Tian laughed crazily at the Abyss border. After a few minutes, he stopped laughing and said, President Su Yan, I'm 1,000 times no, 10,000 times stronger than Yang Dingtian. Then, the next thing is simple. How about I cooperate with Little Western Paradise? When the time comes, not only can you enter the human countries, I can even give you half of the human country's territory. I'm not as stingy as Yang Dingtian. Not only that, we can work together to fight against the primal chaos god and become the rulers of the world. Hearing the Demon King Wen Tian's words, Demon Rage Tu's expression changed. He said, Sir Su Yan, why don't you kill him? We passed the decision of the Four Sides. Killing Wen Tian is the will of the Four Sides. President Su Yan walked forward and patted Demon Rage Tu's shoulder lightly. Instantly, Demon Rage Tu's profound energy, sea of energy and profound veins were sealed. He couldn't move at all. President Su Yan's cultivation was too high. Punisher, keep an eye on His Excellency Demon's wrath second. Do not allow him to move in the slightest, President Su Yan ordered. However, his voice had changed. Yes, the saint-level punishers bowed. They didn't care about right or wrong. They only obeyed the orders of the Silver Dragon Inquisitor. After controlling Monster's wrath too, President Su Yan, who had personally assumed the role of the Silver Dragon Judge, slowly walked forward. He directly entered the abyss that had been purified by the void-splitting fire and slowly floated to Demon King Wen Tian's side. Wen Tian from Earth, you have sat on the throne of darkness for 200 years. Your wisdom has been greatly damaged. You are no longer suitable to be the leader of the evil ways, President Su Yan said slowly. As he spoke, his voice kept changing. One moment, it was President Su Yan's voice. The next moment, it was Eternal Wen Tian's voice. The Demon King Wen Tian's expression changed. He pointed at President Su Yan and said in shock, You didn't die? President Su Yan said, I, Eternal Wen Tian's body, died a long time ago. However, the moment I was thrown into the abyss, I killed myself, cut off my tail, abandoned my profound veins and sea of energy, and let the evil spirits wrap around my soul. Then I used the soul assimilation art to inject my soul into the spatial rending flames. Then a new spatial rending flame was born. Su Yan swallowed this spatial rending flame. Thus, the evil spirit's energy, along with the spatial rending flames and eternal Wen Tian's soul, entered Su Yan's body. Then a pure and flawless soul fell. The speechless race is as pure as they are weak. Mi Zhu couldn't resist the invasion of the darkness energy, and Su Yan couldn't either. The spatial rending flames were the purest darkness energy. The speechless race couldn't resist it. Of course, the whole process was very long and complicated. However, in the end, I still seized control of this body. So you don't have to die. The Demon King Wen Tian said in a trembling voice. Then are you Eternal Wen Tian or Su Yan now? President Su Yan laughed and said, Is there a need to be so clear? You can call me anything you want. The Demon King Wen Tian said, If that's the case, Why did you still bring Yang Dingtian to defeat me and imprison me? President Su Yan said, because your robot mind is no longer worthy of being the leader of the evil ways, no longer worthy of being the ruler of the world. Of course, I still showed mercy to you. Otherwise, even if you have the Chaos Emperor armor, you would already be dead. The Demon King Wentian said in shock, Then what do you want? President Su Yan said, Although Su Yan doesn't have the talent of a demigod, he is the first demigod candidate chosen by the fallen silver dragon of the speechless race. So now my talent and energy reserve are much stronger than you humans. I can infinitely approach the level of a demigod. I want the incomparably powerful energy in your energy reserve. I also want your Chaos Emperor armor. I want the two of us to become one and become an incomparably powerful new Demon King. A Demon King who can almost be called a demigod. At this moment, the spiral dark matter in the torn space completely shrunk. The torn space was completely isolated from the Empire of Darkness. The world changed greatly. The final moment had finally arrived. Chapter 1097. The moment the dark matter completely disappeared from the torn space, Yang Dingtian used the eye of the primeval Naga to melt the dark matter. Then he pulled the mermaid Queen Violets and drilled into the melted dark matter. At the same time, the dark matter completely disappeared from the torn space. Then, a faintly discernible energy wall completely isolated the torn space from the dark matter. But minor nirvana didn't happen. The moment the dark matter completely disappeared from the torn space, the sky indeed collapsed and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world had come. But after that, all of a sudden, the torn space came to a halt. Then, all the rubble in the torn space changed direction and continued to expand and spin. The originally chaotic order actually stabilized again. Yang Dingtian floated in the dark matter support and watched the torn space stabilize again. Immediately, she and Violets looked at each other. Then, Yang Dingtian created a space door, and Violets jumped into Yang Dingtian's space ring again. Yang Dingtian jumped through the space door and arrived at the torn space again. That's right, the torn space once again entered a kind of energy balance. However, the direction of the rotation and the direction of the expansion were very different from the previous stable period. The speed of the boulders and rubble floating was almost twice as fast as the previous stable period. Therefore, the good news now was that minor nirvana didn't appear. The bad news was that the torn space's expansion speed had more than doubled, so the arrival of minor nirvana would be many years earlier. Previously, it was estimated to be 4,000 to 5,000 years, but now it had to be recalculated. Of course, it didn't mean that the time of minor nirvana would be shortened by a cup if the expansion speed was faster. It wasn't calculated like this. Minor nirvana might not be shortened by a time, but even shorter. Yang Dingtian flew to a relatively intact boulder and felt the movement speed, strength, gravity multiplier, and so on. He recorded everything. Then, this data was sent to the Silver Dragon Temple. After complicated calculations, he could roughly calculate the time of minor nirvana. However, the fact that minor nirvana didn't arrive was still good news, wasn't it? Yang Dingtian began to fly to different boulders and collect different data. Then he began to fly to various parts of the torn space and began to calculate the volume change of the torn space. "What are you doing?" Violets asked. Yang Dingtian said, "Create a rough three-dimensional image of the torn space." This upheaval had almost brought about complete destruction and change to the torn space. When the great cataclysm occurred, some continents were torn into hundreds of pieces. The large ones were thousands of miles long, while the small ones were tens of miles long. For example, the Little Western Paradise. As for those who were more destructive, they wanted to tear space apart. The entire continent was torn into countless huge rocks. The big ones were hundreds of miles long, while the small ones were tens of meters long. Previously, when the space was torn apart, there were many huge rocks that were over 100 miles long. Now, almost all the large boulders had been smashed to smithereens. It was hard to even find a boulder that was 1,000 meters long. "Aren't you in a hurry to go back to Mount Buzhou?" Violets asked. Yang Dingtian said, "Now that things have stabilized, there's no need to rush back. The Demon King, Wen Tian, must have been executed a long time ago." Violet said, "Then how long are you going to stay?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't know. About a day or two. I'll take advantage of this time to estimate the approximate volume of the torn space." Violet said, "I don't want to stay here anymore. Take me home." Yang Dingtian was speechless. Then he said, "How about this? When I measure the distance to the southeast, I'll send you out of the torn space." Violets nodded and then said, "Yang Dingtian, don't you think it's a little strange?" "Strange how?" Yang Dingtian asked. Violet said, "Everything seems to have ended a little too simply. The Demon King, Wen Tian, was our greatest enemy. Was it so easy to eliminate him?" Yang Dingtian said, "Not every decisive battle is magnificent and magnificent. This time, I like the way we eliminated the Demon King, Wen Tian, not by relying on the strength of a single person, but by relying on the strength of the 3 races and the 4 sides to unite and eliminate the Demon King, Wen Tian. It's a good thing to have heroes, but if you rely on heroes for everything, it's undoubtedly a tragedy." Yang Dingtian recorded the data and said, "For example, in these 2 doomsday battles, relying on the Mermaid Empire and the Council of Light, we directly defeated the first attack of the Legion of Doom and wiped out all the forces of the Snake People Empire. And in the second doomsday battle, we completely relied on the warlock team of the Council of Light. This is the best ending." Violet said, "You said that in the underwater world after the Demon King Wen Tian was captured by us. Imprisoned in the energy prison, we gathered everyone's strength. Can we kill him?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "At that time the Demon King Wen Tian had no chi and couldn't resist. So in theory, we 90 saint-level experts could indeed destroy his Chaos Emperor armor and kill him. However, that would take a long time, maybe several days and nights." Violet said, "That's still faster than escorting him back to Mount Buzhou. Why didn't you kill him directly in the underwater world, but bring him back to Mount Buzhou to kill him?" Yang Dingtian said, "Bring him back to Mount Buzhou and put him in the hell prison. Only then did I truly feel at ease. Also, I had relevant information to interrogate him at that time." Violet said, "Why didn't you interrogate him in the underwater world, but back at Mount Buzhou?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "Because we felt that the Demon King Wen Tian was very stubborn. During the interrogation, perhaps he would only answer if we did something to the Queen Devil Queen." "No," Violet said. "It's because we've been dragged along since the very beginning. Whether it was the heaven and earth symbiosis formation that destroyed the Demon King Wen Tian, or escorted the Demon King back to Mount Buzhou, etc., we were all led along." Yang Dingtian narrowed his eyes and said, "Violets, you're thinking too much. The heaven and earth symbiosis formation was indeed the only way to defeat the Demon King Wen Tian. Can you deny it?" Violet said, "I don't deny it, but Vulture once secretly told me, as long as those fossils of the Sea Serpent Empire were shattered, many Sea Serpent experts' souls would appear. She could then summon countless saint-level souls to besiege the Demon King Wen Tian. Shura is a saint-level celestial spirit master. Why didn't they use it?" Yang Dingtian said, "At that time Vulture seemed to have said that in the Sea Serpent Empire he could only summon the beginner crystal elements. He couldn't sense the souls of the sea serpents." Violet said, "But later, after Vulture communicated with the Naga race, he secretly told me that after the fossils of the sea serpents were shattered, their souls would overflow." Yang Dingtian said, "But that was after the Demon King Wen Tian was imprisoned." Violet said, "That's right, but Vulture was a powerful celestial spirit master, and at that time the Sea Serpent Empire had countless powerful souls. He should have instinctively found a way to combine the two to eliminate the Demon King Wen Tian. Silver Dragon Temple Su Yan was so wise and profound. Why didn't he mention it at all? At this moment, a thought flashed through Yang Dingtian's mind. In the end, Yang Dingtian decided to let Vulture follow him in battle because he considered that her talent as a celestial spirit master would be of great use in eliminating the Demon King Wentian. Therefore, before he started the battle against the Demon King Wentian, he was indeed thinking of using Vulture to fight. Then, Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Violets, you're making things up. The Heaven and Earth symbiotic formation is the best plan to eliminate the Demon King Wentian. There's no need to complicate things. You're thinking too much." Then Yang Dingtian and her flew towards the southeast to measure the distance there and send violets out of the torn space. At this time, at the border of the abyss, the Demon King Wentian said, "2 into 1." Su Yan said, "Yes, 2 into 1." The Demon King Wentian frowned and said, "There's no need at all. You just need to let me go, and then the two of us can work together to capture Yang Dingtian. Then I can take over Yang Dingtian's body and have intercourse with the Naga Dugashuang. Then I can directly share the body of a demigod. Wouldn't the body of a true demigod be much better than your body of the silent race?" Su Yan shook his head and said, "No, no, no. He has something more important on him, which is the greater space technique. Once you take over his body, the secret of the greater space technique will be destroyed. And most importantly, once you successfully take over Yang Dingtian's body and obtain the body of a demigod, what will I be considered?" The Demon King Wentian smiled and said, "You and I can split the world." Su Yan shook his head and said, "No, no, no. Wentian of Earth, you are no longer suitable to be a leader. Your brain has already been destroyed by the Throne of Darkness, and I don't want the so-called sharing. I want everything." The Demon King Wentian's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, "But you can't open the Chaos Emperor armor, right? Unless you follow me to the Empire of Darkness and use the Great Refining Array to let us become one." "Ha ha ha." Su Yan laughed loudly and said, "Wentian, don't forget that there are 2 souls in my body. One is Wentian's and the other is Su Yan's. I know what you are thinking. Going to the Empire of Darkness is equivalent to entering your territory. My life and death will be in your hands. As for whether I can open the Chaos Emperor armor, you don't have to worry about it. I know more about the spatial rending fire than Yang Dingtian." Then, Su Yan suddenly controlled the spatial rending fire. In an instant, in the absolutely transparent void fissure fire, a streak of darkness suddenly condensed. Complete darkness. Yang Dingtian has used the spatial rending fire for so long, but he still doesn't understand what the black flames are for and what the white flames are for. They can only fuse into a transparent fire. How ignorant! Su Yan sneered and said, "When it is combined with the energy of the abyss boundary, it can penetrate any matter, even some space-time." Swoosh! Then, this complete darkness suddenly fused into the Chaos Emperor armor. Instantly, a crack appeared on the Chaos Emperor armor without a sound. At the same time, Su Yan controlled his body and exploded. Boom! In an instant, his body of the silent race was turned into ashes. Only the sea of energy, Xian veins, heart, and brain that the evil spirit had included was left. Although it was a second-grade evil spirit, it was still enough. The second-grade evil spirit enveloped everything, turned into a powerful energy, and suddenly burrowed into the crack of the Chaos Emperor armor. When a crack appeared on the Chaos Emperor armor, the Demon King Wentian's contracted body was completely unable to withstand it and began to shatter. Only the peak saint level energy of the Demon King Wentian was left. Without the protection of the primordial evil spirit, he was about to be turned into ashes in an instant. Just as his soul was about to scatter, another incomparably powerful energy suddenly burrowed in. Instantly, Demon King Wentian felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. This body was completely unable to withstand such powerful energy. It was about to shatter in an instant. However, The second-grade evil spirit quickly recovered Su Yan's body of the silent race. At the same time, the crack on the Chaos Emperor armor was directly healed. Just like that, Su Yan's body, under the powerful energy of the Chaos Emperor armor, squeezed in. Suddenly, the energy of two Peak Saint level experts mixed, fought, and devoured each other. Several souls were also crazily fighting, devouring and squeezing. An incomparably powerful energy rushed into the endless sky of the dark world. Ayo! Ayo! A series of crazy roars. The entire abyss boundary was trembling violently. Boom! Finally, a huge figure suddenly jumped out from the abyss boundary. A brand new Demon King was born. A new Demon King that was close to a demigod was born. The most powerful Demon King in history was born. Chapter 1098. The new Demon King? What should he call him? Su Yan Wentian? Or something else? None of that was important. He slowly walked a few steps, picked up the silver dragon mask from the ground, and put it on his face. Instantly, the silver dragon head inquisitor's mask slowly grew on his face, becoming one with his body. Then he put on the silver dragon robe. He walked in front of Demon Rage 2. Looking at all this, Demon Rage 2 was completely stunned. As for the saint-level punishers, they didn't care about what was happening at all. They were only loyal to the Silver Dragon Temple and only followed the orders of the Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor. Before this, all of their attention was focused on controlling Demon Rage 2. They completely ignored everything else. Wait here. I'll have a few words with Demon Rage 2. The new Demon King, Su Yan Wentian, said. Yes. The saint-level punishers said. Then they sat down and closed their eyes. The new Demon King held Demon Rage 2's shoulder as they walked and talked. Demon Rage 2, you're very smart, right? The new Demon King still spoke with Su Yan's voice. Yes, Your Excellency, Su Yan. Demon Rage 2 said. The new Demon King said. So, our cooperation will continue, right? Demon Rage 2 said. Of course. Cooperating with you is much better than cooperating with Yang Dingtian. The new Demon King said, smart. You saw it just now. The torn space changed drastically. Even if the lesser nirvana didn't happen, the little Western paradise doesn't have much time left. So, the Fox clan's large-scale migration to the human countries must be carried out in advance. According to the discussion with Yang Dingtian, it's too slow. Why should the Fox clan's interests be transferred to the human countries quickly? Demon Rage 2 bowed and said, That's right. The situation has changed, so the plan has to change. The new Demon King said, The Fox clan is countless times stronger than the humans, so I don't think there's a need to negotiate with the human countries. This world is a survival of the fittest. If you need something, you can just snatch it. It's better than being gifted by others, right? Demon Rage 2 said, You're right. The new Demon King said, For the sake of the Fox race's future, I've decided to invade the human countries on a large scale, completely enslaving them and occupying them. Will you stand on my side? Demon Rage 2 said, Of course I'm on your side. The new Demon King said, I believe that not long after, Yang Dingtian will return to Snow Mountain Castle for a meeting. At that time, you will cooperate with me and imprison him, right? Of course, Demon Rage 2 said. The new Demon King, Su Yentian, continued. Oh, right, we can't leave any of the martial saints on Yang Dingtian's side alive. We have to get rid of them all in one fell swoop, right? Especially the Mermaid Queen. After all, she has a demigod descendant in her belly. The existence of this demigod descendant will affect the interests of your grandson, right? Demon Rage 2's face trembled as he said, Yes. Very good, the new Demon King said. All right, the Demon King Wentian is dead. Let's go back. Yes. Demon Rage 2 said. All the martial saints said. The new Demon King said again, We've discussed before. Why don't you send your demigod descendant's grandson to Mount Bujo in advance? In a while, I'll personally write a letter. You should write a letter too. I'll have the Punishers bring your daughter Jia and your grandson Yao Yang to Snow Mountain Castle. How about that? Demon Rage 2's face suddenly trembled as he said, "Okay." Then the new Demon King and the martial saints led Demon Rage 2 to open the door of darkness and enter the Hall of Skulls. At this time, Yao Zi and Bo Lu were standing guard in the Hall of Skulls. Seeing the door of darkness open, Bo Lu immediately asked excitedly, "Your Excellency Demon Rage, where's Sect Master Yang Dingtian?" Demon Rage 2 said, "There's been a huge change in the torn space. Sect Master Yang Dingtian went to investigate." Bo Lu said, "Then where's the Demon King Wentian? Has he been officially imprisoned?" At this time the new Demon King said, "Through the Three Clans Four Sides Conference, the Demon King Wentian has been officially executed. From now on, there's no the Demon King Wentian." Bo Lu said excitedly, "Then, after I go out, can I officially send this good news to the human countries?" The new Demon King smiled and said, "Of course, Your Excellency, Bo Lu. You know my name? Ancestor Su Yan." Bo Lu said excitedly. The new Demon King said, "Of course I know. Sect Master Yang often mentions you. You're the bridge of friendship between the Fox Clan and the human countries." Bo Lu was instantly incomparably excited. He was so excited that his face flushed red. "I'll fight for the future of the Fox Clan and the human race for the rest of my life." "Very well," the new Demon King said. At this time he was hesitating. Should he leave the two saint rank punishers behind to seize the gate to the human countries? But then he thought about it. There were no more enemies in the human countries right now. If he seized the gate to the human countries, he'd probably alert the enemy. If Yang Dingtian didn't return through the spatial rift and instead entered the Little Western Paradise from the Great Hall of Skulls, then seeing the saint rank punishers guarding the gate to the human countries, he might become suspicious and not dare to enter the Little Western Paradise. From the looks of it, Yang Dingtian was more important than the gate to the human countries. And so the new Demon King temporarily gave up on the idea of seizing the gate to the human countries. He brought the Punishers and Fiends' Wrath too into the Little Western Paradise. At this time, the Little Western Paradise's upheaval had already stopped. However, many of the floating mountains and continents were still showing signs of being torn apart. Furthermore, some of the smaller floating mountains had already fallen into the deep sea. The new Demon King took a deep breath and then sighed. Although this upheaval isn't Little Nirvana, it's still a disaster. The Little Western Paradise's Xian Qi density has become thinner. Fiend's Wrath too was shocked. He also closed his eyes to feel the Xian Qi density. The Little Western Paradise's Xian Qi really had become thinner, and it was even slowly disappearing. The new Demon King said, "It seems that the Fox Demon Clan's seizing of the human countries is imminent." Then the new Demon King suddenly smiled and said, "Oh right, it's time to bring your daughter and grandson to Mount Buzhou." Then the new Demon King wrote a letter. He stared at Fiend's Wrath too, and also wrote a letter. He signed his name and stamped the silver Dragon Temple's emblem. Then he handed the two letters to the two saint rank punishers and said, "Go to Indu and bring Lady Jia and her son to Snow Mountain Castle." Yes, the two saint rank punishers took the letters and flew toward Indu. A few hours later, the new Demon King Su Yan went in, Fiend's Wrath too, and the punishers entered Snow Mountain Castle on Mount Buzhou. At this time, Fiend's Wrath too and Neru returned to the main hall of Snow Mountain Castle. Seeing Fiend's Wrath too and Su Yan Wentian return, she stepped forward and said, "Has Wentian been executed?" Fiend's Wrath too nodded and said yes. The new Demon King Su Yan Wentian said, "Where's Sir Yang Dingtian? Hasn't he returned yet?" Neru said, "He hasn't returned yet. He's probably continuing to observe the spatial tear to obtain more detailed data for us." The new Demon King Su Yan Wentian said, "If I'm not wrong, The upheaval of the spatial tear this time should be related to the Empire of Darkness. Although Little Nirvana didn't happen, it still caused a lot of damage to Little Western Paradise. At this time, not only has a lot of land in Little Western Paradise fallen into the deep sea, but the Xianqi density has also become thinner. So, we have to speed up the migration to the human countries. Nehru said, I think we should wait for Yang Dingtian to return and provide more detailed data so that we can calculate how long Little Western Paradise has before we make a plan. Su Yan Wentian glanced at Nehru, then nodded and said, All right, then we'll wait for Yang Dingtian to return. Then Su Yan Wentian said, Where's Fire Dance? Nehru said, The people of the Council of Light are investigating the crimes of the remnants of evil ways one by one. As the representative of the Silver Dragon Temple, High Priest Fire Dance is supervising this. Su Yan Wentian said, Let's go and take a look. Na Lu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Su Yan Wentian brought Fiend's Wrath 2, and Chairman Nehru to the underground energy prison of Snow Mountain Castle. After going a few thousand meters deep, they finally arrived at the underground prison. At this time, the team of the Council of Light, which was led by Qin Huaiyu, was judging the remnants of evil ways. Of course, there was also one thing to do to find the spy hiding in evil ways. Su Yan Wentian led everyone into the underground prison. High Priest Fire Dance was sitting there in boredom, and she was a little uneasy. When she saw Su Yan Wentian enter, she immediately asked, Wentian, has he been executed? Has Yang Dingtian returned? Su Yan Wentian said, The Demon King Wentian has been executed. However, Yang Dingtian has not returned. High Priest Fire Dance immediately frowned. Then her nose suddenly sniffed. Su Yan Wentian said, Fire Dance, you've worked hard during this period of time. The Demon King Wentian has also been executed. You should return to the association first. I'll invite you to the next meeting of the 3 races. Fire Dance was stunned. Then she nodded and said, Okay. Then she bowed to everyone and said, Then I'll take my leave. Then she left in a spiraling manner. Su Yan Wentian stepped forward and said, Among these remnants of evil ways, who are second-grade evil spirits? Qin Huaiyu stepped forward and said, The dozen people above are all second-grade evil spirits. Su Yan Wentian said, The second-grade evil spirits will be imprisoned in the Hell Prison. Qin Huaiyu was stunned. Then he bowed and said yes. Nera was also slightly puzzled. Then a few saint-level punishers stepped forward and escorted the second-grade evil spirits out, transferring them to the Hell Prison. As for High Priest Fire Dance, after leaving Snow Mountain Castle, she rode a snow-white crane and flew crazily toward the north. However, after flying over Mount Buzhou, she did not stop. Instead, she continued to fly crazily toward the north, toward the spatial tear. That was because she smelled a terrifying aura on Su Yan's body. She and President Su Yan were simply too familiar with each other, and it was precisely because of this that Su Yan Wentian asked her to leave Snow Mountain Castle, worried that she would see through him. However, Fire Dance had already seen through him. After all, she and Su Yan had been together for more than a few thousand years. She wanted to rush to the spatial tear to warn Yang Dingtian. When Su Yan walked out of Snow Mountain Castle, he immediately saw Fire Dance crazily flying toward the spatial tear. Immediately, his expression changed. Chapter 1099. Su Yantian hesitated for a moment. Turn around. Su Yantian asked the world order. Yes. The saint-level punishers immediately turned around. Su Yantian easily restrained Demon Fury 2. Nehru and Demon Li Tu's profound veins and Qi Si's were completely immobilized. When Demon Li Tu's entire body was bound, his eyes instantly burst out with a look of utter disbelief. He was so powerful, but he did not have the slightest ability to fight back in front of Su Yantian. How was this possible? Su Yantian smiled faintly. Then his body was like lightning, instantly moving 100 miles away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if he had teleported, suddenly appearing in front of Fire Dance. Then he smiled and said, "Fire Dance, why are you in such a hurry?" Fire Dance was more than 200 miles away from him. However, in just an instant, Su Yantian appeared in front of her. Immediately, Fire Dance's face was deathly pale. She said slowly, "How should I address you?" Su Yantian said slowly, "When did you see through it?" Fire Dance said, "If I say it's now, would you believe me?" "No," Su Yantian said. Fire Dance said, "When you entered the underground prison of Snow Mountain Castle and saw me, my heart suddenly palpitated. I immediately felt the terrifying aura on your body. It was similar to the aura of a shadow devil. You know, I study energy. In my laboratory, there are several shadow devils that were killed. I still have a few bottles of Shadow Devil's Black Mist. Of course, I will not be completely suspicious if it's just because of this, because you just killed the Demon King Wentian." The Chaos Emperor armor on his body exploded. "It's very normal to have the energy aura of a Shadow Devil." Su Yantian said, "What else?" Fire Dance said, "Your tone has completely changed." "It hasn't changed," Su Yantian said. "My main body is still Su Yantian. How can it change?" "No, your tone has changed." Fire Dance said, "When you usually speak, the third word will be soft. However, if a sentence exceeds 10 words, the last word will drop." Su Yantian was stunned and said with a trembling voice, "Really? Why didn't I notice it?" Fire Dance said, "How can you notice when you're the one talking? Only those who spend time with you will notice. And when I spoke just now, although I still imitated the pronunciation of the speechless race, the sense of defeat is somewhat similar to the Demon King Wentian." Su Yantian said, "He is indeed powerful." Fire Dance said, "My cultivation is very weak. My main job is to research energy-related subjects. I manage the affairs of the Silver Dragon Temple, so I have to have a deep understanding of everyone. Of course, even with these 2 reasons, I still can't believe that you've changed. That's why I flew north as fast as I could. Because if you hadn't changed, you wouldn't have cared that I was flying towards the spatial tear, and you wouldn't have chased after me. So when you really caught up with me, I was completely sure." Su Yantian said, "So now, President Nehru and patriarchally behind me should have seen through it, right?" Fire Dance said, "You can teleport so quickly, only the Chaos Emperor armor can do that, so I think so. In fact, other than being able to control Snow Mountain Castle, you can't hide from some of the high priests in the Silver Dragon Temple, especially the speechless race. They're very sensitive to the auras of their own kind." Su Yantian said, "Thank you for the reminder." Fire Dance said, "Then should I ask why now? You are from the speechless race, so you should have no desires at all. You should have incomparably noble sentiments. So why did you fall?" Su Yantian immediately laughed and said, "Oh, no, no, no. Fire Dance, do you think the person standing in front of you is Su Yan? All right, at least Su Yan's soul is still in my mind. But you should call me the Demon King Wentian." Su Yan greedily swallowed the spatial rending fire, but inside there is poison. When these words came out, Fire Dance's expression changed. Su Yantian laughed shrilly and said, "When you executed eternal sacrifice Wentian, he knew that he was going to die. So at the critical moment, he used the method of committing suicide, abandoning his chi si and profound veins, and only poured his soul into the spatial rending fire. This is equivalent to using a soul assimilation technique to suck a soul into a soul artifact. But you also know that although the spatial rending fire is not bad, it is definitely not a good soul artifact. Of course, fortunately, it was protected by a second-grade evil spirit, so the evil soul was not completely wiped out. Then, Su Yan could not resist the temptation and swallowed the spatial rending fire into his stomach. Then his body, which was at the peak of the saint level, was taken away. High Priest Fire Dance's heart trembled. She always thought that Su Yan had fallen, so he took the Demon King Wintian's primal Chaos Emperor armor. She never thought that Su Yan's body would be taken away. Impossible, Fire Dance said hoarsely. Impossible, impossible. Su Yan is not only a powerful martial practitioner, but also a powerful spirit master. Eternal Sacrifice, Wen Tian, is only a half-step saint, and his spirit power is far inferior to Su Yan's. How can he take over his body? Su Yan's soul can easily suppress Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian's soul, let alone a damaged soul. Yes, yes, yes. The new Demon King said you're right. Su Yan's soul is indeed many times stronger than Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian's. Therefore, even though he swallowed the spatial rending fire, he could still easily suppress Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian's soul. Unfortunately, he could not completely destroy it because Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian's soul is entangled with a second-grade evil spirit in a corner of Su Yan's brain. Of course, if nothing happens, Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian's soul can only hole up forever. It is impossible for him to take over his body. However, things have changed. Fire Dance said, "What changed?" The new Demon King said, "Do you know that Mi Zhu is not the first to be addicted to the energy of the spatial rending fire?" Fire Dance's face changed when she heard this. Then she trembled and said, "Impossible, impossible. President Su Yan has never touched that thing." The new Demon King said, "Yes, he has not touched it for 2,000 years. But 2,000 years ago he was an addict. His willpower was very strong. He was actually able to get rid of his addiction to the spatial rending fire. Of course, if he had not heard the news of Neru's death, Mi Zhu would have been able to get rid of it. But do you know? When Yang Dingtian suggested letting Su Yan have the spatial rending fire, he should have refused. But for some reason he did not refuse. This is the root of his depravity." Fire Dance felt as if her world had collapsed. President Su Yan was also an addict of the spatial rending fire? The new Demon King said, "Otherwise, why do you think he did not care about anything in the Silver Dragon Temple and did not leave it at all? He was fighting with his own desires. He wanted to get rid of all desires, including the desire for power, so he completely gave up his power. When Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian's soul entered his brain, it was instantly suppressed in a corner, unable to move. But then Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian did nothing. He just kept persuading Su Yan. Come, go to the border of the abyss and devour it. Get addicted. That will be like heaven." At this time, Fire Dance's eyes were already red. The new Demon King said Su Yan resisted for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, for days. But the spatial rending fire burned wildly in his sea of vital energy, making his desire for the spatial rending fire stronger and stronger. In addition, Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian's soul was crazily shouting, making him unable to rest. Because he could not meditate, he could not fight against his desires. So he finally could not take it anymore and used the spatial rending fire to send himself to the world of darkness. At the border of the abyss, he devoured for 6 hours. It was like his soul was out of his body. After the first time, there was a second time, a third time, a fourth time. Fire Dance was already sobbing. The new Demon King said, "Do you know how many times he went to the border of the abyss to devour in the past month? 9 times, a total of 9 times. The time between each time became shorter and shorter. Then a noble and powerful soul fell. Once the soul fell, it was no longer strong and became weak. Especially when he was having a good time, the feeling of being in heaven made his entire brain relax, and there was no defense at all. Then, at this time, Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian took over bit by bit. Then, the quantitative change caused a qualitative change. When Eternal Sacrifice Wen Tian took over to a certain extent, he could suppress Su Yan's soul. Not only that, but he also drew out all of Su Yan's dark desires bit by bit. Do you know? One of them is you. Su Yan likes you. He wants to possess you. Fire Dance was already lying on the red-crowned crane, crying her eyes out. The only man who had left a deep impression in her heart had completely collapsed. Her idol had been completely destroyed. Su Yen said, "Madam Fire Dance, do you know who is the easiest person to take over in this world? Two kinds of people, the greedy and the noble. The more noble and pure, the easier it is to be corrupted. Why? Because absolute nobility is equal to absolute greed. The kind of complete lack of desire is the greatest greed in itself, because they enjoy this sense of pride in their spirit that surpasses all other species. They enjoy the feeling of transcendence, of looking down at ants for the rest of their lives. Just like the immortals on earth, they seem to have no desire. But are they really without desire? No, it's just that the things they pursue are much, much higher. Do you understand?" Finally, Fire Dance stopped crying. She raised her head and said, "What about Su Yen now? Is his soul dead?" No. The new Demon King said, "I still need to use his memories, personality, behavior, demeanor, and so on. So his soul can't be destroyed and really suppressed in a corner." Ah! Suddenly, the new Demon King cried out in pain. Then he hugged his head and said, "Sorry, my two soul clones have been separated for too long. Now that they have merged again, it's very painful." Fire Dance said, "Then can you tell me the next plan?" The new Demon King said, "Of course, I'm not afraid to tell you, but it's too long. In summary, it's to imprison Yang Dingtian and force him to hand over the greater space technique. Then I'll possess his body and copulate with Naga to obtain the body of a demigod. But now, you want to ruin my plan. I definitely won't allow it, so I'm sorry." Fire Dance closed her beautiful eyes and said, "Do it." The new Demon King shook his head and said, "No, I won't be so merciless. When I can abandon this Chaos Emperor armor, I'm very willing to enjoy you. However, that might have to wait until I possess Yang Dingtian." Then, the new Devil King, Su Yentian, lightly waved his hand. High Priest Huowu fell to the ground, unconscious. The new Demon King directly carried Fire Dance's body and flashed back to Mount Buzhou. Then he grabbed a ball of ice and snow and melted it into water. He placed Fire Dance's body into this ball of water. Then he abruptly froze the ball of water, freezing it to the extreme. Just like that, Fire Dance was temporarily frozen in ice. Finally, the new Demon King waved his hand and returned to Monster Rage 2 and the others. "Punishers, return to Snow Mountain Castle," Su Yen Wentian ordered. Yes. The Saint-level Punishers did not have any doubts and directly flew back to Snow Mountain Castle. Then, the new Demon King directly controlled Monster Rage 2 and the others, as well as dozens of second-grade evil spirits, and flew toward the Hell Prison. Soon, they arrived in front of the Hell Prison. The new Demon King took out a complete key to the Hell Prison and said, "The key is divided into 4 parts. It's just a facade. After all, this Hell Prison belongs to the Silver Dragon Temple." The new Demon King opened the Hell Prison and entered its depths. When he appeared in front of the Demon King's undead concubine again, he was still sitting on the ground, motionless. His entire mind seemed to have completely collapsed. Because she was isolated by the energy prison, she could not smell the new Demon King's aura. The new Demon King opened the Devil Queen's prison and walked over. The Devil Queen trembled violently at first. She raised her head in disbelief, and her breathing became rapid. The new Demon King opened his arms and said, "I am not the one on the throne of darkness, nor am I Yongxi Wentian, nor am I Su Yen, but I am the Demon King. There is no mistake about it. I am also your lover. There is no mistake about it. Because of a very special reason, the fusion of the Demon King's avatars was brought forward, and there was also a little accident." The new Demon King did not finish his words. The Infernal Queen's dead maiden immediately threw herself into his arms and wailed loudly. When the second-grade evil spirits saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Dishibian and Walingzi were also completely stunned when they saw this scene. What exactly was going on? How could this be? After crying for a long time, the Devil Queen said, "Your Majesty, it is time for us to counterattack, right? It is time for us to exterminate the human countries, right?" The words of the Devil Queen, undead concubine, were filled with hatred. The Demon King Wentian nodded and said, "That's right, but before that we need to trick Yang Dingtian over and capture him." Then he turned around and looked at Demon Rage II, Chairman Nehru, and Demon Li II, and said, "Slowly, the three of you can almost represent the entire little Western paradise. I want to lead the Demon Fox clan to invade the human countries, occupy them and enslave them. Do you plan to be loyal, or do you plan to oppose?" After saying that, the new Demon King waved his hand lightly and released the seal on the three's profound veins. Demon Rage II knelt down and kowtowed deeply. Chairman Nehru was silent for a moment and said, "Can the Demon Fox clan be completely safe?" The new Demon King nodded and said yes. Chairman Nehru said again, "Can my daughter, will you live?" The new Demon King hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said yes. Before Chairman Nehru said anything, Demon Li II suddenly roared, in your dreams, in your dreams! Who are you? What is going on? Are you the lowly human Wentian? You actually want the noble Demon Fox clan to be loyal to you. You are completely dreaming." Demon Rage II immediately hissed, "Brother, Li, shut up!" "You are the one who should shut up." Demon Li II roared angrily, "You cowardly and despicable thing! I am ashamed of being mighty with you. If a man dies, then so be it. I'd rather live standing up than die kneeling down. You lowly human Wentian." The new Demon King said slowly, "So you are saying that you refuse to be loyal to me and want to resist me, right?" "Of course." Demon Li II said slowly, "I know I am not your opponent, but I am not afraid of death. I am willing to die bravely." "Death?" The new Demon King shook his head and said, "Your Excellency, Demon Rage, sometimes some things are far more terrifying than death." After saying that, the new Demon King's voice suddenly changed. Then a black hole-like terrifying light shadow appeared in his palm. His mouth was chanting a terrifying incantation. The entire space suddenly wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Then Su Yan Wentian's demon claw, in the void above Demon Li II's head, suddenly sucked. Ah! Demon Li II let out a scream of horror. He wanted to resist, wanted to fight, but he could not move at all. Amidst his incomparable shock and terror, he felt that his soul was leaving his body. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of becoming a walking corpse. Therefore, Demon Li II, who never knew what fear was, let out a scream of horror. Then, amidst the wails of countless evil spirits, Demon Li II's soul was directly extracted by the Demon King, Wentian. Then he placed the puppet war soul into the soul armament at his waist. The invincible and heroic demon, Li II, had become a walking corpse from then on. The Demon King, Wentian, slowly looked at the second-grade evil spirits present and said slowly, "Everyone, this is the body of a peak saint. Moreover, there are more than a dozen saint-level punishers in the Snow Mountain Castle outside. Not only that, there are more than 20 saint-level experts in the Silver Dragon Temple. There are also 20 saint-level experts in the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall. There are also Dark Wanderers and more than 20 saint-level experts. As for the half-step saint-level experts, there are countless of them. I can use the evil soul art to extract all of their souls and turn them into walking corpses. Then, your souls can control these countless saint-level and half-step saint-level experts." As soon as these words came out, all the evil spirits present were completely shocked. In this way, not only would the evil ways not be destroyed, but they would also become unprecedentedly strong. As for Demon Rage the Second and Naru, their expressions also completely changed. If this was the case, then the entire little Western paradise would completely fall into the hands of the evil ways. Ah! The new Demon King sighed and said, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. When I was still eternally seeking heaven, I had always dreamed of this moment. Unfortunately, my cultivation was too low at that time. Now I have finally dreamed of it. After closing his eyes and reveling in it for a moment, the new Demon King slowly said, But before that, we have to do one thing. That is to uncover a spy. I know that there is a spy among the evil spirit martial artists who is Yang Dingtian's spy. Before this spy is found, we cannot proceed with the possession. Now, who can tell me who this spy is? As soon as these words came out, the second-grade evil spirits looked at each other. The new Demon King sighed and said, Sigh, it's a pity that I am not a powerful spirit sorcerer. How about this? I will let you go. You second-grade evil spirits will investigate each other and vouch for each other. After 4 hours, give me an answer. Either you hand over the spy, or you guarantee that all the second-grade evil spirits are innocent. Of course, in the future, if you find the spy in front of everyone, all the second-grade evil spirits will be executed. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the second-grade evil spirits changed. Then the new Demon King brought the second-grade evil spirits back to the underground prison of the Snow Mountain Castle. When Qin Huaiyu and the others saw this, they could not help but be surprised. Didn't they say that the second-grade evil spirits would be transferred to the Hell Prison? President Su Yan said, I forgot. The key to the Hell Prison is divided into 4 parts. One of them is in the hands of Sect Master Yang Dingtian, and the Hell Prison cannot be opened. Although Qin Huaiyu had doubts in his heart, he still nodded. Then the second-grade evil spirits were once again locked up in the underground prison of the Snow Mountain Castle. Su Yan Wentian said to Qin Huaiyu, Young Master Qin, let's go up. I have some questions to ask you. Qin Huaiyu was stunned, then nodded and said yes. Then Qin Huaiyu's team followed Su Yan Wentian and returned to the main hall of the Snow Mountain Castle. The second-grade evil spirits entered the prison and began to whisper to each other, vouching for each other and questioning each other. Before returning to the main hall, Qin Huaiyu asked, President Su Yan, what orders do you have? The new Demon King waved his hand lightly. In an instant, all the members of Qin Huaiyu's team fell down silently. The new Demon King, Su Yan Wentian, waved his sleeve and threw these people into a dark prison cell. Then, like lightning, he floated into the Snow Mountain Castle. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of every Snow Mountain Punisher and instantly sealed their Xian veins and Sea of Qi. All the Punishers, whether it was 1 or 3 or 4, did not have the slightest ability to fight back. In just a few minutes, all the Saint and Half-Saint Punishers were imprisoned in the main hall of the Snow Mountain Castle. All the Punishers sat neatly, as if they were listening to a lesson. 2 hours later, all the second-grade evil spirits had finished their conversation and left the underground prison, returning to the Snow Mountain Castle. The new Demon King said, As you can see, these Punishers are all saints and half-saints. They are all prepared for you. As long as you find out who the spy is, you can possess him. All of the grade 2 dark spirits were silent. Although they were incomparably excited, they really did not know who the spy was. In the conversation, just now, they did not find any spies at all. Was there a mistake? The new Demon King said, You can name anyone you suspect. I will be in the house next door. Anyone can come in and tell me. Then the new Demon King directly walked into the house next door and waited for someone to tell. The second-grade evil spirits looked at each other, but no one stepped forward, because they really could not find any suspicious people. Suddenly, a person stepped forward and walked into the house. It was Yang Zheng, or of course Yang Yincheng. He walked into the house and said, Your Majesty, Demon King, I suspect that someone is the spy, but everything I said is all speculation. There is no evidence. The new Demon King said amiably, "Speak." "It's Shiminju," Yang Zheng said, "the adopted son of Cloud Heaven City's Lord, Shiminwuya." The new Demon King smiled and said, "Oh, why is that? If I remember correctly, Shiminju and Yang Dingtian's hatred is as deep as the sea." Yang Dingtian said, "This is a cover for their relationship, Your Majesty, Demon King. Actually, even Yang Dingtian himself does not know who the spy is. He wants to find out who the spy is, so he did not kill us. You know that he would rather let us go than kill us. This person is very hypocritical and indecisive." Devil King Su Yentian nodded and said, "But that doesn't make sense. The hatred between Shiminju and Yang Dingtian had already started before the evil ways appeared." Yang Zheng said, "That's right. I have analyzed it for a long time and thought about it for a long time. Shiminju did not betray him at all. He has always been loyal to Shiminwuya. However, he realized that Yang Dingtian's situation was very unfavorable. He was not as honest as Yang Dingtian, so he pretended to side with Yang Yen and Qin Shaobai. His goal was to protect Yang Dingtian. Moreover, after Yang Dingtian became the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, he would always side with Yang Dingtian's enemies. After failing one, he would immediately side with Yang Dingtian's next enemy. Almost all the enemies he sided with were defeated by Yang Dingtian. Is there no mystery behind this? Suddenly, Yang Zheng's expression became strange and unpredictable. Demon King Su Yentian smiled and nodded. That makes sense. However, if I remember correctly, Yang Dingtian's kindness to your son is as heavy as a mountain. He even bestowed Cloud Heaven City to your son. Aren't you grateful to him? Yang Zheng's face suddenly twitched. He gritted his teeth and wanted to say something, but he did not know how to say it. You don't have to say it. I understand. Devil King Su Yentian patted Yang Zheng's shoulder and said, "By doing this, not only is he not doing you any favors, it is the greatest humiliation to you." Yang Zheng's eyes continued to twitch, and he lowered his head. The Demon King said, "Don't worry. In the future, the land of chaos, Cloud Heaven City, and the northern lands will all be yours." Suddenly, Yang Zheng could not breathe. His body was completely trembling. "All right, you can leave." The Demon King, Wen Tian, waved his hand and said. Yang Zheng said, Then will you do anything?" The new Demon King said, "Yes, definitely." Yang Zheng said, "But I have no evidence." The new Demon King smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since you said it, it means you are loyal." Yang Zheng was stunned. He then bowed and walked out. The moment he walked out, he instinctively glanced at Shiminju. Shiminju suddenly started to breathe heavily. Then his body suddenly trembled. Then the new Demon King slowly walked out. Chapter 1100. Boom! Suddenly, Shiminju's body turned into a ball of powerful energy. Like a cannonball, he charged towards the mechanism array of the Snow Mountain Castle's energy gate, launching a suicidal attack. His goal was simple. He knew that he could not escape, so he destroyed the energy gate's crystal array, making it impossible for the Demon King and the evil ways to leave the Buzhou Mountain region and to enter the human countries. This was the only thing he could do now. Boom! With a bright light and a loud sound, he turned into a ball of energy and crashed into the energy gate's crystal array. Between the Snow Mountain Castle and the Little Western Paradise, there was not a complete plane of separation, but there was still an insurmountable energy wall in between. The Silver Dragon Temple used the insurmountable crystal array to neutralize this energy wall, turning it into an energy gate that could be passed through. And the mechanism of this crystal array was responsible for opening and closing the energy gate. It was relatively weak. Shiminju's suicidal attack could completely destroy this crystal array, but he had clearly crashed into it, but the crystal array was still intact. Shiminju only felt that he had crashed into a huge energy net. The Demon King, Wen Tian stretched out his hand and clenched it. Instantly, he grabbed Shimin-ju through the air. Under the effect of the evil spirits, Shimin-ju's body, which was originally smashed into pieces, gradually recovered. He was lifted up by the Demon King, Su Yantian, like a little chick. "Don't you have a deep grudge against Yang Dingtian?" the new Demon King asked. Shimin-ju smiled and did not answer. The new Demon King said, "Moreover, I have already won. Even if you were Yang Dingtian's spy before, there is no need for you to be loyal to him now. Are you that stupid?" Shimin-ju said calmly, "I am foster father's son. Without foster father, I would have starved to death." The new Demon King Su Yanyan said, "But if I remember correctly, after Yang Dingtian and Qin Xiaobai's battle, you almost killed him." Shimin-ju said, "Back then, Cloud Heaven City was enveloped by Yang Dingtian and Qin Wancho's forces. If Yang Dingtian stayed behind, he would definitely die. I had to chase him out. Although he'll be badly injured in my hands, he won't die. If he fell into the hands of Yang Yan and the northwest Qin City, he would definitely die. In the end, this idiot wanted to fight me to the death. He actually used the berserk, demonic beast sword soul and lost 90% of his life." Yang Dingtian was now the ruler of the human countries, but in the mouth of Shimin-ju, he was still described as a fool. The Demon King, Wen Tian's gaze suddenly became complicated. "Did Shimin Wuya entrust Yang Dingtian to you?" "No," Shimin-ju said, "but there are some things that he doesn't need to say. My life was given to me by him, so I will abide by his will." Shimin-ju's tone was very indifferent, as if everything was as it should be. The new Demon King said, "Then, after the great victory, why didn't you take the initiative to confess to Yang Dingtian?" Shimin-ju said, "I'm like an inauspicious thing. Whoever I side with will die. Although my cultivation isn't high, my intuition isn't bad. I have a feeling that the Demon King, Wen Tian, won't be defeated so easily, so it's still too early to talk about victory. Of course, even if Yang Dingtian wins, I don't want to reveal my identity in front of him. That would be considered as having experienced a lot, and I no longer have any thoughts of glory, splendor, and wealth." The new Demon King said, "Then aren't you afraid that Yang Dingtian will kill all the evil spirit martial artists?" Shimin-ju shook his head and said he won't. He's soft-hearted and indecisive. If he doesn't confirm that there's a spy, he won't kill. Even if he starts to kill, he will leave behind a few targets that he suspects. I'm one of the targets that he suspects. He's a very stupid person, you know that too." The new Demon King said, "I heard that when we were in the Empire of Darkness, that spy secretly passed the information to Yang Dingtian, telling him that Dishibian is a first-grade evil spirit martial artist? How did you do it?" Shimin-ju shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's very simple. When the Great Refining Formation is creating the Legion of Doom, it will use up a huge amount of crystals. Therefore, as long as we do something and add some unnecessary crystals, these crystals will turn into excess powder and flow into the river of ecstasy. That's because they show a spectrum of order. And these spectra are a kind of intelligence code that the Council of Light used in the early days. At that time, it was still during Ning Wuming's time. They used this kind of method to pass on information to him." The new Demon King said, "Then, how many times have you passed on information to him?" Shimin-ju said, "I'm not a successful spy. I've only passed on information 3 times, and one of them was a useless piece of information. Of course, I once pretended to be an elder of the scripture depository and passed the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying sword art to Yin Shimin. That can be considered as helping him once. Therefore, I'm not a useless person." The new Demon King said, "But Yang Dingtian is already finished. All your efforts have been wasted." Shimin-ju lowered his head and said, "But I've already tried my best." The new Demon King looked at Shimin-ju and said, "You're a respectable person. Then I won't persuade you to surrender." The new Demon King, together with the 2nd-grade evil spirit, extracted Shiminju's soul alive, turned it into a puppet soul, and placed it into the soul tool. Shiminju didn't cry out. He just stood there as his soul was extracted. After his soul was extracted, his two eyes instantly lost all light. The new Demon King clapped his hand, and Shiminju's body instantly turned into ashes. Shiminju died a violent death, and all the second-grade evil spirits present were silent. Everything that happened just now seemed very ordinary, but it was enough to shock them. Even Yang Zheng's face twitched as he lowered his head. The muscles on his temples were twitching. The new Demon King walked in front of Yang Zheng and placed him on his head. I know what you're thinking. Don't degrade yourself because of this. He did it because of his beliefs, and you did it because of your beliefs. You took back your Yang clan's foundation. You didn't do anything wrong. The corner of Yang Zheng's mouth trembled, but he could not say anything. The new Demon King opened his hand and sucked. Immediately, Yao Li's body that had lost its soul flew over. This is Yao Li, the Silver Moon Clan's patriarch, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, the second most powerful person among the 9 great patriarchs. His cultivation is ranked first among the 9 great patriarchs. The new Demon King said, Yang Zheng, you've done well. I'll bestow this body to you. Yang Dingtian can give your son a lot, but I can give you even more. Immediately, Yang Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he knelt down and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, Demon King. Then Yang Zheng said, But I don't know how to be the Silver Moon Clan's patriarch. The new Demon King said, You don't have to do anything. You just have to be cold and disdain to communicate with others. Yang Zheng said, Then how can I help Your Majesty? Demon King control the 9 great clans? The new Demon King said, Controlling the 9 great clans will depend on Yao Li, this smart and cunning person. You can be a sharp blade. Yes, Yang Zheng said. The new Demon King smiled. Enjoy your contribution. Take over this incomparably powerful body. Then the Demon King lightly patted Yang Zheng's body, and instantly his body shattered. He used the soul-shifting art to extract his complete soul. There was only a soul that was protected by a second-grade evil spirit. Whatever qi, heart, or xian veins, they were all gone. Then it was directly injected into Demon Li Tu's body. Immediately, Li Tu's body shuddered violently as if he had been electrocuted. Finally, the evil spirit, including his soul, spread inch by inch to every corner of his xian veins, every corner of his qi. How is it? The new Demon King asked. Yang Zheng raised his arm with difficulty. His control was very jerky. Reporting to Your Majesty, Demon King, it is still difficult to control my limbs. I can't feel the energy in my qi and xian veins at all. Yang Zheng said, Don't worry, you need a period of time. The new Demon King said. Then he looked at the second-grade evil spirits present and said, Now this spy has been caught. What's left is your feast of possession. Then the new Demon King began to chant a terrifying incantation. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to be filled with the wailing of ghosts and undead spirits. Then the new Demon King suddenly opened his hand and made a grabbing motion. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All the souls of the saint-level and half-saint-level punishers in the hall were extracted from their heads and turned into puppet souls, condensing into soul artifacts. Then, more than a dozen saint-level punishers and dozens of half-saint-level punishers were all turned into walking corpses. At this time, the underground prison was opened. Many third-grade evil spirits also rushed into the hall. The new Demon King Su Yanwenchen said, All right, evil spirit martial artists, it's time for your feast of possession. All the evil spirits were ecstatic. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, Long live the Demon King! Long live the Demon King! The Demon King floated in the air, opened his arms, and enjoyed the worship of the evil spirits. A huge energy shield shielded the entire hall. Go! The Demon King smiled. Suddenly, all the evil spirits pounced forward crazily. Second-grade evil spirits enjoyed the saint-level punishers. Third-grade evil spirits enjoyed the half-saint-level punishers. Bang, 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 bang. The bodies of the evil spirits exploded one by one, turning into wisps of energy souls that circled in the hall. Under the control of the Demon King's terrifying and skillful hands, they drilled into the bodies of the punishers one by one. The entire hall instantly turned into a Shura hell. However, the entire hall was shielded by the energy shield and no one outside knew. The warriors of the Snow Mountain Castle were still patrolling and training loyally. Then, all the punishers in the Snow Mountain Castle became evil spirits. The new Demon King effortlessly took away the power of the entire Snow Mountain Castle. He obtained more than a dozen saint-level and dozens of half-saint-level experts. Of course, this was only the first step. After these evil spirits adapted to their saint-level and half-saint-level bodies, they would attack the Silver Dragon Temple. Then there were the saint-level experts of the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall, the Dark Wanderer. Finally, there were the saint-level experts of the 9 great tribes. In the end, all the saint-level experts in the Little Western Paradise, except for a few, would have their souls destroyed and become walking corpses. Then, they would be possessed by the evil spirits. In this way, he would have 70 to 80 saint-level evil spirits and a few hundred half-saint-level evil spirits. This was undoubtedly the most powerful force in history. The robot Demon King on the throne of darkness was really an idiot. He actually ended up being captured. But after it was me, I could easily reverse the situation and make the evil way stronger by 100 times or even 1,000 times. So, in this world, we have to rely on wisdom. A few hours later, the new Demon King entered the Hell prison again and handed the Snow Mountain Punishers robes and masks to the Dishibian and the Queen, Devil Queen. He said, "The two of you bring 4 saint-level punishers to the Skull Hall and take back the door to the human kingdom." "Yes," the Queen Devil Queen said. The Queen Devil Queen and the Dishibian put on the punishers' robes and masks and left the Hell prison. Then they flew out of the Snow Mountain Castle and flew toward the Skull Hall to take over the door to the human kingdom. The new Demon King looked in the direction of the spatial tear and said, "Everything is ready. I've already set up an inescapable net and was just waiting for you to come. I really can't wait." Once he captured Yang Dingtian, he could invade the human kingdom and capture all of Yang Dingtian's subordinates, wife and children. Facing his own family, Yang Dingtian would definitely compromise. The Demon King was very confident. Finally, dozens of hours had passed. Yang Dingtian's measurement work in the spatial tear was finally completed. He finally drew a rough, 3-dimensional map of the spatial tear. The accuracy was already quite high. After drawing, Yang Dingtian flew toward the spatial tear in the west. He was going to return to Mount Buzhou. There was the most terrifying, inescapable net in history. Chapter 1101. The Queen Devil Queen and Dishibian had gone to seize the human kingdom's gate. The new Demon King was sitting cross-legged on top of Mount Buzhou, waiting for Yang Dingtian to appear. Beside him was Yang Zheng, who had taken over Yao Li's body. Wulingzi's will had been suppressed by a first-grade evil spirit. Although he was extremely loyal, he could not communicate with him. The Queen Devil Queen and Dishibian had gone to seize the human kingdom's gate. Therefore, Yang Zheng had temporarily become one of the closest people to the new Demon King. This was because he had taken over Yao Li II, who was currently ranked 2nd in the evil ways. Moreover, with his face, it was normal for him to appear beside Su Yanyan. A few hours ago, the new Demon King had completely cleaned up the entire Silver Dragon Temple's High Priest Association. At this time, Chairman Nehru and Yaoru II were still imprisoned in the Hell Prison. High Priest Fire Dance had also been unfrozen and imprisoned in the Hell Prison. When the new Demon King entered the High Priest Association to clean up, most of the High Priests were meditating and did not encounter any resistance. Even the high priests who had joined the saint-ranked expeditionary army immediately returned to the High Priest Association to meditate after successfully capturing the Demon King, Wentian. To them, meditation was their main job. Everything else was just a hobby. Perhaps none of the high priests had thought that the disaster would come from within. Su Yanyan did not make a move on all the high priests of the Silver Dragon Temple. This was because most people in the High Priest Association wouldn't realize that he had been possessed. The first to be eliminated was the Speechless clan, because they were the most likely to see through his disguise. There were 9 speechless clans in the entire Silver Dragon Temple. Among them, 3 were saint-ranked powerhouses. The rest did not pursue martial arts. These 3 saint-ranked speechless clans had their souls destroyed by Su Yanyan's evil soul art, turning them into walking corpses. Then they were handed over to the second-grade evil spirits who had not obtained a saint-ranked body to take over. As for the weak speechless clan high priests, they were only imprisoned and fell into a deep sleep or unconsciousness. Then he was imprisoned in the Hell Prison. Among the remaining high priests, there were 6 saint-level high priests. Their cultivation was very strong, but their academic attainments were only average. These demon foxes became the targets of the purge. The new Demon King destroyed the souls of these 6 sage grand priests, turning them into walking corpses and handing them over to a grade 3 evil spirit to possess. Among them was Yao Jing, who was in love with the demon fox grand priest, the majestic female grand priest who had once helped Yang Dingtian. As for the demon fox high priest, due to her special relationship with Yang Dingtian, her life and soul were temporarily preserved. In the future, she could be used as a bargaining chip to force Yang Dingtian to compromise. At this moment, she was also imprisoned in the Hell Prison. Most of the remaining high priests were unable to see through Yan Wentian's deception. Moreover, they were extremely knowledgeable, so they stayed behind and continued to meditate and research. This was because the Silver Dragon Temple represented the highest intelligence in the current chaotic world. If the new Demon King wanted to make greater breakthroughs in the future, he would need this martial wisdom. Therefore, these high priests became very precious. And now he had more than 20 saint-level evil spirit martial artists and more than 100 half-saint evil spirit martial artists. After capturing Yang Dingtian, the Silver Palace Martial Arts Hall and the Dark Wanderers would all be possessed. At that time, the number of saint-level experts in his hands would far surpass the number of Ghost Emperor Wentian. Up until now, his new Demon King had taken complete control of the entire Mount Buzhou domain without any effort. At this moment, everything was normal in Mount Buzhou. The High Priest Association was completely silent. The Snow Mountain Castle's flag was still fluttering, and the security was still tight. The High Priest Association and the Snow Mountain Castle had dozens of evil spirit martial artists lying in ambush. Everything had already been arranged. There were no flaws at all. Even if Yang Dingtian was a deity, he would not have any doubts when entering Mount Buzhou. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was still on his way to Mount Buzhou, and the new Demon King was still waiting at the top of Mount Buzhou for a few hours. Your Majesty, Demon King, why don't we wait outside the spatial tear? This way, once Yang Dingtian appears, he will be captured, Yang Zheng asked. Mount Buzhou was still a few hundred miles away from the spatial tear. The new Demon King Su Yanyan asked, "If you are President Su Yanyan, will you wait outside the spatial tear?" Yang Zheng thought for a while and shook his head. No, even if President Su Yanyan is in a hurry, he will be calm. Moreover, we don't even know when Yang Dingtian will come. Waiting outside the spatial tear would be undignified. Su Yanyan said, "Even if we want to capture Yang Dingtian, it will be Jiang Taigong fishing. Only when he takes the bait will it be interesting." Yang Zheng said, "I have learned my lesson." Then Su Yanyan closed his eyes and quietly waited for Yang Dingtian to appear. Even though he said it casually, he was actually very anxious. Although Yang Dingtian was destined to be captured, he was still very anxious, because Yang Dingtian was too important. He kept saying that Jiang Taigong was fishing, but almost a few hours ago he stopped everything. He didn't threaten Yao Nu and Naru, and he didn't care about the little Western paradise. He just focused on waiting for Yang Dingtian's arrival. To be honest, Yang Dingtian was more important than the entire little Western paradise combined. Even though she was completely confident in Yang Dingtian, she was still a little impatient from waiting. Yang Zheng said again, "Your Majesty, Demon King, why don't you take Naru and Yao Nu Tu's bodies as well?" The new Demon King said, "You have to destroy their souls and memories before taking the bodies of these foxes." The Silver Palace martial arts hall's experts were still punishing those who didn't care. They didn't say a word, but the 9 clan heads and the chairman are different. You still have to rely on them to rule the entire little Western paradise. Even if you take the bodies of Yao Nu and Naru, you can't replace them to rule the little Western paradise. You only got their bodies, not their wisdom and memories. Yang Zheng said respectfully, "I've learned something." Then, the two of them fell into silence again, waiting for Yang Dingtian's arrival. This kind of waiting without knowing the time was the most torturous. Although they knew that Yang Dingtian would definitely come, they didn't know when he would come, especially when they had already set up an inescapable trap, and there was no way to escape. Yang Dingtian didn't come for a long time. This feeling was really terrible. It was as if he wanted to break the awkward wait, and as if he wanted to get rid of the anxiety in his heart. Yang Zheng said again, "Your Majesty, will Yang Dingtian feel uneasy and not come?" The new Demon King laughed and said, "Do you think I've revealed any flaws?" Yang Zheng thought for a while and said, "Although I haven't seen the situation before, you won't reveal any flaws." The new Demon King said, "That's right. How can Yang Dingtian not come? This person is very righteous. Once he measures the spatial tier map, he will rush back as fast as he can." Yang Zheng said, "What if he suddenly has a bad feeling? This kind of intuition exists." The new Demon King said, "You are thinking too much. You seem to be more anxious than I am." Taking a deep breath, Yang Zheng said, "Your Majesty, I've made a fool of myself. It's just that I've been waiting for this day for many, many years. You can't imagine how tormented my heart was when Yang Dingtian won one victory after another, especially when he told me that he didn't plan to kill me and even gave Cloud Heaven City to my son, Yang Yichen. I'm really close to despair." Desperately gasping for air, Yang Jing opened his clenched fist again and said with a sinister smile, "Your Majesty, he kept saying that he would bestow Cloud Sky City to my son as if it was a great kindness. But is that still my son? That's already Yang Dingtian's son. If I stand in front of Yang Yichen, I'm afraid he will stab me with his sword. To him, this father of mine might be a complete disgrace." Su Yan went in and said, "I understand. Killing for kindness is more detestable than killing for hatred." Then the new Demon King said, "Yang Zheng, after capturing Yang Dingtian, what do you plan to do?" Yang Zheng shook his head and said, "I don't plan to do anything to him, because he wasn't defeated by me. I didn't have any credit, and I don't have the face to be proud in front of him. It's just that my son has become his son, so I want his daughter to become my daughter. Of course, as interest, I hope that one of his wives can also become my wife." Yang Zheng's tone was very calm, but the words he said were the most vicious words. "I'll raise your wife. I'll raise your daughter." How vicious! The new Demon King smiled and said, "But I like you, my member. I'll let you choose one of Yang Dingtian's wives to be your wife, and raise your daughter while you're at it." Yang Zheng's breathing suddenly trembled, but he didn't say a word of thanks. He just desperately gasped for breath, as if that moment had already arrived. However, although that moment hadn't arrived yet, it was already close. Carrying the map of the torn space and various detailed data, Yang Dingtian flew at full speed through the torn space and returned to Buzhou Mountain. Because of the huge change this time, The torn space's volume had expanded by nearly 29%, so the flying distance had also increased by 30%. However, Yang Dingtian didn't care about the consumption of his internal force and desperately used the demonic spirit, Mist Cloak, to fly. After a few hours, he finally arrived at the intersection of the torn space and Buzhou Mountain. After arriving, Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. Through the translucent energy wall, Yang Dingtian found that at least Little Western Paradise wasn't destroyed and Buzhou Mountain was peaceful and quiet. That was good, as long as it wasn't destroyed. Of course, the entire Buzhou Mountain was still peaceful and quiet, and nothing was wrong. However, the energy wall between the torn space and Buzhou Mountain seemed to have thinned a lot and become more transparent. Yang Dingtian hurriedly released the dark mystic flame and meticulously carved a dark mystic flame array, constructing a black hole and creating an isolated space. Then he used an extremely special frequency, speed, and energy level mystic flame to collide. Boom! A magnificent spatial door appeared and attached itself to the energy wall. That's right, it was directly attached to the energy wall and connected the two spaces. Yang Dingtian leaped and jumped into the spatial door, appearing within the Buzhou Mountain region. Then he immediately shouted, "President Su Yan, the torn space is fine for now, but the migration of Little Western Paradise must be accelerated and carried out in advance." He's here, just as the new Demon King and Yang Zheng were waiting impatiently. Yang Dingtian suddenly appeared out of thin air and jumped out of the torn space, appearing in the new Demon King's field of vision. Then, just as he appeared, the spatial gate was still imprinted on the energy wall and hadn't disappeared. Yang Dingtian shouted, "President Su Yan, the torn space is fine for now, but the migration of Little Western Paradise must be accelerated and carried out in advance." The voice was transmitted directly using mystic qi and was extremely fast. The new Demon King turned to Yang Zheng and said, "I didn't say anything wrong, did I? I saw through this person. He's very righteous and righteous. He's really an upright and selfless savior." At the end, the new Demon King's mouth was full of sarcasm. Then he slowly stood up and said, "Sect Master Yang, thank you for your hard work." Then he quickly flew toward Yang Dingtian and opened his arms slightly to welcome Yang Dingtian's return. Finally, Yang Dingtian was caught. The robot on the throne of darkness used all his strength and even lost the entire upper echelon of the evil ways and the entire legion of doom. Yet he didn't succeed. Instead, he trapped himself, and as soon as he set out, he was immediately successful. Promotion to demigod was 80% complete. Becoming the master of the chaotic world was 50% complete. The most important part, capturing Yang Dingtian, was about to be completed. Then he was slightly curious why Yang Zheng didn't follow him. He couldn't help but look back. At this moment, Yang Zheng's body suddenly burst into a bloody mist. A few words were written in the air. "Yang Dingtian, run. He's the new Demon King." "I'm Yang Zheng." Not only did he write, but he also shouted crazily, "Yang Dingtian, run, 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 run." Chapter 11:02. Almost instantly, the dark energy on the new Demon King, Su Yantian's body, instantly soared into the sky. Of course, it was not only his dark energy that soared into the sky, but also his anger and surprise. And when Yang Dingtian saw the scene, he saw the words formed by blood in the distance and Yang Zheng's roar. Su Yantian had actually turned into the Demon King. At first, he was stunned for a moment. Then all the hair on his body stood on end. He didn't even have time to be afraid, because this had far exceeded the scope of fear. This already meant destruction. The Demon King Su Yantian looked at Yang Zheng with the most vicious gaze, and then his big hand suddenly opened. In an instant, Yang Zheng was directly sucked into the air and held in his hand. Immediately after, the new Demon King's figure shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. His position was a few hundred miles away from Yang Dingtian. However, this distance didn't even need 2 or 3 seconds for him. At this moment, the space door was still imprinted on the energy wall of the torn space, but it was quickly fading. In fact, it was just an afterimage and was already ineffective. Yang Dingtian needed at least 3 seconds to create a new space door. However, he didn't have 3 seconds left. In less than 2 seconds, the new Demon King would rush in front of him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Making a prompt decision, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to release the Naga royalty sword spirit. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, countless huge golden sword spirits shot out crazily. Each sword spirit was over 100 meters long, filled with powerful energy condensation, as if they were real swords. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless soul swords attacked the Demon King, Wen-Tian crazily like lightning. Although the Naga royalty demon core on the soul sword didn't have much energy left, Yang Dingtian was releasing it crazily. Boom, 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 boom. Countless sword spirits hit the new Demon King's body. Without a doubt, they couldn't cause any harm to him. Of course, in terms of pure energy level, this Naga royalty sword spirit was extremely high, even surpassing the peak of the saint level. However, the new Demon King in front of him was already close to the demigod rank. Moreover, he was wearing the terrifying Chaos Emperor armor. It would take thousands of martial saints to exhaust all their profound chi to break through his defense. In fact, this was only in theory. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul was extremely powerful, it was completely useless against the new Demon King. Its only use was that its energy would clash and reduce his speed. It wouldn't take too long. Slowing him down for a second or two would be enough. While Yang Dingtian released the sword soul, he quickly used the darkness profound flame to create a dark whirlpool, creating an isolated space. Quick, 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 quick! Whoosh, 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 whoosh! The Naga royalty sword spirit attacked in a frenzy. However, it had a very limited effect on the new Demon King's movement speed. He was still like a bolt of lightning, arriving instantly. They were getting closer and closer. 500 li, 400 li, 300 li. Finally, Yang Dingtian's darkness whirlpool was completed. However, he had to wait for more than a second. The black hole needed time to devour the isolated space. There wasn't enough time. By the time the isolated space was completed, the new Demon King would be in front of him. He could even control Yang Dingtian from tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the peak of the half-saint rank. To the new Demon King, he was completely like an ant. It was too late. It was definitely too late. There was only a difference of 0, 5, or even 0, 2 seconds. As long as Yang Dingtian was given a little more time, he would be able to create a spatial door and jump into the torn space. However, it was too late. Everything was going to be over. It was going to be over. Yang Dingtian still didn't give up. He condensed the mystic flame and was ready to strike at any time. After the isolated space was completed, he would immediately strike. It would take a second. The isolated space would take a second to form. The Naga royalty sword spirit was still crazily attacking to block the new Demon King. The new Demon King was less than 200 li away from Yang Dingtian. Soon he would fall into his claws. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly hot, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Like a small nuclear bomb, it suddenly exploded. An incomparably powerful energy roared out. Hundreds of miles away, snow on Mount Bujo flew wildly. The new Demon King's body was directly blasted out tens of thousands of meters away, deviating from his direction. It was Yang Zheng. He directly detonated his Qi-Si. Of course, it was the Qi-Si of Demon Li Tu, the Qi-Si of a high-level saint-level powerhouse. A Qi-Si that had been condensed for thousands of years was equivalent to 100 times the energy of a high-level saint-level powerhouse. Its power was endless. Even the new Demon King, who was close to a demigod's cultivation, was blasted far away. The new Demon King was shocked. How was this possible? People with second-grade evil spirits were unable to self-detonate their Qi. The so-called self-detonation of the Qi was to use the heart fire to burn the Qi, causing cracks to appear and the Qi world to explode. However, when the Qi was burned and cracks appeared, the evil spirit energy would automatically repair the Qi. Therefore, second-grade evil spirits were unable to self-detonate their Qi. How did Yang Zheng do it? Yang Zheng's self-detonation had undoubtedly bought enough time for Yang Dingtian. The isolated space was completed. Yang Dingtian had already prepared the mysterious yin-yang fire, and it crazily collided in the isolated space. Suddenly, a spatial door appeared. After Yang Zheng self-detonated, his body instantly disappeared without a trace. His Xian meridians, heart, everything was destroyed. The evil spirit energy protected his soul as he suddenly flew out. Yang Zheng's face was revealed. After the spatial door was completed, Yang Dingtian did not immediately jump in. Instead, he desperately said to Yang Zheng, "Come here, quick, quick!" Yang Zheng's face suddenly froze. At this time, it was already a matter of life and death. Yang Dingtian actually did not run, and still wanted to save him and take him away. He was really stupid. After being stunned, Yang Zheng's figure smiled at Yang Dingtian and waved his hand. Then he instantly froze and was directly locked on by the new Demon King. Yang Dingtian fiercely gritted his teeth and roared. He fiercely stared at the new Demon King for half a second, staring at him as he quickly rushed over. After the new Demon King grabbed Yang Dingtian's soul, he continued to flash towards Yang Dingtian. When he was still 100 miles away from Yang Dingtian, he could directly grab Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian fiercely jumped. He jumped into the spatial door and directly disappeared without a trace. The claws of the new Demon King only caught a gust of air. He used a crazy speed to rush towards the spatial door. At this time, the spatial door was still there and had not completely disappeared. He fiercely jumped into the spatial door. The spatial door was indeed still effective, but it was a pity. His cultivation was too high, far exceeding the energy capacity of the spatial door, and he could not jump in. He could only look on helplessly as Yang Dingtian jumped into the spatial tear. Then, the spatial door gradually distorted and faded, and Yang Dingtian was standing on the other side of the energy wall, less than 5 inches away from him. He was completely visible through the transparent energy wall. However, it was so close yet so far. No, 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 no! The new Demon King crazily roared and roared. Boom, boom, boom. Incomparably powerful energy crazily struck the entire Buzhou mountain domain. The snow on the 10,000-meter tall Buzhou mountain collapsed crazily. The energy wall around the Buzhou mountain domain trembled crazily. The entire Buzhou mountain domain trembled. The new Demon King fiercely rushed in front of the energy wall that tore through space. He raised his fist and crazily pounded the place where the spatial door disappeared. Ah, 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 he roared furiously. The indestructible energy wall was distorted by his powerful energy attacks. Then his body became like a cannonball, crazily crashing into the energy wall. Boom, 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 boom. He crazily crashed as if he wanted to break through the energy wall and rush into the torn space. The entire energy wall that tore through space was violently trembling and distorting from the impact. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to break through the energy wall. This was equivalent to the enchantment of the entire plane. After countless crazily crashing, the new Demon King finally calmed down. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian through the energy wall. His heavy and rapid breathing calmed down, and then he smiled at Yang Dingtian. "You still can't escape, right? You are in the torn space, and I can't do anything. But your wife, children, and his subordinates are all in the human countries, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. I can easily capture all of them. My army of evil spirits can easily destroy the entire Council of Light and enslave the entire human countries." Yang Dingtian's face was expressionless. Although he could see but not hear the Demon King's words, he could completely guess what the Demon King was saying. The new Demon King said slowly, "You must be crazily trying to close the door to the human countries. But I'm very sorry, but it's too late. Yesterday I already sent the Queen Devil Queen, Dishibian, and 4 saint-level evil spirit punishers to the Skull Hall to seize the door to the human countries." Yang Dingtian was still expressionless. The new Demon King continued, "The Snow Mountain Castle and the Silver Dragon Temple have completely fallen into my hands. Neru and Demon Fury, too, have already pledged their loyalty to me, and Demon Li is already dead. Soon, I will turn dozens of Silver Palace martial arts hall experts into evil spirit martial artists. I have the void rending fire, so soon the Dark Wanderers will also be completely loyal to me. At that time, I will have hundreds of saint-level experts and countless half-saint-level experts in my hands. I will lead hundreds of thousands and millions of Demon Fox army into the human countries. I will completely occupy the human countries, and I will capture your wife and your children. I will use 1 million, 10 million, and 100 million human lives to threaten you. I will use your wife and your children to threaten you." Taking a deep breath, the new Demon King said, "Of course you can completely ignore it and hide in the spatial tear. That way, I can't do anything to you. However, will you ignore the tragic fate of your wife and children? I believe you won't, so you will still walk into my trap and obediently enter my demon claws, right?" Yang Dingtian looked down and ignored the new Demon King's words. Instead, his gaze landed on Yang Zheng's soul shadow. The Demon King Su Yantian also looked down and landed on Yang Zheng's soul shadow in his palm. He slowly asked, "Yang Zheng, you owe me an explanation. Why? Why did Yang Zheng do this?" This was also what Yang Dingtian wanted to know. Chapter 1103. Yang Zheng's soul shadow laughed. "Why? What do you mean, why?" The new Demon King said, "Could it be that you're also a spy that Yang Dingtian left in evil ways? You're also loyal to Shimenwia?" Yang Zheng immediately laughed. "How is that possible? My father and I have a deep hatred for Yang Dingtian. I'm also not a spy for Yang Dingtian. Shimenju is the spy that's foolishly loyal to Shimenwia." The new Demon King said, "Then, did everything that Yang Dingtian did for your son, Yang Yichen, completely move you, so you changed your stance? That's strange. Previously, when evil ways started the war to destroy the world, you didn't change your stance. Later, when evil ways were almost completely wiped out and Yang Dingtian was almost victorious, you didn't change your stance either. Until Yang Dingtian's destruction was a foregone conclusion, you changed your stance and walked towards a dead end. This is really hard to understand." "Yes, it's really hard to understand. Even I don't understand why I'm doing this." Yang Zheng sighed. "Li Ming and Dong Li are both dead. Perhaps I'll become the Demon King's most trusted aide. In addition, I'm a high-level saint rank expert. With my fake identity as the Silver Moon Clan's leader, I'll be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. Previously, I only wanted to take back Cloud Sky City. Now I have 10 times, no, 100 times more than Cloud Sky City. Why would I change my stance? It's really hard to understand." Everything that the new Demon King wanted to say had been said by Yang Zheng. He truly didn't have any suspicions towards Yang Zheng because he was fully aware of the humiliation that Yang Dingtian had brought to Yang Zheng. Furthermore, Yang Zheng's current cultivation and authority were extremely powerful. He didn't want such a promising future and was actually courting death. Anyone with a clear mind wouldn't do such a thing. The new Demon King said, "You're also not Yang Dingtian's spy. You've also been humiliated by Yang Dingtian. If you follow me and have a bright future, there should be a reason for your betrayal." Yang Zheng was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "Your Majesty, Demon King, sacrifice is the most shocking thing, especially when a person sacrificed his life for an unrelated goal right in front of you. That's the most shocking thing. When you were about to uncover the spy, Yang Zheng found me and told me how well Yang Dingtian treated Yang Yichen. Not only would our Yang family be able to take back Cloud Heaven City, but we would also be able to become the master of the land of chaos. At that time, I realized that Shiminju was the spy, and the reason he told me all this was to make me his scapegoat. I didn't say anything and just looked at him with a cold smile. Even though he was already a soul, couldn't breathe. However, Yang Zheng still took a deep breath. Who would have known that Shiminju didn't want me to be the scapegoat at all, but he himself wanted to die. Furthermore, he wanted me to take the initiative to expose him and gain merit in front of the Devil King. Yang Zheng said, "At that time I was stupefied and asked him why he wanted to do that. He didn't answer and instead handed the responsibility of being a spy to me. He wanted me to protect Yang Dingtian at the crucial moment and save the human countries." The new Demon King asked, "Did you agree at the time?" "No, how could I agree?" Yang Zheng said. Before I gave him a reply, he died. He didn't threaten me in any way. I can completely ignore his request and enjoy the great benefits that his death has brought me with a clear conscience. The new Demon King said, "Could it be that you betrayed me at the last moment because you felt guilty?" No, no, no. How could someone like me feel guilty?" Yang Zheng said, "At that time, Yang Dingtian told me something. He said that Yang Dingtian treated Yang Yichen so well and even bestowed the land of chaos and Cloud Sky City to Yang Yichen. As his father, shouldn't you give him some money? This way, Yang Yichen's future foundation would be given to him by you as his father and grandfather. This way, the descendants of the Yang family would be able to inherit this foundation with a clear conscience." The new Demon King said, "You want to pursue a clear conscience? You want to pursue the glory of your father? So you betrayed me? That's a reasonable reason." "No, it's still not," Yang Zheng said. "Although there's a little bit of this reason, if I follow you, I can definitely give my descendants more foundation." The new Demon King said, "Then what's the reason? I'm really puzzled." Yang Zheng said, "Actually, the moment Yang Dingtian appeared, I hadn't made a decision yet. When Yang Dingtian appeared, my head suddenly became hot and I courted death by betraying you." The new Demon King said in surprise, This is the reason?" "Yes, this is the reason. I really was hot-headed," Yang Zheng said. No, it wasn't really hot-headed." The new Demon King said, "Any hot-headed person would have enough impulse. In the end, there are still practical reasons." Yang Zheng shrugged and said, "Yes, there are practical reasons, but it's too corny and disgusting to say." "What?" "Say it," the new Demon King said. "Justice, absolute justice," Yang Zheng said. Yang Zheng said. After he finished speaking, his spiritual projection trembled violently, as though his words were too corny. The new Demon King felt his hair stand on end. Then he scratched his arm in disdain and mocked loudly, "Justice? Justice? A greedy and despicable person like you is talking to me about justice?" Yang Zheng also laughed and said, "Yes, I said I wouldn't say it. It's too corny and disgusting, but you just had to force me to say it. A despicable person like me is actually talking about justice." "Ha!" Yang Zheng laughed even more exaggeratedly and mockingly than the Demon King. Then his laughter gradually quieted down, and he slowly said, "A despicable person like you can't talk about justice? When Yang Dingtian treated my son as his own, it was a shock to my soul. I was still evil. When Shiminju, for the sake of loyalty and justice, sacrificed his own life to fulfill my wish and entrusted everything to me, it was a huge blow to my heart. I was still because of the evil. Finally, when Yang Dingtian rushed out of the spatial tear, the first sentence he said was that the spatial tear was fine for the time being, but the Little Western Paradise's immigration plan had to be brought forward. It was the final blow to my soul." The new Demon King said, "This sentence is very normal." "Yes, this sentence is very normal," Yang Zheng said. "It's normal, but does Yang Dingtian have an obligation to save the Little Western Paradise? Why do some people always want to save and protect the world? and some people want to destroy the world. In that case, why can't a despicable person like me talk about justice? The new Demon King was speechless. Yang Zheng continued. Yang Dingtian should have killed all the evil warriors, but in order to find the spy, he didn't kill a single one. He would rather let 1,000 go than kill one by mistake. It's extremely stupid, not something a hero would do, but it can give a despicable person like me great comfort. If the world can be beautiful, who would be willing to be a despicable person? The Demon King didn't reply to him. Instead, he said slowly, "Very good, then you've succeeded. I can die without regrets." Yang Zheng spread out his hands and said, "I've lived enough and am tired of living. Living in the darkness is really torturous every day." The new Demon King suddenly said, "You have a second-grade evil spirit, so you can't self-detonate your energy reserve. How did you do it?" It's very difficult for an evil spirit to recover from the crack caused by the black hole crystal. When Yang Zheng said this, he directly used his soul energy to write these words in the air for Yang Dingtian to see. Yang Dingtian was stunned when he saw these words. This meant that when his darkness mystic flame was powerful to a certain extent, he could kill an evil warrior's body and cultivation. He could use the darkness mystic flame to attack the energy reserve and cause it to self-detonate. The new Demon King's face twisted and said, "At this time you're still willing to help the envoy of justice, Yang Dingtian. Unfortunately, it's too late. He doesn't have the chance anymore. I used the lives of his wife and children to force him. He will definitely compromise and appear. So your sacrifice is destined to be in vain." "I've tried my best," Yang Zheng said. "These are Shimanju's words, and now they are my words." The new Demon King said, "Very good. Then you can go in peace." "Wait." Yang Zheng said, "Right, there's another reason why I betrayed you. That is, if I choose to be loyal to you, although I will have glory and wealth, I will still be mediocre for the rest of my life. But if I choose to betray you, it will be spectacular and even change, and I will save the world. Think about it, a despicable person like me actually has the chance to save the world. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Good, ha 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 ha." Yang Zheng laughed wildly. Boom, 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 boom. Yang Zheng didn't finish. The new Demon King's demon soul art crazily attacked Yang Zheng's soul. It tore Yang Zheng's soul into energy fragments bit by bit, even though this energy still existed, wrapped in a second-grade evil spirit. It was completely scattered and chaotic. As an intelligent being, Yang Zheng was completely dead. Yang Zheng was dead. Yang Dingtian stood there and watched without moving. Then the new Demon King stared at his face through the transparent energy wall and slowly said, "Yang Dingtian, I will order dozens of saint-level and 100 half-saint-level evil spirit warriors to charge into the human countries and start a massacre to capture your wife and children. And I will wait for you here. If your heart is hard enough, stay in the torn space and never come out." Then the new Demon King's voice entered the ears of every evil spirit warrior. "Enter the human countries and start a massacre. Capture all of Yang Dingtian's wives and children." Yes. All the evil spirit warriors shouted in unison. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then the energy door of the Snow Mountain Castle opened. Hundreds of evil spirit warriors rushed out like meteors and flew toward the Skull Hall. At this time, 2 Punishers flew toward the Snow Mountain Castle with Jia, Yaoyang, and her son. The new Demon King stared at Yang Dingtian's face and sneered. "What are you going to do now? The evil spirit warriors are about to enter the human countries. Your calamity is coming." Yang Dingtian's expression changed. Then he directly released the void-splitting fire and created a dark energy door, an energy door that led to the dark world. The new Demon King laughed. "Yang Dingtian, it's too late for you to close the door to the human countries now. However, I admire your stubborn attitude." Yang Dingtian didn't bother about him and leaped towards the void crack flame's door of darkness. Instantly, he completely disappeared into the torn space and disappeared from the new Demon King's sight. The Demon King sneered. This Yang Dingtian's stubbornness had reached the level of stupidity. The Devil Queen and Dishibian had already gone to the Skull Hall to fight for the door to the human countries. Now that Yang Dingtian had gone to the Skull Hall through the Dark World, it was meaningless. It was meaningless to Yang Dingtian, but it was of great significance to the new Demon King. Why? Because Yang Dingtian had left the torn space. The Dark World was now completely his, the Demon King's home ground. Yang Dingtian, entering the Dark World, was simply walking into a trap. The new Demon King sneered. Then he also released the void-splitting fire, opened the dark energy door, and jumped into the Dark World. However, just as he jumped into the Dark World, he exclaimed in his heart, "Not good, I fell into a trap." Then he desperately wanted to jump out. However, this dark energy door was not two-way. He could enter the Dark World, but he could not come out. If he wanted to come out, he had to go through the Dark World to the Skull Hall and then fly back to the Little Western Paradise. It was tens of thousands of miles away. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's figure appeared in the torn space again. He had just turned invisible and did not really jump into the Dark World. Then he opened a spatial door and jumped out of the torn space, entering the Buzhou mountain domain again. Chapter 1104. After entering Mount Buzhou's domain, Yang Dingtian immediately turned invisible and rushed toward Mount Buzhou as fast as he could. The Silver Dragon Temple's president Su Yan was actually possessed by the Demon King? Until now, Yang Dingtian still didn't have the time to think about this shocking news. How did this happen? He now knew that at least the entire High Priest Association and Snow Mountain Castle were already under the Demon King's control. All of the Punisher's souls had been destroyed and then possessed by the evil spirit warriors. He had entered Mount Buzhou's domain mainly for two purposes. First, to save Qin Huaiyu and the others from Snow Mountain Castle. Second, to see if he could save the high priests of the Silver Dragon Temple, Demon's Wrath II, Neru, and the others. Although the Demon King had fallen for his trap, he had also entered the world of darkness. However, he would soon realize it and immediately rush back to Mount Buzhou's domain. The distance from the Skull Temple to Mount Buzhou's domain was less than 20,000 miles. With the Demon King's astonishing speed, he could return in at most 15 minutes. That's right, 15 minutes. This was a speed that would make one go crazy. Moreover, a considerable amount of time would be spent in the world of darkness. Even if the Demon King knew that he had fallen for his trap, he would still search the world of darkness. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to be fast. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to enter the High Priest Association, the energy gate of Snow Mountain Castle suddenly opened. Then, Yang Dingtian saw two very familiar figures, Jia and Yao Yang, his wife and children. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian was selfless. He had risked his life to return to Mount Buzhou to save the high priests of the Silver Dragon Temple. However, time was limited. Between the high priests and his wife and children, Yang Dingtian would definitely choose his family. He was not selfless to the point where he would give up his family. Therefore, Yang Dingtian immediately gave up on entering Mount Buzhou's High Priest Association. He immediately turned invisible and flew towards the Snow Mountain Castle. At this moment, the two Punishers brought Jia and Yao Yang to a room in the Snow Mountain Castle. They said, "Madam Jia, please wait here. We will inform the Silver Dragon Inquisitor." Jia looked around and hugged her son, Yao Yang, tightly. "Where's my father? Where is my husband, Yang Dingtian? Didn't the agreement say that Yao Yang could only enter the Silver Dragon Temple when he was 20 years old?" The two Saint-class Punishers replied, "I'm sorry, Madam Jia. I have no authority to answer your question. When the head judge sees you, he will be able to answer your questions. Now, please wait for a moment. I will go and report." After that, the two saint-rank experts left the room to look for President Su Yen. However, President Su Yen was nowhere to be seen in the Silver Dragon Judge's room or the meeting room. In fact, almost all of the Punishers in the Snow Mountain Castle had disappeared. In the entire Snow Mountain Castle, only the mechanism room of the Energy Gate had 2 Demi-Saint Punishers. Immediately, the 2 Saint-class Punishers entered the mechanism control room and asked the 2 Demi-Saint Punishers, "Where's the head judge?" The 2 Demi-Saint Punishers had been possessed by the evil spirit warriors and had become complete followers of evil ways. Immediately, the 2 Demi-Saint Punishers said, "The head judge is interrogating criminals in the underground prison. Please follow me." Then, the 2 Demi-Saint Punishers led the way and entered the underground prison. When the 2 Saint-level Punishers saw that all the evil spirit cultivators and the remnants of the evil path had disappeared from the underground energy prison, they couldn't help being stunned. However, these were not things that they were concerned about. The only thing they cared about now was to report to the Silver Dragon Inquisitor. "Where's the head judge?" One of the Saint-class Punishers said, "I've completed my mission. I'm going to report it to the head judge." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the energy walls of the underground prison closed. The 2 Saint-class Punishers were completely shut down. "Why are you doing this?" The 2 Saint-class Punishers were not enraged. They were only slightly shocked. The evil spirit Punisher said, "Under the head judge's orders, we're shutting you down temporarily to ensure the confidentiality of the mission." Yes. Then the 2 Saint-class Punishers did not have any doubts or resistance. They sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to receive the order. To put it nicely, these Punishers were doing their duty. To put it bluntly, water had entered their heads. The 2 evil spirit warriors looked at each other and revealed a disdainful smile. And they were still Saint-class experts. They were really stupid. Then, the 2 of them were about to leave the Hell Prison to imprison Jia and Yao Yang. Bang! However, when they walked out, they found that they had bumped into an energy wall. They were actually imprisoned as well. What was going on? The 2 evil spirit warriors were shocked. What was going on? Of course, it was Yang Dingtian. He turned invisible and entered the underground prison. Subsequently, he activated the energy prison that the evil spirit martial artist was in. After that, Yang Dingtian did not appear to interrogate the 2 evil spirit warriors. Instead, he quickly went to the crystal array control room of the Snow Mountain Castle's energy gate. Boom, 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 boom. Yang Dingtian launched a dozen attacks in succession. In an instant, the fragile energy array was destroyed. The energy gate completely disappeared. Immediately, the Snow Mountain Castle and the Little Western Paradise were also completely isolated. At this time, the army of the Snow Mountain Castle was still patrolling the various military passes of the castle. The hierarchy of the Snow Mountain Castle was clear. The city walls, passes, and other places were the territory of the army, and the main hall of the castle was the Punisher's territory. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not cause any disturbance when he destroyed the energy gate's energy array. Next, Yang Dingtian began to search quickly. Soon, in a dark prison cell, Yang Dingtian found Qin Huayu and the other Council of Light team. However, everyone's mystic meridians were sealed, and they were completely unconscious. Yang Dingtian tried to break through Qin Huayu's mystic Qi seal. In the end, he found that this seal was very powerful. He could break through it, but it was very slow. Therefore, Yang Dingtian temporarily gave up on breaking through Qin Huayu and the others' energy seals. Then he quickly searched for Jia and Yao Yang in the main hall of the castle. This was even easier. Soon, Yang Dingtian found Jia and Yao Yang in a room, who were filled with uneasiness. Yang Dingtian immediately appeared. Seeing Yang Dingtian appear, Jia heaved a sigh of relief and said angrily, "Yang Dingtian, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to send the baby to the Silver Dragon Temple when he grows up? I can't bear to do that when he's so young. Is it related to the collapse of the Little Western Paradise a few days ago?" Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and immediately rushed forward. He hugged Jia and her son in his embrace and deeply smelled their scent. Thank goodness! Thank goodness the heavens were kind to Yang Dingtian and let him save Jia and her son. If Yang Dingtian had not used a trick at the last moment and escaped, then Jia and her son would have completely fallen into the Demon King's claws. Then, what would the enraged Demon King do to Jia and her son? Yang Dingtian did not dare to imagine. "Husband, what's wrong?" Jia asked in a trembling voice. She could feel a sense of unease from Yang Dingtian's expression. Yang Dingtian said, "Lilia, don't interrupt what I'm about to say. Also, prepare yourself." Jia nodded. Yang Dingtian said, "For some reason, President Su Yan has been possessed by the Demon King. Therefore, the current Demon King is a combination of President Su Yan and the Demon King Wen Tian, together with the Chaos Emperor armor. He is invincible and close to a demigod." As soon as he said this, Jia's expression changed drastically. However, she did not ask anything and continued to wait for Yang Dingtian's answer. Yang Dingtian continued, "I haven't found the whereabouts of my father-in-law, Demon Wrath 2 for now, but he should be imprisoned in the Hell Prison. He's very smart, so I don't think his life is in danger for now. The Demon King needs him to control the Little Western Paradise. I'll go and save them in a while." Jia said in horror, "No, husband, the Demon King will be back soon. You should leave immediately. He wants you. The whole Little Western Paradise added together is not as important as you in his heart." Yang Dingtian said, "I know that the Demon King has been tricked into the dark world by me. However, he will return to Mount Buzhou in 15 minutes at most. However, I've already destroyed the energy gate, so the Demon King can't enter Mount Buzhou for now." Jia said, "Still, we have to be quick. The Demon King definitely knows the energy equation of the energy gate. He can reconstruct a new energy array and construct the energy gate in a very short time." "I know, so we have to be quick." Yang Dingtian said, "Let's go and save my father-in-law now." "You don't have the key to the Hell Prison. How can you save him?" Jia asked. Yang Dingtian said, "I have the space technique." Then Yang Dingtian immediately pulled Jia and Yaoyang, found a huge carriage, and loaded Qin Huayu and the others into it. After doing all this, he did not even interrogate the two evil warriors. Instead, he continued to conceal himself and flew toward the Hell Prison as fast as he could. Just as Yang Dingtian had guessed, after the Demon King entered the Dark World, he quickly searched for Yang Dingtian's figure. He searched for nearly 10 minutes at lightning speed and confirmed that Yang Dingtian had not entered the Dark World. He confirmed that he had fallen into a trap. At this time, Yang Dingtian must have come out from the spatial tear and re-entered Mount Buzhou to save them. Now, the Demon King could only hope that the two Saint-level Punishers could stop Yang Dingtian and even capture Yang Dingtian. Basically, the two Saint-level Punishers would definitely do so, because according to their orders, Yang Dingtian had already become a first-class enemy. Once they saw him, they were to capture him immediately. Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the peak of the half-saint level. He was no match for the two Saint-level Punishers. Then, the Demon King left the Dark World as fast as he could and arrived at the Door of Darkness. After pushing open the Door of Darkness, the Hall of Skulls was outside. At this time, either the Devil Queen or the Dishibian should be in the Hall of Skulls. This was because they had led 4 Saint-level Punishers and had taken back the door to the human kingdom. In a few hours, hundreds of evil spirit Punishers would enter the human kingdom and start a massacre. After pushing open the Door of Darkness, the new Demon King directly ordered, "Soon, more than 100 evil spirit Punishers will arrive. Devil Queen, you will lead the team into the human kingdom and start a massacre. Don't hold back." After pushing open the door and entering the Hall of Skulls, the new Demon King immediately saw 6 people sitting neatly in the Hall of Skulls. The Devil Queen, the Dishibian, and the 4 evil spirit Punishers were all present. The Demon King couldn't help but be shocked. What did it mean that all 6 of them were present? It meant that they hadn't taken back the door to the human kingdom. How was this possible? How was this possible? Even if Wu Yu and Violets came together, they wouldn't be a match for 6 saint-level evil spirit punishers. What's going on? The Demon King asked hoarsely. When the Devil Queen saw the Demon King, she also trembled and said, "Your Majesty, Demon King, has Yang Dingtian been captured?" To the Devil Queen, the Demon King must have only come because they had captured Yang Dingtian. Moreover, capturing Yang Dingtian was absolute. There couldn't be any accidents. The Demon King's face suddenly trembled and said, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you take back the door to the human kingdom?" The Devil Queen said, "When we entered the Hall of Skulls, it was empty. After that, no one entered, so we couldn't go out and take back the door to the human kingdom. However, as long as we capture Yang Dingtian, it doesn't matter if we don't take back the door to the human kingdom." Suddenly, the Demon King's heart was filled with boundless anger. They didn't capture Yang Dingtian, and they didn't take back the door to the human kingdom. Everything was a failure. Everything was a failure. Immediately after, the Demon King didn't say anything and directly flew towards Mount Buzhou. He angrily ordered, "Go, return to Mount Buzhou and tear Yang Dingtian to pieces. Tear him to pieces." Of course, he was just venting his anger. What he wanted was to possess Yang Dingtian. He wanted the greater space technique that he spoke of. How could he tear him to pieces? However, he had been defeated by Yang Dingtian twice in a row, so he had to punish Yang Dingtian. Jie and Yao Yang had already entered the Snow Mountain Castle. He wanted to return as quickly as possible and vent his anger on Jie. Yang Dingtian had brought him great humiliation, so he couldn't blame him for doing something terrible to Jie. He would carry out all the terrible punishments on Jie's body. Rape and ravage were just the beginning. He was going to let Yang Dingtian know what it meant to be unable to live or die. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the fury in his heart. Then, the Demon King completely ignored the Devil Queen, Dishibian, and the others behind him. He used the Chaos Emperor armor's blink technique to quickly return to Mount Buzhou. With the Chaos Emperor armor's astonishing speed, the distance of nearly 20,000 miles was covered in just a few minutes. His blink technique covered a distance of 100 miles. Soon, the Snow Mountain Castle stood in front of him. Then he suddenly raised the token and loudly said, "Open the energy gate." The lookout on the Snow Mountain Castle immediately noticed and nodded. Yes. Then he ordered the Punisher of the energy gate to open the energy gate. At this time, Yang Dingtian had already arrived at the Hell Prison with Jie and her son. Chapter 1105. The Hell Prison was not just a simple crystal energy array. It was an energy prison formed by condensing the powerful energy of heaven and earth in the depths of Mount Buzhou. Even the Demon King and Su Yan Wentian would not be able to come out of this energy prison, let alone a saint level. Now, Yang Dingtian only had a quarter of the key in his hands. However, his spatial technique could pass through any energy wall. Just like that, Yang Dingtian created a spatial door and entered the depths of the Hell Prison layer by layer. There were 10 people imprisoned in the Hell Prison. Naru, Demon Rage 2, Demon Fox High Priest Fire Dance, and the weak High Priest of the Silent Tribe. Seeing Yang Dingtian appear, the few people present were extremely shocked. Then they roared, "What are you doing here? Go, go!" Yang Dingtian didn't even have the time to explain. He immediately went forward and carried the weak High Priest Huowu and the 6 silent races High Priests on his back. He opened the spatial door and passed through the energy prison layer by layer before placing them into the large carriage. Then he used the spatial door to enter the depths of the Hell Prison again. He began to rescue Naru, Demon Rage 2, and the others. "No, I'm not going out," Demon Rage 2 directly said to Yang Dingtian. At this time, Demon Rage 2's cultivation was completely suppressed by the Demon King. It was easy for Yang Dingtian to take him away. However, he looked at Yang Dingtian firmly. I'm not going out. I don't know how you came here, and I don't know how you escaped from his claws. But you have to go quickly. Leave as fast as you can. The Demon King will be back soon. Once he comes back, you will definitely not be able to escape from his claws. Yang Dingtian said, Don't worry. I've already rescued Jia and Demon Sunday. I'll bring them to the human kingdom in a while. Demon Rage, too, shook his head sadly. There's no pure land in this world anymore. The Demon King and his evil martial artists will soon invade the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian said, The gate to the human kingdom has been sealed. They can't enter the human kingdom. Instantly, Demon Rage too was surprised, and he said, Could it be that you've seen through the fact that the Demon King had seized Su Yan's body? No, I didn't. Yang Dingtian, it's Violet's. She's very suspicious and thinks that we took down the Demon King too easily. She couldn't stop me from returning to Mount Buzhou, but she insisted on temporarily closing the gates to the human kingdoms. He was worried that the drastic changes in Little Western Paradise would cause the demonic Fox clan to invade the human nations en masse. I agreed with him and decided to close the door to the human kingdom until I received a new order. So it's really fortunate. Then don't forget, the Demon King has the Void Fisher Fire. He can enter the first dark realm from the Little Western Paradise through the Dark Rift, and then enter the human kingdom, Demon Rage too said. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment before he said, That's also a matter of 5 months later. At the very least, I have 5 months. All right, there's not much time left. You have to return to the human kingdoms with me. No, I won't go. Demon Rage, too, looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else. He directly carried him and was about to put him into the space ring. Demon Rage 2's cultivation was sealed, and he couldn't resist at all. Yang Dingtian, listen to me. I can't go. Demon Rage 2 said anxiously and seriously. If I leave, no one in Little Western Paradise will know the truth. The Shadow Spear clan needs my protection. Demon Lee is gone. The Silver Moon clan and the Alliance of Justice and Order need my protection. The Demonic Fox clan needs me and the Demon King to pretend to be obedient. Yang Dingtian stared at Demon Rage 2 for a long time. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the Snow Mountain Castle in the distance. The officer on the Snow Mountain Castle sent a message to the mechanism room, but no one opened the energy door for a long time. Immediately, he hurriedly entered the castle and found that the complicated and precise energy array in the mechanism room of the energy door had been completely destroyed. In other words, the energy door had been destroyed. Therefore, he hurriedly reported this to the Silver Dragon Inquisitor. Immediately, the Demon King was furious. Although he had already guessed this, he was still extremely furious. Then he crazily attacked the energy wall where the energy door was located. The entire Snow Mountain Castle was shaking, and loud sounds came from it. However, it was useless. Even if his cultivation was close to that of a demigod, he couldn't destroy a semi-independent plane. Although the Buzhou mountain domain was very small, it was still considered half a plane. Taking a deep breath, the Demon King left the Buzhou mountain domain as fast as he could. He needed to collect crystals and temporarily build an energy array to create a temporary energy door. The whole process was difficult, but it was also very easy. This was because all the attributes of this energy wall had been deciphered. Therefore, the relevant energy array analysis was already clear. Once he had enough energy crystals, he could build the energy array. However, what he needed was time. And now, the most important thing was time. In this period of time, Yang Dingtian would be excitedly making waves in the Buzhou mountain domain, saving who knew how many people. He originally wanted to order the warriors of the Snow Mountain Castle to stop Yang Dingtian. However, he quickly gave up on this idea. These warriors weren't even punishers and their cultivation was low. Going to Yang Dingtian's side would only be suicide. In the Hell Prison, Yang Dingtian was shocked when he heard that Demon Rage II was not leaving. Your Excellency, Demon Rage, are you sure? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm sure, Demon Rage the second said. If I leave, it will be a great catastrophe for the Shadow Spear race. I respect your decision, Yang Dingtian said, and then walked towards Neru. He wanted to put her into the space ring and take her out of the hell prison. I'm not going out either, Neru said seriously. Just Demon Rage the second is not enough. As the chairman, I have to stay with the Little Western Paradise. I have the responsibility to protect the entire Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian fell into hesitation. Unlike Demon Rage the second, Neru was a woman, and she was Wu Yu's mother. You should go quickly. Although you temporarily destroyed the energy gate, the Demon King will soon build a new one. You don't have much time, Neru said. Next, you still have the people of the Silver Dragon Temple to save. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and nodded. Then Lan Ling stepped forward and put the Demon Fox High Priest into the space ring, and then picked up High Priest Huwu. Chairman Neru, father-in-law, take care, Yang Dingtian said. Take care, Neru said. Yang Dingtian created a space gate and brought the Demon Fox High Priest and High Priest Huwu out of the Hell Prison. The next stop was the Silver Dragon Temple. He had to save all the High Priests. In the High Priest Association of Mount Buzhou, the surviving High Priests were temporarily released by the Demon King, so they were all meditating. Huwu and the Demon Fox High Priest did not wake them up. They directly transferred them to the snow condors of Mount Buzhou while they were meditating. Dozens of High Priests were carried by dozens of snow condors. In a large carriage, Qin Huaiyu led the Council of Light's judgment team. Under the leadership of Yang Dingtian, they flew desperately towards the spatial tear. Although there were a few snow condors pulling the carriage, it took almost an hour to reach the spatial tear. Then, Yang Dingtian began the long process of transferring people. There were more than 100 people who needed to be transferred to the spatial tear. Many of the High Priests needed to be stored in a space ring before they could jump through the space gate and enter the spatial tear. Yang Dingtian first let Jia, the Demon Fox High Priest, and Huwu enter the spatial tear. Then he quickly threw all the people below the half-saint level into the space gate and into the spatial tear. Finally, he transferred all the High Priests of the saint level. Yang Dingtian put them into the space ring one by one, then jumped through the space gate and into the spatial tear. The whole process took half an hour. Finally, more than 100 people and dozens of snow condors were all transferred into the spatial tear. After entering the spatial tear, the High Priests who were meditating did not wake up. Then, Yang Dingtian led the team of more than 100 people through tens of thousands of miles of spatial tear and flew towards the human countries. These snow condors were already considered very handsome flying mounts, but it would still take a few days and nights to pass through the spatial tear. The Demon King's speed was undoubtedly astonishing. He obtained all the crystals within 2 hours. Then, in less than 2 hours, he built an incomparably huge and complicated energy formation. Then he activated the energy formation and created an energy gate. He finally entered the Snow Mountain Castle and the Buzhou Mountain Domain. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had already brought everyone and escaped without a trace. In the Snow Mountain Castle, of course, Jia and her son were gone. In the underground prison, there were only 2 saint-level punishers and 2 evil spirit punishers. Seeing the Demon King, the 2 saint-level punishers stood up and said, "Lord Inquisitor, your order has been completed. We have brought the people to the Snow Mountain Castle and handed in the mission to you." The Demon King's face twitched violently. Then his eyes shot out an evil light, and he suddenly opened his big hand. There was a burst of ghostly wailing and howling. Evil soul art activated. The 2 saint-level punishers had their souls extracted and became walking corpses. Then, the Demon King immediately flew to the Hell Prison. Inside, the 6 silent clan members had disappeared. The Demon Fox and High Priest Huwu had also disappeared. However, Monster's Wrath 2 and Neru were still there. The Demon King couldn't help but be stunned. Why didn't Yang Dingtian save the two of them? Their cultivation had been sealed, and they couldn't stop Yang Dingtian at all. We don't want to leave. Monster's Wrath too slowly said, for the benefit of the little Western Paradise and the Demon Fox clan, we also have to stand on the side of the victor. I believe that not long after, the dark crack will open. At that time, His Majesty the Demon King will be able to enter the human countries. Yang Dingtian can't escape from your claws. At that time, the human countries will face an even more terrible disaster. Nehru said, but you sealed our cultivation. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would also be a captive now. The Demon King Wen Tian looked at the two deeply, then turned and left. When he went to the High Priest Association, it was already empty, other than Monster's Wrath too, and Speaker Nehru, who were unwilling to leave. Everyone had been rescued by Yang Dingtian. Humiliation, humiliation, extreme humiliation. Not only did Yang Dingtian escape from her evil clutches, but he had also played with her. Yang Dingtian had actually rescued over 100 people right under her nose. Among them, dozens of people were the wise high priests that he needed very much. It was a great shame. The Demon King no longer hid it. Floating in the air, he crazily attacked the Buzhou snow mountain. Rumble. The entire Buzhou mountain collapsed as if it was the end of the world. The glacier was torn apart and the snow collapsed. The huge mountain range was torn apart with cracks of thousands of meters. Thousands of meters of boulders and half of the mountain peak collapsed and fell into the abyss. The Demon King's fury destroyed half of the peak of Buzhou Mountain. After crazily venting his anger, the Demon King floated in the air, looking in the direction of the human countries in the east, and slowly said word by word, Yang Dingtian, you can't escape. You and your human countries, your wife and children, will only live for 5 more months. The next time the dark crack opens, it will be the time when the door to the human countries will be taken back by me. At that time, hundreds of thousands and millions of Demon Fox army will flood into the human countries like a tide. At that time, you will feel my anger doubly. At that time, the human countries will not only die 100 million or 200 million, but how many people will survive? Your wife, your children, will also suffer hellish torture. I will let you know what the Demon King's anger is. Chapter 1106. After flying for a few days and nights, Yang Dingtian finally led everyone to the border between the spatial tear and the human kingdom. Then he created another spatial door and brought all of them out of the spatial tear. After nearly an hour, everyone and their mounts finally withdrew from the torn space and officially entered the human countries. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief, but he didn't have time to sigh. He immediately led the team south and flew towards Cloud Sky City. However, they had just flown for less than 100 miles when 3 figures immediately rushed over. It was Wu Yu, Violets, and Vulture. Vulture immediately rushed into Yang Dingtian's arms. Husband, you scared us to death. You didn't come back for so many days. We were really afraid that something had happened, Vulture said with a sobbing voice. Then Vulture said to Violets, Mermaid, you think too much. Husband is fine. You have a dark mind and always think the worst of people. Violets pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Then Wu realized that Jia had also come, and in Jia's arms was a frighteningly beautiful little boy. Wu Yu immediately showed a puzzled expression. Vulture didn't think too much and immediately realized that it was Jia and Yao Yang. Then she went forward and opened her arms to Yao Yang. Come, baby, let Auntie hug you. She was a person who loved to please her sisters and build relationships with them. Yang Dingtian said to the mermaid Queen Violets, Your suspicions are correct. Something has happened in Little Western Paradise. Su Yan has been possessed by the Demon King. Su Yan and the Demon King have merged into one. In the entire Buzhou mountain area, other than these people in front of you, everyone has been possessed and turned into evil spirit warriors. As soon as he said this, Wu Yu and Violet's expressions changed drastically. The Demon King Wen Tian and Su Yan, the two most powerful people in the world, had actually merged into one. Moreover, they had the heaven-defying Chaos Emperor armor. They could not imagine how Lan Ling had managed to pull out the Demon Claw and save over 100 people. Violet was stunned for a while, and then she suddenly said, I was really just guessing. Not to mention that I don't have any evidence. It can't even be considered intuition. At that time, I felt that the Demon King Wen Tian was too easy to defeat. Moreover, I'm always willing to think of people as the worst, but I really never thought that Su Yan would be possessed. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and stroked her stomach, saying, I really have to thank you for your suspicions and for closing the door to the human kingdom. Otherwise, the calamity would have already happened. Violet said, I think the reason why we temporarily closed the door to the human kingdom is not because of the Demon King, but because we are worried that the Demon Fox clan of Little Western Paradise will enter the human kingdom on a large scale in advance. She was actually measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but she had indeed saved the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian asked, Now who is in the Little Western Paradise? Violet said, Bolu, the last time he went in, he replaced Ah Wen and Ah Wu. And just in case, we let him leave the Skull Hall and enter the Little Western Paradise. Let's go home, Wu Jin said. Then, the group continued to fly southward to Cloud Sky City. When they entered Cloud Sky City, the higher-ups of the Council of Light were already waiting in Cloud Sky City, excitedly welcoming the triumphant return of Yang Dingtian. Of course, they thought that Yang Dingtian had triumphantly returned. The Saint-level expeditionary force had won and eliminated the Demon King, Wen Tian. The Council of Light's greatest enemy was dead. From now on, the entire human kingdom could enter into construction and development. They had yet to announce this news to the entire world because they felt that this news required Yang Dingtian to personally go to Zhongjing and tell the entire human kingdom. Because this was the victory of the final battle. This was the most magnificent victory. Therefore, the entire Council of Light's higher-ups were welcoming Yang Dingtian. However, when they saw Yang Dingtian's incomparably solemn face, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Walking in front of Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi, Yang Dingtian said in a low voice, Su Yan was possessed by Wen Tian. Their cultivations combined into one and are close to that of a demigod. The entire Little Western Paradise has almost fallen. Shiminju and Yang Zheng sacrificed their lives in the end, allowing me to successfully escape. As soon as this was said, the smiles on the faces of the higher-ups of the Council of Light instantly froze. The joyous atmosphere instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, everyone entered Cloud Sky City. Then, the entire Cloud Sky City seemed to have frozen. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, but it was as if dark clouds were pressing down, as if the end of the world was coming. The two suns in the sky were bright and warm, but everyone felt as if they were in an ice cellar without any warmth. The Demon King and Su Yan combined into one, and were close to that of a demigod. Together with the Chaos Emperor armor, they were invincible. He was no longer invincible in the world. The entire Radiant Parliament and even the demonic Fox clan's experts in the Western Paradise were all ants in front of him. Moreover, the complete fall of Little Western Paradise was only a matter of time. At that time, there would be hundreds of saint-level evil spirit martial artists and thousands of demigod evil spirit martial artists. Once the million-strong Fox demon army entered the human kingdom, the only result would be destruction. This was a war of extinction that was even more terrifying than the Doomsday Battle. This was the true end of the world. What Crystal X, what destructive missiles, what wireless lightning attack weapons, they were all useless. Facing thousands of demigod evil spirit martial artists and hundreds of saint-level evil spirit martial artists, the weapons of the Crystal Civilization were completely meaningless. During the Doomsday Battle, The entire evil ways only had 1 or 2 saint level and 4 demigod evil spirits. And now it was thousands of times more. Complete destruction was the only result. The Council of Light didn't have any meetings because there was no need for them. Yang Dingtian was the only one who could make the final decision. Thus he sat on the demon vulture king, Azu, and flew around in circles in the sky. Then he saw Demon Sun Baby and Yang Dingtian's children playing crazily on the ground. They made gurgling sounds as if they were in heaven. His oldest child, Yang Ningning, was already a teenage girl. She had grown into a slender and elegant girl. His oldest son, Yang Li, was already 8 or 9 years old. He would be in 2nd or 3rd grade on Earth. There were a lot of children, some of which were his biological children, some of which were not. But every one of them was his precious treasure. The women were embroidering clothes, painting, playing the zither, and playing mahjong. These were his wife and family. These people were all people he desperately wanted to protect. However, there wasn't much time left. There were only 5 months left. Only 5 months left. 5 months later, the torn space and the little western paradise would cross again, and the dark crack would bloom. The demon king, who had the void-splitting fire, would enter the first dark realm from the little western paradise, and then enter the human kingdom. Then, countless demon fox armies would pour in. The world would be destroyed. All the beauty in front of him, these angels, these women, would encounter the calamity of hell. There was no appreciation between Yang Dingtian and the Demon King. There was only irreconcilable hostility. Although Yang Yichen was also among the children, he didn't play with them. Instead, he stood at the side and carefully took care of his younger siblings. Although he was a bit younger than Yang Li, he was already very sensible at a very early age. He was more like an older brother. Yang Dingtian gently stepped forward, picked him up, and placed him on the demon vulture king, Azu, godfather. Yang Yichen's voice was no longer as eager for attention as when he was young, but the admiration in his eyes was even stronger. Yichen, do you know your father? Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Yichen's face was slightly dejected as he nodded. His father, Yang Zheng, had a very bad image in his heart, because almost every day his mother, Little Peach, would say bad things about his father, Yang Zheng. Those words were filled with hatred and contempt, making Yang Yichen very uncomfortable. And it wasn't that Yang Yichen had no memories of his father. The deepest, or even the only memory, was that his father, Yang Zheng, injured his mother, then abandoned his wife and child, went away alone and joined the evil ways. So, Yang Yichen had always told himself, raising kindness was better than giving birth to kindness. His father, his faith, was his godfather, Yang Dingtian. That father called Yang Zheng was already dead. Since he was young, although he didn't have a father, he didn't lack love. He had regrets, but he was definitely not lonely. Do you miss him? Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Yichen shook his head and said, I don't know. I just miss him. No matter how bad a father is, a child will miss him. Yang Dingtian, your father, Yang Zheng, is very amazing. He sacrificed his life to save me. He saved me from the Demon King's inescapable trap. If it weren't for your father, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Yang Yichen didn't know why, but tears welled up. He was still young and didn't know how to have complicated and sensitive expressions. He just wanted to cry. Then he asked, Really? Godfather, aren't you comforting me? It's true. You're a little man. I won't lie to you. Yang Dingtian, in a while, tell your mother personally about this, okay? Okay. Yang Yichen nodded desperately as tears kept flowing out. Next, Yang Dingtian had to make a decision. Should he transfer his wife and children to the torn space? Because that was the only place that the Demon King couldn't enter. However, there was almost no air in that place, and it was very likely to be unstable and full of danger. If anything happened, they wouldn't be able to leave to save themselves. Therefore, Yang Dingtian told his problem to Shimen Yanyan. Wu Wumaji and violets. Almost without thinking, Shimin Yen Yen said, "Husband, I don't want to enter the torn space. I feel like it's another world, and I feel like I won't be able to come back. We have many secret bases. We can choose one, and our whole family can live in it. In such a big human kingdom, I don't believe that the Demon King can find us quickly." Wu Maji said, "I don't want to go in either. At most, we'll die together. Our family will still be together." In the end, the four of them agreed that they didn't want to enter the torn space. This meant that before the next dark rift bloomed, Yang Dingtian had to save the situation. In fact, the only way was before the dark rift bloomed. He had to go to the first dark realm, where the dark rift was about to bloom, and fight the Demon King to the death. This time, it would be a true decisive battle. If he won, Yang Dingtian would be able to protect the human kingdom and protect his family. If he lost, everything would fall into the abyss. His family would reunite in hell. In this way, things would be simple. Within 5 months, Yang Dingtian had to become extremely powerful no matter what method he used. The only way, of course, was to find the Naga Shuang and obtain her demigod talent. On the 3rd day after returning to Cloud Heaven City, Yang Dingtian and the Azura spirit vulture flew towards the underwater world at the end of the southeast once again, even though many things had yet to be settled. Once again, they went to the ancient Sea Serpent Empire to find the way to the ruins of the Naga Empire and the Naga Dugashuang. After a few days and nights, Yang Dingtian and the Shura vulture once again entered the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire's capital city. Everything was exactly the same as when they left. The two once again entered the palace hall of the Sea Serpent Empire. This was where the Saint-level expeditionary force captured the Demon King Wentian. Yang Dingtian stood below the fossil of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire's empress and looked up. Queen Poisa really looked like her. She was really devastatingly beautiful. Even though she was a fossil, she was still extremely beautiful to the point of breathlessness. And now, Yang Dingtian was going to destroy this beauty. He was going to smash the fossil of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire's empress. Then he would let the celestial spiritualist vulture summon her soul and find a way to the ruins of the old Naga Empire. He would find a way to unite with the Naga Shuang. Chapter 1107. In order to protect the Fox clan in the Little Western Paradise, she chose to stay in the hell prison of Mount Bujo instead of entering the human world. Because my wife had an operation today, I was a little distracted when I was writing yesterday. I'm very sorry for the mistake. Also, my wife's operation is over today. I've been in the hospital accompanying her and can't go home. I brought my laptop into the ward, but I'm speechless because the laptop malfunctioned. When I turned on the computer, I couldn't enter the system and couldn't find the hard drive. So, this chapter was written on my phone. Then this is the only chapter. The idea of shattering the sea serpent fossil and using the celestial spiritualist talent to summon the soul was based on Vulture's speculation. Whether it would succeed or not was still unknown. Therefore, before shattering the Empress fossil of the Sea Serpent Empire, Yang Dingtian still felt a little guilty. After all, this was Poisa's mother. If these fossils could be resurrected in the future, shattering these fossils would probably destroy her hope of resurrection. Yang Dingtian first flew to the palm of the Empress fossil and took the huge crystal ball from it. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian suddenly raised his Emperor-grade soul sword and slashed at the Empress fossil with a sword light. With a loud bang, the sword slashed at the Empress fossil, but there was no reaction at all. Yang Dingtian increased the power of his celestial qi again, but it still didn't move. Yang Dingtian decided to use physical destruction. He suddenly flew up and slashed down with tenacious. The strength of this slash was more than a few 100,000 pounds, but the Empress fossil was still intact. Not even a scratch was left on it. "Husband, do you need to use the Naga royalty sword soul? The energy of the Naga clan is the nemesis of all underwater races," Vulture said. Yang Dingtian nodded and then summoned the Naga royalty sword soul. 10,000 swords return. Suddenly, a huge golden sword soul shot out. In an instant, the huge Empress fossil turned into ashes and dust. At the same time, a seemingly endless amount of energy suddenly spread throughout the entire hall. This was the Sea Snake Empress's soul and power. If it was not stopped, it would quickly disperse and disappear without a trace. Vulture, who was at the side, cast its celestial spiritualist talent and began to rapidly condense the Sea Snake Empress soul and energy. Almost instantly, the entire hall shook violently, and all the energy began to condense. Countless light shadows gathered bit by bit, and a faint figure began to appear. This was the Empress of the Sea Serpent Empire. Although the silhouette remained motionless, Yang Dingtian could already sense a dangerous aura emanating from it. After all, this was a top-notch expert of the ancient civilization, an existence second only to demigod Naga. In the process of condensing the Sea Snake Empress, Vulture's face became paler and paler. Its entire body was trembling. It was clearly very strenuous. During the Great War, Vulture wasn't this weak even when he resurrected countless Legion of Doom. It was obvious that although the Sea Snake Empress had not reached the demigod level, the density of her energy was incomparable to that of a human, just like a guru-level human and an 8-star monster. Although they looked similar, the monster contained much more energy. In other words, a human's energy reserve could only last for 2 hours, but a monster's energy reserve could last for 4 to 5 hours, or even longer. The density of the Sea Serpent Empire's energy reserve was far from what a monster's energy reserve could compare to. Therefore, when the Sea Snake Empress soul showed its might, Yang Dingtian and Vulture would probably die. Under Vulture's summons, the Sea Snake Empress soul became denser and denser. Vulture's face became pale, and its delicate body was on the verge of collapsing. Finally, everything was over. The Sea Snake Empress figure was completely condensed. She was really beautiful to the extreme. She was completely at the top of the pyramid of women in the world, surpassing the Mermaid Queen and President Nehru. She was on par with the Nagashwang. Of course, this kind of beauty was not something that could be enjoyed by humans. This was because she was more than 10 meters tall. Although she was not as tall as the previous fossils, her lower body was completely a snake's body. Yang Dingtian discovered that it was actually a golden snake's body. As expected of the Sea Serpent Empire, the Sea Snake Empress slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her pupils were also golden, and even the gaze that shot out was golden. At this moment, Vulture groaned and fainted. Yang Dingtian hurriedly went forward and hugged her. The Sea Snake Empress's gaze was scattered at first, then it focused bit by bit. This was because it was as if she had been sleeping for more than 10,000 years. When her gaze was completely focused, it landed on Yang Dingtian's face. A dangerous aura began to condense, and in the end, it turned from danger to killing intent. It was impossible to resist because the Sea Snake Empress's cultivation was countless times higher than Yang Dingtian's. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian's profound veins and qi si were completely sealed. He was unable to use any profound qi, nor was he able to move at all. Whiz! The Sea Snake Empress suddenly stepped forward and said coldly, "It was actually 2 humans who summoned me." Then, when she saw that her fossil had actually disappeared, she immediately flew into a rage and said, "A mere human dares to harm my body. You're courting death." Then, she suddenly stretched out her sharp claws and actually wanted to claw Yang Dingtian and Vulture to death. Yang Dingtian was shocked. These races really treated humans like cats and dogs. They could casually kill humans like stepping on ants. Yang Dingtian was unable to move, unable to resist or escape. However, he had the Naga royalty, sword spirit. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The golden sword spirit shot out, but it did not attack the Sea Snake Empress. Instead, it completely enveloped his and Vulture's bodies. He was afraid that the power of the Naga royalty would be too destructive to the Sea Snake clan. The moment she saw the Naga royalty sword spirit, the Sea Snake Empress was shocked and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. This was a human. How could he release the power of the Naga royalty? To the Sea Snake clan, Naga was the sky, the god, and the fear in the depths of their souls. At that moment, the Sea Snake Empress left and released Yang Dingtian's imprisonment. Then she said, "Human, you shattered my body and summoned my soul to revive. What are your intentions?" Yang Dingtian said, "First of all, I am Naga's husband. Secondly, this Naga Digushuang comes from your bloodline, born from your daughter, Poisa." "Poisa? My successor. She is still alive and gave birth to Naga?" The Sea Snake Empress said in disbelief, because every generation of the Sea Snake Empress was considered a next-generation Naga. She could choose to mate with a male next-generation Naga and still give birth to a next-generation Naga. She could also mate with a human and give birth to a real Naga. However, the Sea Snake clan had not given birth to a real Naga for many years. The reason was that the Naga Empire did not open up the quota. Of course, there was another reason. Since tens of thousands of years ago, there had not been many humans who could make Naga go into estrus. Now her daughter, Poisa, had actually given birth to a real Naga? How was this possible? In order to stop the great Nirvana extinction, the Naga clan had even destroyed the Sea Serpent Empire and the Mermaid Empire. How could they allow a new Naga to be born? The Sea Snake Empress voiced her doubts. "Your Majesty, more than 10,000 years have passed. The world has been destroyed, and the Naga Empire has been destroyed." Yang Dingtian explained everything. After a full quarter of an hour, he finally finished explaining everything. The Sea Snake Empress was stunned for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, she muttered to herself, "The Naga Empire was destroyed? It was actually destroyed. How is this possible? How is this possible?" The destruction of the Naga Empire was completely subversive to the Sea Snake Empress. Although the Naga clan had destroyed the Sea Serpent Empire, the Sea Snake Empress did not have much hatred because in the hearts of the Sea Serpent clan, Naga was their faith, their totem, and everything. At that time, the Naga clan had destroyed the Sea Serpent Empire and the Mermaid Empire for the sake of the continuation of the demigod Naga civilization. Although it was terrifying and painful, the Sea Serpent clan understood it in their hearts. Now that she heard that the Naga Empire had been destroyed, the Sea Snake Empress's inner world collapsed. "So, the one that Poisa gave birth to can be considered the last Naga," the Sea Snake Empress said. "Yang Dingtian, you can say that." The Sea Snake Empress said, "This Naga is your wife." "Yes." "Yang Dingtian," the Sea Snake Empress said, "what proof do you have?" "Yang Dingtian, come over and smell the energy aura on my body." The Sea Snake Empress stepped forward and sniffed lightly. Her figure suddenly trembled as she said, "As expected, as expected." Then the Sea Snake Empress said, "Then why did you go to Naga?" "Yang Dingtian, to save this world." The Sea Snake Empress said, "Could it be that this world is going to be destroyed again?" Yang Dingtian nodded. The Sea Snake Empress said, "Your Naga wife is in the Naga Empire. Do you want me to open the energy channel for you?" "Yes." Yang Dingtian, your daughter, Poisa, is also in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. For some special reason, they can't come back. The Sea Snake Empress said they can't come back because the Naga Empire has been destroyed, so the energy channel entrance over there has been destroyed. This means that once you go over, you won't be able to come back. Now, do you still have a past?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "All right, I'm willing to fulfill your wish." The Sea Snake Empress said, "Raise the crystal ball." Yang Dingtian raised it high. The soul of the Sea Snake Empress stretched out her jade-like hand and placed it on the crystal ball. Suddenly, the light in the crystal ball condensed, and the entire hall darkened. Only the crystal ball emitted a dazzling light. It was incomparably beautiful and filled with a mysterious aura. Then Yang Dingtian widened his eyes and waited for the energy channel to open to the ruins of the Naga Empire. However, this did not happen. Instead, the light of the crystal ball gradually dimmed and finally disappeared without a trace. The hall regained its light, and there was no sign of the energy channel. Yang Dingtian was momentarily stunned. He didn't know why this was happening. Could it be that because you lost your body, the crystal ball can't sense the power of your bloodline? Yang Dingtian asked. The Sea Snake Empress shook her head and said, "The crystal ball senses an energy, aura, and soul. It doesn't need a body." Then why is that? Could it be that this energy channel has been destroyed? This means that Naga and Poisa didn't go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire? Yang Dingtian was extremely disappointed. He was not afraid of going to the ends of the earth, but he was afraid of not having a destination. The Sea Snake Empress still shook her head and said, "That's not the reason. On the contrary, I'm now certain that at least Poisa is in the ruins of the old Naga Empire." "Why?" Yang Dingtian asked. The Sea Snake Empress said, "Because I'm no longer the Empress of the Sea Serpent Empire. Poisa is, so she can open the energy channel. Any Naga can do it, but I can't." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Poisa had never been to the Sea Serpent Empire before, and there was no inheritance ceremony. How did the crystal ball know that she was the new Sea Snake Empress? The Sea Snake Empress said, "According to the laws of the Naga Empire and the Sea Serpent Empire, once a female in the royal family of a certain generation gives birth to Naga, she will immediately inherit the throne of the previous generation of the Sea Serpent Empire. Poisa gave birth to Naga, so she has automatically become the Empress of the Sea Serpent Empire. So that's how it is." Yang Dingtian was stunned. The Sea Snake Empress said, "So other than Naga, no one can open this energy channel." There were two Naga in this world. One was Medusa, and the other was Shimin Ningning. However, it was impossible for these two to open it. Of course, there was a third Naga, but she was still in the belly of the Mermaid Queen. She was Yang Dingtian's baby. He did not know how long it would take for her to be born, but it would definitely be more than 5 months. Yang Dingtian asked, "Your Majesty, is there any other way to enter the ruins of the old Naga Empire other than the energy channel?" "Impossible," the Sea Snake Empress said directly. "The Naga Empire has completely isolated itself. It has created countless energy barriers, countless dark abyss, countless void worlds, and countless elemental worlds." Yang Dingtian said, "It just so happens that I know space magic, so I can pass through any barrier." "Space magic?" The Sea Snake Empress suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. Space magic was the crown of the martial arts civilization in the Chaos world. The Naga Empire had spent countless years and still could not take off the crown of the martial arts civilization. This Yang Dingtian in front of her was just a mere human. How could he know space magic? Yang Dingtian said, "This space magic was completed by my Taoist priest, Xiu Piayan, and the sage of the Naga Empire. I just sat back and enjoyed the fruits of their labor." "That savior, the powerful savior, he is your teacher?" "No wonder," the Sea Snake Empress said. Xiu Piayan was indeed famous in the world and history. The Sea Snake Empress also knew about it. Then the Sea Snake Empress said, "Having the space magic is still not enough. There are many dark abyss, energy storms, and elemental worlds." Yang Dingtian said, "I also have the void flame, which can purify the dark abyss. This Shura vulture beside me is the most powerful celestial spirit master. He can control powerful elemental creatures. As long as we have a direction, we can go anywhere." Immediately, after looking at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time, the Sea Snake Empress was stunned and said, "Human Yang Dingtian, perhaps you are the real savior. Okay, I will show you the way to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Yang Dingtian could not help but be overjoyed. Chapter 1108. The Sea Snake Empress waved her hand gently, and a piece of energy, paper, flew in front of her. Then She raised her hand as if she wanted to draw something, such as a map or something. In the end, she found that she could not draw it because it was not something that could be drawn on a plane. Who knew how many spaces, planes, and barriers were crossed in between? Especially after the ancient Great Nirvana, many spaces were distorted to an unknown extent. Thus, the Sea Snake Empress could only say, "Go west, keep going west." Of course, the west I'm talking about is not the pure west. You should understand. In short, the closer we get to the Naga Empire, the more barren, the less energy there is, the less life there is, and the more distorted the world is. After saying that, the Sea Snake Empress thought for a long time and said, "All right, that's all the information I can give you, because even I have never been to the Naga Empire." Yang Dingtian nodded and bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Next, the Sea Snake Empress drew something. This map is not a direction or a map, but some signs that you will pass on the way to the Naga Empire. When you see these signs, you will know that you are not going the wrong way. The Sea Snake Empress flew out of the hall and said, "I'm going to find another place to rest. You guys can leave after you've rested." "Yes." Yang Dingtian took the map. This ancient Sea Snake Empress was still not used to living in the same space as humans. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged and recovered his mystic chi. The most important thing was the Shura vulture. His spiritual power could only be fully recovered through meditation. There was no room for tricks in this regard. Almost a day and a night later, Vulture finished meditating and her spiritual power had completely recovered. Of course, she had also overdrawn her spiritual power. In the Doomsday Battle, Vulture had to recuperate for a few days and nights, but now she only needed 1 day and night. This wasn't because the spirit Vulture had become more powerful, but because she had concentrated on her meditation. Then, the two of them flew west in the ruins. They did not bid farewell to the Sea Snake Empress. Of course, Yang Dingtian still had some fantasies. Since the ancient Sea Snake Empress was so powerful, could she help deal with the Demon King? However, he quickly gave up on this idea because the Sea Snake Empress's soul energy would probably turn into ashes once it left the ruins of the Devil Capital. Of course, there was also the possibility of possession. However, her energy was so strong that no body could withstand it. Most importantly, she was not willing to have too many entanglements with humans, even if this person was Yang Dingtian. In fact, she was also dissatisfied with the fact that her body had been turned into a fossil. Yang Dingtian and the Vulture headed west. After a few thousand miles, the ruins of the Devil Capital City came to an end. What he saw was yet another boundless dark matter that completely enveloped the entire space. Yang Dingtian took out the eye of the primeval Naga and dissolved the dark matter. Then the two of them flew in. Once they entered the dark matter, it was as if it was endless. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, for days, Yang Dingtian and Vulture kept shuttling through the dark matter, and they really felt like they were about to collapse. Finally, the 5th day arrived. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. It was no longer dark matter, but a distorted energy wall. If he guessed correctly, they should have reached the end of the Sea Serpent Empire. Yang Dingtian had never seen this distorted energy wall before. When the space was torn apart, the energy wall had also been distorted. However, at least it was still relatively stable. The energy walls did not destroy, devour, or intertwine with each other. At this moment, the energy walls that Yang Dingtian saw were constantly destroying and devouring each other. Therefore, not only was the color of the energy wall changing, but even its shape and structure were also constantly changing. Yang Dingtian really did not know if the spatial door would be useful if it was attached to such an energy wall. If he jumped over, would he be directly torn to pieces? Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to open the spatial door and jump over. Instead, he searched around for a relatively flat energy wall. After searching for a few hours, there was not a single stable energy wall. All of them were this shocking. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian created a spatial door on such an energy wall. That's right, even the spatial door had begun to distort. Moreover, the consumption of mystical qi energy had increased by many times. Yang Dingtian held Shura's hand, gritted his teeth, and then jumped over. Of course, he went over one after the other, not at the same time. This was because the highest energy in the spatial door was Yang Dingtian. It could not accommodate two people at the same time. After jumping over the spatial door, Yang Dingtian was ready for any time. Even if the scene in front of him was terrifying and dangerous, he would never flinch. But now Yang Dingtian regretted not asking Shu Pian how to get from the Sea Serpent Empire to the Naga Empire when he was practicing the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Because Shu Pian had walked this path. After jumping into the new space, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes immediately. What? There was nothing. That's right, it was a real and completely dark void. There was no air, no light, no energy, no matter, and of course no life. It was a complete void. Moreover, this was not a simple cosmic starry sky, but a void that still existed inside the chaotic world. Because when he looked up, he could not see any stars, nor were there 2 moons and 2 suns. There was nothing, not even a ray of light. Yang Dingtian lit up the mysterious fire, and finally there was a light in the complete darkness. However, there was still nothing around him. Vulture could not help but step forward, get closer to Yang Dingtian, and then grab his arm. This kind of environment made her a little uneasy. Yang Dingtian held her hand and said, "Can you feel any energy aura?" Even speaking had to be directly transmitted to her ears with energy. Vulture shook her head and said, "Nothing, not even a speck of dust." "That's good," Yang Dingtian said. "Let's go." Yang Dingtian nodded, and then flew to the west with the mysterious fire behind him. In this complete void, there was no gravity, no resistance, and the speed of flight was shockingly fast. He could easily reach tens of thousands of kilometers in an hour, which was many times faster than the human countries. Moreover, the energy level of the mysterious fire was very low, and the consumption of qi was very small. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a bolt of lightning, a streak of light streaked across the dark void. Yang Dingtian kept flying to the west. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. They should have flown more than 700,000 kilometers. Everything around was still an endless void, and there was no end to it. How? How was this possible? The space of the entire chaotic world was only about 1,000,000 miles. More than 700,000 kilometers. They should have rushed out of the chaotic world. What the hell was going on? Yang Dingtian was surprised. Then Yang Dingtian stopped, opened a space door, and then jumped over with Vulture. However, it was still a dark void. Yang Dingtian opened space doors in different directions and jumped over, but the result was the same. He did not even know if the space door had reached another place, or if it was still in the same place, because everything around him was always the same. So Yang Dingtian took out a pair of sunglasses and put it in the space. Then he opened a space door and jumped over. In the end, he found that the sunglasses were still beside him. It did not jump through a space door. It could be seen that Yang Dingtian had jumped through many space doors, but they were still far away. Then this was not a folded space, not a duplicated space, but a real space. However, how could there be such a big space in the chaotic world? Helpless, Yang Dingtian and Vulture continued to fly toward the west. After flying for a few more days and nights, this time they flew a full 1,000,000 kilometers. It was already 3 times the distance between Earth and the Moon. In this space, the flying speed was too fast. However, they still could not see the end of the dark void. Yang Dingtian was really about to break down. This did not make sense. The space of the entire chaotic world was more than 1,000,000 miles. And now, in this dark void, Yang Dingtian had flown nearly 2,000,000 kilometers, but he still had not left. Why was this? Flying aimlessly like this was not Okay. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to think. Why did this happen? Yang Dingtian began to recall all the books he had read in the library of the High Priest Association. No, not enough. The academic level of the High Priest Association might not be able to reach the level of the dark void in front of him. Yang Dingtian began to recall the books he had read in the library of New Naga. Of course, most of the books there were sealed and could not be seen. Only the title of the book could be seen. Yang Dingtian recalled carefully. He even began to enter deep meditation and went to his brain to replay the scene in the library of New Naga. Immediately, the scene at that time was displayed almost frame by frame, almost without any missing. At that time, Yang Dingtian was looking for the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, so he only glanced through most of the books. It was difficult to remember the titles of these books just by relying on his memory, because he did not deliberately read them. However, his eyes and brain still faithfully remembered the scene at that time, even if Yang Dingtian's mind was not there at that time. Therefore, these things were collectively known as invalid memories. They existed in his mind, but he could not remember them. Found it. In the meditation world, in the playback of the scene at that time, Yang Dingtian saw the title of this book, From Matter to Space. Unfortunately, he did not read the contents inside. Moreover, very coincidentally, this book was not imprisoned and could be made public. How could Yang Dingtian have thought of today's situation that day? So of course he would not deliberately read it. Now, it was impossible to read it in the meditation world because there was no specific information and data of this book in his mind. Yang Dingtian stared at the cover. This cover was dynamic. Yes, in the library of New Naga, many covers were dynamic. On the screen, an irregular energy body the size of a fingernail suddenly exploded because of some effect. In an instant, it turned into a space of nothingness. Then, this space continued to expand. It expanded to the extreme, to the point where there was almost no energy at all. Bang! This matter completely disappeared, turning into ashes in the universe. In the chaotic world, no trace of this matter could be found. It turned into some kind of energy ray or wave band or power and directly left the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian understood. Although he did not read the specific content of this book, he could roughly guess from the cover. Because of very, very special reasons, it caused a certain matter or even a certain space to suddenly explode and turn into a space of nothingness, constantly expanding. In the cover of that book, a fingernail-sized energy substance could expand into a space of nothingness hundreds of miles. Then, if it was a very large energy substance or even a space that suddenly exploded and turned into a space of nothingness, then how much space would it expand into, only God knew. But what was certain was that this energy substance was definitely greater than the energy of Yang Dingtian and Dishibian combined, or even much greater. Otherwise, the moment Yang Dingtian and Vulture entered this space of nothingness, it would collapse and be destroyed. In this case, it was really troublesome, because this space could be hundreds of millions or even billions of kilometers in diameter. Yes, it was still within the chaotic world, but it was already an independent plane. Its spatial calculation was no longer consistent with that of the chaotic world. It was purely a space of nothingness, and it was possible to be any size. According to the calculation of the cover, a fingernail-sized energy substance, after completely transforming into nothingness, would have a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. In other words, 1 centimeter would become hundreds of thousands of meters, which was tens of millions of times. Then, who knew what this space of nothingness was made of? If they were lucky, it might just be a magic tool or a demon core of some demigod Naga. Then, its actual space was less than a foot. Yang Dingtian had stepped on dogshit luck to rush into this dark space of nothingness. And even if they were lucky, this was a demon core of demigod Naga. Then, with its energy, the space of nothingness that would expand in the end might, perhaps, be billions of kilometers in diameter, or even larger. Damn, how big was the solar system? Of course, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. The solar system was a cosmic space, and this space was already a fucking internal energy space. The most frightening thing was that this space was constantly expanding. If Yang Dingtian's flying speed was not as fast as its expansion speed, then it would be a total disaster. Then it would be a complete tragedy. They would never be able to come out. If they wanted to come out, they would have to wait for this space of nothingness to explode and be destroyed. That would take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Of course, when it exploded, it might also tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. Was there a way? Maybe there was, but it was definitely not something that Yang Dingtian, with his current level of intelligence, could think of. The most direct way was to directly destroy this space. As long as the energy level exceeded this space, it would be destroyed. However, it was so huge, and it was at least the demon core of Demigod Naga. Yang Dingtian was probably dreaming if he wanted to destroy it. However, Yang Dingtian had the demon core of Naga royalty, and also the sword soul of Naga royalty. Immediately, Yang Dingtian took out a soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade from his space ring. There were no changes. He had to speed up. Previously, he thought that 10,000 kilometers per hour was fast enough. But now, it seemed that it was not enough. Yang Dingtian carried the spirit vulture and stepped on the Emperor grade soul sword. Anyway, there was no gravity in this space of nothingness, and there were no obstacles. Speed was absolute, and it would not slow down with more weight. Yang Dingtian ordered in his consciousness. Whoosh! Immediately, the soul sword flew out like a bolt of lightning, really, really fast to the extreme. It was not 10,000 kilometers per hour or tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. It was hundreds of thousands of kilometers per hour. Of course, this was a space of nothingness. Under such speed, there would not be any huge friction or compression, and it would not cause any harm to the body. If this was a human country, most people would not be able to withstand such speed. Even a demigod would not be able to withstand it. Even Yang Dingtian needed to release the vengeful spirit of the million spirits, demonic fire, to test his speed. This was because there was no reference. Whoosh, 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 under the crazy flight. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, for days it was still an endless void of nothingness. He did not know how far he had flown. At least tens of millions of kilometers, but it felt like there was no end in sight. However, a surprise would always appear at some point. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Yang Dingtian saw a change. This change was very subtle because their speed had slowed down. At first, Yang Dingtian was worried that the soul sword had run out of celestial qi. This was because there was not much celestial qi left in the Naga royalty demonic core. But soon, Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. This was because although there was not much celestial qi left in the Naga royalty sword soul, it was more than enough to support such a flight. Not to mention a few days and nights, it would not be used up even if it was a few years. There was only one reason why the speed had slowed down. That was, he had reached the boundary of this space of nothingness. Because this space of nothingness had been expanding, the boundary at the boundary was also expanding rapidly. However, the speed of the soul sword had exceeded the expansion speed of the space of nothingness. Therefore, it seemed that the soul sword had slowed down. In fact, it was blocked by the boundary. The current speed was actually the expansion speed of the space of nothingness. Every hour, it was about 12,000 kilometers. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian used the soul sword to fly. If he used the previous mystic fire, he would never be able to come out. Now, Yang Dingtian was flying close to the boundary of the space of nothingness at all times. Therefore, he used the dark mystic fire to create an isolated space and a space door. In less than a second, the space door was completed. Yang Dingtian was very surprised. In the human countries, the fastest time was more than 2.5 seconds. But now, it was less than a second. Soon, Yang Dingtian understood the reason. Because this was a dark space of nothingness, it was similar to an isolated space. There was almost no energy, and impurities. Therefore, the process of the black hole devouring was very short and almost completely unnecessary. Therefore, the creation of the space door was so fast. After the space door was completed, the energy that Yang Dingtian used to maintain the space door was very little. It was time to go. Yang Dingtian took Vulture's hand and jumped into the space door. Whoosh! When Yang Dingtian opened his eyes, he had already entered another space. Wow, what a beautiful space! Spirit Vulture even cried out in alarm, because in this space, although it was still nothingness, however, there was light, and it was a kind of gentle light. Just like in the movies on Earth, whenever the immortals appeared, or when the elves appeared in the Western movies, they would be shrouded in a layer of holy light. It seemed milky white, but also seemed like golden yellow. In short, it gave people an incomparably beautiful feeling. The whole world was filled with this kind of light. Moreover, there was air and mystic chi here. Breathing was also very smooth. The concentration of mystic chi here was higher than that of the human countries and little Western paradise. Yang Dingtian held Vulture's hand and continued to fly towards the west. In this space, full of divine light, flying seemed to be a romantic time. Yang Dingtian didn't fly for long, only a few hours later. He found the light source of the entire space. There was something that seemed to be standing in the center of the space, emitting this wonderful and mysterious light. And under the light, it couldn't be seen clearly, just like how humans couldn't see the sun clearly. Although this light was far less dazzling than the sun, it couldn't be seen clearly. And in this space, this thing should be equivalent to the sun. Yang Dingtian flew towards this mysterious thing. His speed was getting faster and faster. He flew for tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, he was getting closer and closer to the sun of this space. Its figure was also getting taller and taller. However, the closer he was, the stronger the light was, and the more he couldn't see clearly. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian remembered that he was wearing sunglasses. So he took out his sunglasses and put them on. He took a closer look. Suddenly, he was completely stunned. The source of this light, this sun, wasn't something. It was a person. Oh, to be precise, it was a naga. A naga that was covered in golden yellow. A naga that was so beautiful that it could crush heaven and earth. A naga that was even more beautiful than Saint Tantai and Dugashwang. This naga was covered in golden yellow. This meant that she was the royal family of Naga. Secondly, the special energy patterns on this naga's neck meant that she was a spiritual type naga, the spiritual type naga royalty. Then there was only one identity, Medusa Naga. That's right, Queen Medusa. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. In this space of divine light, Queen Medusa had actually become the sun of this space. Vulture, who was beside him, was also completely stunned. After being stunned for a long time, Yang Dingtian flew quickly toward Queen Medusa. Chapter 1109. In this void world filled with divine light, Yang Dingtian flew quickly, getting closer and closer to Queen Medusa. And Queen Medusa's body grew bigger and bigger, until it was bigger than a huge mountain. Not only that, as Yang Dingtian got closer, he could feel an extremely strong celestial chi energy. The closer he got to Queen Medusa, the higher the concentration of celestial chi moreover. This was pure celestial chi that could be directly swallowed into one's energy, reserved to raise one's cultivation. There was almost no need to purify it. The concentration was getting higher and higher, and the source of this celestial chi seemed to be completely from Queen Medusa. Husband, the celestial chi concentration here is so high. It's many times higher than in the human countries, Vulture suddenly said. It was close to 100 times. Yang Dingtian had already calculated in his heart. 100 times higher celestial chi concentration. And the closer he got to Queen Medusa, the higher the celestial chi concentration was. It was like getting closer to the sun. The light became stronger and hotter. However, the sun here was Queen Medusa. What she released was not light and heat, but the purest energy. As Yang Dingtian got closer, the celestial qi concentration was so high that it was unbelievable. Vulture even whispered, "Husband, I'm afraid it won't take long for you to cultivate to the saint level here." The celestial qi concentration here was enough to break through to the saint level. And as he got closer to Queen Medusa, the celestial qi concentration here was even higher than the floating palace in the Skull Hall. And most importantly, the celestial qi here seemed to be endless. However, Yang Dingtian quickly let go of this tempting thought, because to him there was only one question. Could he cultivate to the demigod level here? It was impossible. Not in 100 years, not in 1,000 years. Moreover, with Yang Dingtian's current celestial qi and talent, it was impossible for him to reach the demigod level. If he could not reach the demigod level and defeat the Demon King, then even if he cultivated to the peak of the saint level, it would be useless. Therefore, Yang Dingtian ignored all of this and continued flying. It was strange. Queen Medusa didn't look that far away. How could she fly so far? Yang Dingtian had already flown for tens of thousands of miles. He could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer, but it felt as if he would never be able to reach it. Suddenly, Vulture said, "Husband, look." Yang Dingtian turned around. In this space, Yang Dingtian and Vulture were not the only travelers. At this moment, a purple phoenix flew past Yang Dingtian. This purple phoenix was even more gorgeous than the magic fire demon phoenix that Yang Dingtian had seen before. Its size was also much larger. It was very far away from Yang Dingtian, more than a few hundred miles away. However, Yang Dingtian could already feel its powerful aura. Without a doubt, this purple phoenix's cultivation had surpassed the saint level. Even though the purple phoenix was filled with wariness and hostility, it didn't fly over. Instead, it flew faster and faster. It flew desperately towards Queen Medusa. This was the first one. Then, Yang Dingtian saw the second one. This time, it was a demon beast similar to an owl. However, it was much prettier and sharper than the night owl. Moreover, this was a pure energy creature. When it flew, its wings flashed with electric light. The air it flew through turned into the unique blue of electric energy. This was another demon beast that surpassed the saint level, and it was also an energy demon beast. There was a second one, and soon there was a third one. The third one was very small in size, only dozens of meters long. It caught up from Yang Dingtian's right rear. This was actually a purple Qilin beast. After so many years in the human countries, Yang Dingtian had almost never seen a living Qilin beast. The Council of Light had a lot of Qilin beast cores, but they were basically excavated from the ruins of the ancient world. Therefore, the Council of Light generally believed that the Qilin beast had gone extinct. He didn't expect to see a living Qilin beast at this time. He really didn't know where they lived before. And without a doubt, this Qilin beast's cultivation had also surpassed the saint level. When it passed by Yang Dingtian, it was less than a few hundred meters away. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the incomparably powerful aura on its body. It was enough to tear him and Vulture to pieces. This was because the saint-level demon beasts had much more energy than the saint-level human beings. However, it only glanced at Yang Dingtian and Vulture. After snorting, it continued to fly towards Queen Medusa. Just like this, more and more demon beasts caught up with Yang Dingtian from behind. They overtook Yang Dingtian and flew towards Queen Medusa. In the end, there were hundreds of them densely packed together. There were all kinds of demon beasts, and more than half of them were energy beasts. Moreover, there were rarely more than 2 of the same kind. Therefore, although there were many of these saint-level demon beasts, there were still very few of them in the end. Basically, they had all gone extinct in the Great Nirvana and the decline of the entire chaotic world. Yang Dingtian was very fast, but he could no longer catch up with them. Of course, if he used the soul sword, he might be able to catch up. However, this group of saint-level demon beasts was very crazy now. If he rashly entered, he was afraid that he would offend them. Moreover, Yang Dingtian really wanted to know why this group of saint-level demon beasts was flying towards Queen Medusa as if they were on a pilgrimage. What did they want? Once again, Yang Dingtian flew very far away. He was a little closer to Queen Medusa. At this time, he could clearly see that Queen Medusa was already incomparably huge, far bigger than any mountains and rivers in the human countries. It was even more than tens of thousands of meters in size. At this time, thousands of saint-level demon beasts had already heard. They floated in front of Queen Medusa and let out incomparably fanatical cries. Then Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that the world around him was getting brighter and brighter, brighter and brighter. It seemed that this light was coming from Queen Medusa's eyes. Queen Medusa's eyes, once shot by her gaze, would turn one into a fossil. At that time, the Sea Serpent Empire and the Mermaid Empire were destroyed in this way. Therefore, Yang Dingtian immediately pulled Vulture and used the invisibility technique to disappear from this space. Then he clearly felt that the whole world was getting brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger. Countless demon beasts became more and more fanatical, and in the end, they were almost crazy. At the same time, the Xian Qi in this world was getting denser and denser. From 300 times in the human countries, it became 500 times, 1,000 times, 3,000 times. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Even at the peak of the martial arts civilization, there was no Xian Qi density of 3,000 times. This was crazy. Moreover, this was only the distance from where Yang Dingtian was, and it was still relatively far. If he was next to Queen Medusa, how many times would the Xian Qi density be compared to the human countries? It was completely unimaginable. Therefore, if he was next to Queen Medusa, with a level of Yang Dingtian Xian veins, it would only take a few days for his sea of energy to break through to the saint level. Was there anything scarier in this world than this? He could break through to the saint level just by relying on normal cultivation. Moreover, with the current Xian Qi density, it could completely balance the energy pressure of the sea of energy. This was a heavenly land of treasures. At this time, Vulture could not help but say, "Husband, go quickly. If you are next to Queen Medusa, I'm afraid you will break through to the saint level in a few days." Moreover, her eyes did not turn you into a fossil. Indeed, it did not. At this time, Queen Medusa's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The light in this world had reached the extreme, almost making it impossible for people to look straight at it, as if they were going blind. At the very least, countless demonic beasts were completely shrouded in the white light, almost unable to see clearly. Moreover, the Xian Qi density was still rising. If he guessed correctly, the Xian Qi density around Queen Medusa was probably tens of thousands of times higher than that of the human countries. At this time, even if one did not take the initiative to swallow it, if the Xian Qi density exceeded the sea of energy by too much, it would automatically enter one's body and sea of energy. One could even increase one's cultivation without cultivating. With such a terrifying Xian Qi density, Yang Dingtian would really break through to the saint level very soon. One must know that he was now only half a step away from the saint level. Vulture was already intoxicated and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, go quickly. The Xian Qi density is getting higher and higher. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. Now, in a few days, maybe a few hours, you will be able to break through to the saint level." At this time, Yang Dingtian was really very tempted. To be able to break through to the saint level in just a few hours, it was really a wonderful thing. Now he also understood why these demonic beasts at the saint level, which were on the verge of extinction, gathered around Queen Medusa like crazy on a pilgrimage. It was because they were crazily swallowing the Xian Qi. For them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to break through. Even from a distance, Yang Dingtian could feel that the cultivation of these demonic beasts at the saint level was rapidly increasing. Really, this was a great bargain. If they could break through to the saint level in just a few hours, that would be wonderful. However, at this time, suddenly, Queen Medusa's eyes lit up to the extreme. like the light of a nuclear explosion, countless times brighter than the light of the two suns. Then, all the demonic beasts at the saint level disappeared from sight in an instant. All of them turned into ashes. Thousands of demonic beasts at the saint level disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yang Dingtian and Vulture were completely stunned. Vulture's hair stood on end, and she couldn't help but tremble violently. Just a moment ago, she was still trying to persuade Yang Dingtian to go and take advantage of the situation. If he really went, he would have been turned into ashes by now. However, just as Yang Dingtian was feeling very lucky, suddenly Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Human Yang Dingtian, right? Come here. I am Shima Ningning's mother." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian trembled.